When are we getting an okay body, Alec?
駆け巡ってみた。回した回った手当たり次第に転がした。くっつけた組み込んだいろんなものをゲットした。はあカモン。避けてみた逃げてみた勢い余って飛んでみた。よっゲラ押してみた引いてみた力の限り投げてみた。ぶつかった弾かれたものすごい衝撃が走った。ゴールは果てしなく遠かった。進むことをやめなかった。いつまでも転がし続けた。人として大きく成長した。いろんなことに気がついた。みんなが一つになった。笑顔が街にあふれ、くだらない悪意が影を潜めた。チゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこい。イエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこい。カモンチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこい。イエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこい。カモンチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこい。イエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこい。カモンチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこい。イエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこい。カモン打ち負けたへこたれた力なさに絶望を感じた。はすねてみた落ち込んだ悔しくてとことん泣いてみた。カモン考えた寝転んだ空見て落ち着きを取り戻した。眺めてた目に入れた空に浮ぶ月が眩しかった。でかくした育んだ大きな綺麗な星にした。よゲラ頑張った努力した相手の力を出し切った。よ危機感を感じ立ち上がる。心の壁を取り払い自由なマインドと溢れるソウルスピリットを心に宿した力を当てて頑張れる。みんなで一つのことを成し遂げるためにお互いを褒めたたいた。今までより一回り大きくなった。ネガティブな話題を口にするな。辛くても進むことをやめるんじゃない。ピースなバイブレーションでアートを描きこのアースに負けないオブジェを作れ。チゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこい。イエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこい。カモンチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこい。イエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこい。カモンチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこい。イエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこい。カモンチゲだファンキーだみんな黙って俺についてこい。イエチゲだファンキーだみんな必死で俺についてこい。カモン
Welcome, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, all sizes, all colors, and all orientations to the one, the only Alec Gunter stream. I am your host, Alec Gunter. Good to be here, good to see all of you. See tipsters in the chat, welcome in. We got Forax, Balthazar, Wakanda Grande. What's going on, everybody? How we all doing today? You may notice something a little different. Just a little bit. I don't like shaving my face, but once in a while you got to get a nice reset. And I did my mustache for my Eggman cosplay over the weekend, which I have not posted yet. I'm really bad every time I go to what is it called? These conventions. I'm really bad about getting pictures. The epic stash is gone. I can't help it. Like, listen, I sit here and I like fiddle with my stash until I start picking it, and it's a really bad habit, and it makes my mustache look terrible. Also, I need to just start taking better care of my beard as it's growing. Oh, I forgot to post on Discord that I'm live. Hold on. I just got to be better about it at this point. One sec. There you go. Fresh fit. Yeah, I got a new chain, baby. It looks sick, right? It spins. It has a little spinny part. So I can finger it. It's the Sunny from One Piece. Lack of facial hair. Lack of facial and beanie make you look like Tim Pool. I have been told this over and over and over and over and over and over. You're not the first one to point that out. What happened to the stash? I shaved it. What do you mean what happened to it? I ate it. I eated it. But yeah, the guy we'll be talking to, he's just some guy that was in my YouTube comments, and I guess he disagrees with me both on like the way that I present arguments as well as like my stance on abortion. So he basically just said that he wants to talk about like breadtube, I guess, because like I guess anybody who's on YouTube and also politically left-leaning and does political content is part of breadtube, just in the general you know, the internet's eye, I guess. I mean, I guess that's how it works. Yeah, I'm still just waking up. I just took my medicine. And I just ate breakfast, so I apologize. I don't usually stream this early, but I'd like to start streaming this early. On Tuesdays. On Fridays, I would probably still stream at night, but on Tuesdays, I'd like to do an earlier stream for multiple reasons. One, I have D&D at 5, usually on Tuesdays. So last week, we did a really short stream, so to avoid that, earlier streams would be the way to go. It is 12 p.m. for me, so I guess early is kind of pushing it, but... the second reason is I'd like to try to get a different demographic of people, so people who can watch me around this time. You know, people who can actually watch me around this time and not at night can do so. You don't even really need to do debates to be a debate pervert. That's true. And yes, I am also not used to seeing myself shaved. It's very weird. Katie also does not like it. I can see my double chin. I don't like it. Not that having a double chin's wrong, I just don't like it for myself. Okay? It makes me look like I'm 10 years younger than I actually am. And also, don't even get me started, like, when I have it off, I look like a goddamn police officer when I have my hat off. Because this is like the cop look. So I just look like a cop now. Or like a biker, I guess. But specifically like the bikers who think that the Punisher is like a conservative logo. And they think that being conservative is cool. Got the cop fit. Not the fit, I guess, but the do. Barber, what you want? Me. You know how every cop in America looks? Barber, say no more. Cosplay Officer Melvin? Is that an actual officer? I'm just getting like... I mean, he is from Ohio. Nobody go after Kelly Melvin, please. I am just looking up Officer Melvin because somebody in my chat said so. I don't know if that warrants saying, but... I don't know anything about an Officer Melvin. Just came up with a name. Okay, but, like... If I'm gonna like, I can't just cosplay a cop. That's just playing dress up. I mean, I guess you can, but eh. That's not a nerd thing. That's like a Halloween thing. Alright. So a couple things. So I want to do the debate first. And it'll be probably more of a discussion, at least, I think. But it could turn into debate. I really don't know. And then I want to go over the Thoughtslime and Shoe0nHead drama. But there's one more thing I wanted to do, and I can't remember it for the life of me. And as soon as I do, if I remember it after stream is over, I'm gonna be pissed at myself for not remembering. Let me see if my bookmarks say it. This could be good to cover, actually. This could be a shorter segment. My Dubsy, my editor, likes shorter segments. They always beg me for the short videos. Some cop from a comedy. There's like cops in horror games and stuff, right? Like you can play as cops in some video games. I could be a GTA cop. Actually, that'd be funny. If you just go with like a group of people and you all dress up as like GTA 5 cops. And then like you just keep giving people tickets. It'd be really funny. God, I'm not... Okay, so don't take this the wrong way, because I'm not that popular on Twitter, all things considered. But I'm popular enough now that, like, whenever I make a post, I have a ton of people arguing in my posts in the comments, and I have to mute all of them. It's really annoying. Impersonating an officer is a crime. True, I forgot about that. Unless, okay, so you have to make it obvious that you're not actually a cop. If you can do that, then you're golden. Like, it has to be a parody of a cop. Alright, I just told this guy that we're ready. A stripper cop? Yeah, there you go. You're allowed to dress up as a cop in private? You can, okay, you can do anything you want in private as long as you're not hurting people. You can dress up as an official cop in private. Who the hell's gonna stop you from dressing up as an official cop in private? Like, if you want... Listen, if your thing is cops, and you want, like, a legit cop uniform to wear so you can jerk off in it, then I don't see... I mean, I see several problems with that, first of all. But second of all, none of those problems involve legal matters. Like, the problems mostly come from, like... Why are you the way that you are if you're that into cops like that? Or wearing a cop outfit? But that in itself is like, you know, that's just your thing. You know, I'd be interested in digging into that. But what am I talking about anyway? I mean, it's not even that uncommon. Plenty of people have a thing for cops. Yeah, we're just waiting on this guy. So until then, we'll just chat, I guess. Or at least I need to try to remember what I wanted to talk about. Wait, did I put it in my playlist? I gotta start reminding myself of shit. Nope, that's just a Thoughtslime video. So, real quick, did Thoughtslime make a video about Shoe0nHead, or did he just like, or sorry, they just replied to like Shoe0nHead in like a Twitter comment or something? Yeah, cops are a whole ass kink. I mean, they got everything that you would want, right? I mean, they have handcuffs, they abuse people. They're not typically traditionally attractive. They stink really bad, and some people are into that. They don't listen when you tell them to stop. Some people are into that. Have a safe word though, please. It was a whole video. Okay, let me see. Thoughtslime. Thoughtslime. Oh, is Thoughtslime 2 words? I thought it was 1. Oh well. An apology to men in response to Shoe0nHead. Yeah. I have not seen the original Shoe0nHead video, but I have heard a lot of the things going on with Thoughtslime. I got it. Thank you, though. Well, this guy said that he was ready, and he's not in a voice channel yet. Oh, here we go. He's in. We got him, boys. We got him. Oh, I forgot to post on Twitter that I'm live. Hold on. We're going to get started in just a second. No meme this time. I can't be bothered. Thank you so much, Joestar, for becoming a Gunter Giver member. Appreciate you. The Joestar. Also, Balthazar, thank you for the $5. When are we getting an OK Buddy Alec? Well, I have a subreddit. I didn't start it. But as soon as people start posting here or make a OK Buddy Alec or OK Buddy Gunter. But like there's nothing here really. There's like only a few things. This is the latest post.
I would hunt cockroaches in the dark at night to kill them. I'd stand near the wall and I'd measure out the exact measurement. Bam! For real. I was like, I'm learning shit here. So that was fantastic.
Incredible. That's my subreddit, everybody. God, my entire... Okay, real quick before we start the conversation. My entire has just been this shit, and I fucking hate it. It's getting old. It's like just pro-life shit. I hate it. And surrogacy. Now they're all talking about surrogacy. Like, that's a big thing. We're going to have to do a segment on surrogacy soon because these idiots don't understand anything. All right, let's get this going.
Hey.
Oh, hello.
Hey, what's up, bud? Is it working? Is my voice thing working?
It would appear so. And chat, I need you guys to help me out with the voice or with the audio balance. So if either of us sounds too loud or quiet, please let me know.
Yeah,
All
let
right.
me adjust your... Got it.
All right, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Hey. Yeah, YouTube recommended your channel to me, like, randomly, and I like to click on channels that don't have a lot of views. And I was...
Oh, gee, thanks. No, I'm just kidding. I got it.
Well, you know what I mean. There's just, like,
you.
every video is some guy throwing a watermelon off a water tower. Or, you know, some guy's like, hey, I got a boat with $10 million or whatever.
No,
check out my boat.
No, I'm just playing with you. I don't take any offense to it. I'm very small in the grand scheme. But that's not what we're here to talk about. So if you want to go ahead and just give us whatever name you prefer to go by, and then kind of what you're here to discuss with me. Yeah,
absolutely. Basically, I have been sitting in the back seats of the peanut gallery for a long time. I feel old. I just starting to feel old. My backstory is basically went to kind of the school, was born really poor, went to the school in the hood. There was a lot of violent gangs back at my school. It was like the Hmongs versus the Blacks, basically. And still made it out alive. But I mean, I had friends. One of them got hit in the head with a lock, and that was the last time I saw him. Like, he lived, but I just can't get hit in the head with a lock like that. So it was
wait, one sec. Did you said the what versus the what?
It was at the time it was, I believe, the Hmongs versus the Blacks. There were two big gangs at the school.
Oh,
and yeah,
okay.
Yeah. It was just there was a gang problem. There was a really big one, and they did institute a like almost a comical, hardcore, almost like King of the Hill style, what am I looking for? Like police, not a policeman, but more like a military guy. And he set up cameras everywhere. He really cracked down on this stuff. He did a good job. And it definitely helped because it was rough times back then, let me tell you. But eventually I would get out of there, and I used to play a game called Magic the Gathering, and I was like my escape from all that. And what happened was that would eventually lead to basically community college. Nothing too crazy. Programming, it was pretty terrible back then. Programming in like DOS is pretty miserable. Something breaks. I remember my 3.5 floppy went bad, and I lost my work, and I was like, no,
programming in DOS?
DOS, like old DOS
Oh,
window.
I was like, wait.
We're
that
talking.
Tells you how much I know about programming.
Yeah, it's like having a stone and a chisel. You're just like, here you go, teacher, and then it rains and your stone and chisel washes away. You're like, no.
Just real quick, I want to make sure we're progressing. So are we?
Yeah.
So
well, long story short, I would graduate from that. I would start playing poker, and that got me out of being poor. Very fun. There's a whole backstory there. But eventually, I would watch a lot of YouTube because that's what you do while you're playing poker online until it got banned. Where that ended. And so now I sell stuff, which is very fun. I got pandemic too, so I'm kind of just stuck at home. But I'm okay. I'm still here. But I watched a lot of YouTube, and the problem is what I see is there is just a lot of rhetoric online that is not. People don't stop and think like, does my argument, like, does it make sense? Is this like something that could just not anyone use? You know what I mean? Like, rephrase it and just use it against me. Is it a fallacy? And I'm not even kidding. I've had conversations with people who are like, what fallacy is that? And they're like, I don't know what that word means. I'm just like, what?
Okay, but like I think that, so not everybody knows what the word fallacy means, but to be fair, I don't read theory like ever at all, and yet I consider myself not a Marxist, but like somebody who espouses certain Marxian values. So like it's not like you need intimate knowledge of all these things in order to make a good argument. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the problem is if you don't, you'll start making bad arguments, and you won't know that you're making those bad arguments because you don't have the foundation to actually understand why even that beginning sentence is flawed. Like the starting position is actually flawed. Like, I'll give you the Matt Walsh thing. We'll go straight to that. Is that when you made that argument, you're appealing to basically the fringe, because that is an extremely, extremely rare. In fact, it's so rare. When I went on the CDC, it's an asterisk.
But it still happens.
But is that the majority?
doesn't
right?
matter.
Because think about it this way: it does matter. Absolutely,
Why?
that's one of the key defining features. Because imagine, I argue, nobody should ride a plane ever. They're dangerous. Kids die in plane crashes, which is
You're
true.
right.
Planes have crashed with kids on them. Therefore, they're dangerous. And anyone who sports anyone driving, flying a plane, just wants to kill kids. They want to drive them into, the river. Godzilla's going to eat them. And why stop at moralizing there? Why not just take it all the way? They're gonna land it in a field full of puppies, and it's going to be on fire. And you're bad for even questioning this question. And that's kind of the problem.
I understand where you're going with this, but you can also make so just to. I know this falls into your argument, but you can also make the argument like, why walk outside your door every morning when there's always a risk of you dying or getting hit by a car or what have you? Why send your kids
absolutely.
to school
That's the
when there's a
mistake they're
risk
making.
of when there's a risk of a school shooting constantly looming in the background? I understand that, but
humans are very bad.
But you have to do a cost-benefit analysis as well as take risk factors into consideration. So, like, for instance, like people always bring up, oh well, you wouldn't call it. Like for the car, like cars, for instance, you brought up the airport, but most people bring up cars. And
Cars are good too.
I can address the airport argument if you'd like, but I like the car one better because anytime
Sure.
anybody brings that up, like I do think, by the way, that cars are extremely dangerous for children. I would prefer children to not be in them ever at all. And the reason, like just the sheer amount of children that die all the time in car accidents is insane. It's really bad. So like I advocate for public transportation and a revised infrastructure that doesn't circulate around cars. Do you
have all the numbers for that?
All the
Have
numbers
you, for
like
kids
how,
dying in car crash? We'd have to
do
go over
not.
those numbers, for example, for you to make that claim, because you're opening with that claim, but I don't know if you actually have
It's just
looked at
okay,
those numbers.
but here's the thing: like, I don't have to have that exact number on hand in order to make that claim. I
But
can go and look it up now if you'd like.
But that is the opposite of what you should be
But are
looking
you
at first.
But are you refuting that claim? Yes or no?
We would need to look at the numbers. And again,
no. Right now, though, are you questioning that claim that a lot of kids could die in car accidents?
people die in car accidents all the time.
Yeah.
but that
So
doesn't,
are you? My
but that
question is
doesn't
just answer
take
the
away
question real quick. Are you? Are you refuting that claim?
Well, we need to look at the numbers to see
No,
how
we
often
don't.
that actually happens.
But this is the problem. Unless there is a point to be made, like you
people
don't have
dying
to
in
refute
cars
every
doesn't.
claim.
But people dying in cars doesn't take away the right for people to drive them.
I
That's the
agree
problem.
with you.
And
but,
if we go,
go ahead.
well, no, it's like a rights thing. The problem is something bad can always happen. Even right now, abortion is legal, right? Like there's places you can get abortions in the USA.
Sure.
Does the scenario, right, where someone gets raped and has a kid, does that still happen?
Yes.
So why didn't it solve that?
Why didn't abortion solve that? Because abortion isn't made to fix rape. It's made to be a solution for people who are pregnant and don't want to be.
See, but the thing is, there's actually the arguments I see online tend to be low resolution. If we pull all the way back, it's really not. Should you? I mean, killing the baby's bad, obviously, because you're harming a human, right? That's a scientific, that's pretty much. The problem is I get into fights over that,
Okay,
the
so
science on that.
I think
wait, I want to
sometimes-
put out on the table where I stand, though. It's not really that I want to even have to pick, I'll pick a position, but it's wherever the evidence leads. It's that, do humans deserve rights to human life? Period. Should that we have that protected? As all of us, not a particular class of people, not sometimes, not when whoever is in power, who has more power, decides that it should be this way. Should humans have that protected, period? That's really what it comes down to.
I think a lot of times
when you do that, by the way, you are going to land up with some people getting fucked. I mean, that's just unfortunate. But the problem is you can't really remove that. It's a cursed problem, which comes from game design. Is you can have your Smash Brothers, but as soon as one player is better than the others and it's multiplayer, they're going to gang up on that guy, and it's going to ruin his day, no matter how good he is. It's just a cursed problem that you can't really solve. And I understand people empathizing with that bad scenario. I get it. I don't want that to happen either. I don't support that at all. But should humans have their right to life protected from basically the greater forces that could easily weaponize that? And when you do that, when you allow people to take your rights away like that, you open Pandora's box. The second you leave that box open, there's going to be some psychopaths that want to go straight up the top of the power chain or flip whatever hierarchy around with them on top of it. They're going to try to take advantage of it.
I'm a little lost. Which rights? The right to life? Are you
the right? Yeah, the right
to the right to the life of the fetus.
Well, the 14th Amendment, basically, your right to life, liberty, and happiness, and all that stuff. Your right to not just randomly be killed.
Okay, but you're making that argument for the fetus, yes?
Yeah, because scientifically, now let's say science came out and we're in the Matrix. That's not even a real fetus. You could totally use that to defeat that. If somehow we could find out we're in the Matrix and not even a real person. You know what I mean? Like it would would change. But that's not the case.
You're getting into like okay. You're getting into some really weird arguments. But I guess like okay. So in these arguments, what often ends up getting misconstrued is we say the word human to mean both a biological human and also a person with rights. And these are two distinct concepts. So to say that something is biologically, genetically, or what have you, human, that's a scientific concept. You know, we can measure that. We can look at genetics. We can look at does this person have
isn't a person a human though?
Well, not really. You can, you know, let's put it this way. Let's say that.
Yeah. What is a person that's not a human?
For instance, we'd have to argue within fiction, but there was a point in time in history where there were two different sentient species that were both intelligent. There was the Homo sapiens and the Neanderthals. They were separate species. So if, for instance, let's say that the Neanderthals were to have evolved alongside humans and we just couldn't interbreed, but we would both be intelligent, and we would all be people. We just wouldn't all be biologically human. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah, I guess I'd have to look into Neanderthals
or like an alien, or like Star Wars.
Know that
right?
much
Like there are a
about
bunch
the
of
Neanderthals.
aliens, and there are a bunch of aliens in Star Wars. You know, just to be even more simple about it, you know, like they're not all humans. In fact, I don't think any of them are technically, but they are all people. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the difference.
Well, this isn't Star Wars, but I understand
No.
what you're saying. It's just I would stand by that humans probably need their right to life protected, and that is gonna unfortunately have some unfortunate consequences.
Well,
but the real
what do
thing
you
is that
consider-
question is still an appeal to morality, and it is still a appeal. It's a cherry picked appeal to morality. So asking the question in that way is in itself inherently fallacious.
But that
because there's
happens. So we have to weigh that.
but
Okay.
that-
So every single time that you make a policy decision like that, you have to weigh the two different outcomes of instilling the policy or not instilling the policy. And the way that I've weighed it out is, on the one hand, we have if you allow abortions to proceed, what you're losing is, in your mind at least, the right to life of the fetus.
Statistically.
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
believe that fetuses have the right to exist attached to somebody who no longer wants it there. So,
So,
you know,
so
I just
not
don't take
human rights
that.
to life.
No, see, I don't have the right to attach my body to somebody's uterus and then.
But
feed
this
off
is
of
where we
them.
get into the
So
responsibility.
you're actually giving more rights to a fetus than you're giving to me.
We're hand waving away the responsibility. If a drunk driver gets in a car, right, and he drives around and he's drunk, we pull him over and we arrest him if we find him drunk, even though he didn't kill anybody, because he put other people's lives at risk by making the decision to get into the car.
Well, you had a reasonable cause to pull him over. He's being dangerous. Yes, you're right.
Well, some of them are harder to detect than others, but yeah, you'll generally notice a drunk driver. But the fact that he got in the car and made that decision is why we arrest him, because he has to take responsibility for taking that action. When you reproduce with someone else,
well, I want to stop you because
you've made an action that comes with consequences,
But the
and
primary,
that just gets hand waved
But the
away.
primary reason we pull over and arrest drunk drivers isn't to punish them; it's to keep people safe.
And to punish
we
them,
do.
absolutely.
No, we do.
Don't drive
punish them.
drunk.
Well, no, we want to discourage the behavior, but and that's secondary. I'm not arguing that we don't punish them, but the primary purpose of stopping them, the most important thing, is to keep them safe. And so,
Well, to keep everyone else
if I
safe
had a
from
choice,
them.
so if I had a choice between, let's say that I'm sorry, I'm getting off into a tangent here.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
ADHD, but let's say that I had a choice between, okay, we can let that drunk driver continue home. You know, as we can let them drive right now for as long as they want, but then after they're done, we're going to punish them. Or we can stop them right now, say, you know, we're going to bring you home and then not punish you, right? I would take the second option, because that's the one that's going to maximize safety. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, but the reason we arrest him in the first place is because he made a decision that has consequences. Once you make that decision, once you get in the car drunk and you drive, you're going to face the consequences when you get caught. That's the problem is once people reproduce, right, and they don't think about it, there's consequences that come with that,
okay,
and they
but,
just
but
hand
we were,
wave the
but we
responsibility
were also talking
away.
about somebody getting raped. So that where's the
But that is
responsibility
again
there?
a peel to the fringes.
But
It's
it
still a
happens.
cherry-picked
But it
appeal.
still happens. So you need.
But then
to,
I can just argue with planes. I could just make the same argument. You can apply that
You're
argument
right.
to
So
literally
we have
everything
so
that
let's
exists.
okay. So then let's talk about planes. So let's weigh that out. Okay, we have. You know, I don't know how many plane deaths occur. Every time it does, it's in
They're
the
actually
news.
very rare.
But they are very rare. You're right. So let's talk about planes for a second. So the trade-off is we have, accidents, right? Every single technological innovation comes with its share of new and unforeseen accidents, deaths, injuries that occur. So
Yeah, and when a plane crashes, everyone's done. There's no surviving that usually.
So the risk of that happening is, pretty low, all things considered. I would say for cars, it's much higher, and that's why I want to, restructure. And even planes to some extent, I don't want planes to be in use as often, because guess what happens? Guess which mode of transportation has the least amount of injury? Trains. At least I think. I haven't looked into it, but I'm fairly sure it's trains.
Actually, I have a link to trains because I had a family member who drove trains. They're rare, yeah, but they do happen, and you'd be surprised. They're pretty brutal because what people don't realize, because she told me about, like, I can't tell you how many stories. She's like, yeah, this person just stood in front of the train and the Swiss cheese. I was like, please don't describe that to me. That's horrible. It was like, but
Jeez.
but she saw stuff like that all the time.
But
when the train crashes,
so it's like
actually, she's part of the reason why they honk the train now, because she got that passed so that people could hear, because a lot of people were getting hit by them by not hearing them. So when you hear a train honk in an intersection or somewhere, that's why. As interesting as that is. Yeah, it's interesting, right? I didn't realize that until she told me. I was like, that's great. And she's like, yeah, it stopped a lot of people from getting smacked in the train. Because you could just be looking the wrong way. There's YouTube videos like that. Dude turns around, remember the train's right behind him, goes, room.
Okay,
and
so,
if that bumps you, it'll shatter you. So when the train crashes, it'll shatter you in the train. And people don't realize, like, how brutal that is, because there's not a lot of seatbelts in some of those trains. People are often walking, you know what I mean?
I would have to look into it more, but from what I've seen and from what I've heard, trains tend to be the safest option, and so that would be the one that I want the most.
It's hard to crash a train, yeah.
Now, you also have to consider, like, what's the purpose, like, is it worth... It's a very difficult question, is it worth trading lives for better transportation? Like, how many lives is better transportation worth? But at the end of the day, people died on horses, too. People die walking down the street too. So
do you see what's happening though? Is you could apply this to literally anything and justify
I understand that,
taking
but
away.
But you're still weighing these things out. So like let's take abortion.
Which I agree with. You should weigh them out.
Right. So
yes.
when you weigh these things out, when I weigh out the positives and negatives of abortion in my head, I simply do not see nearly as many negatives to abortion as I see positives. Rape is just the easiest thing to jump to. It's not that you're wrong. Well, it happens the most rarely.
It's the easiest to moralistically challenge people on, because it's easy to paint them as a demon to be slayed rather than to make a good argument, and that's very unfortunate.
Okay, so there was
because that's what I was talking about. I was talking about all the bread tube and trust me, both sides do it, but that's generally where those start, and they want it to appear that you're bad. That's just why you are bad. You're bad if you don't agree with what I fallacy picked out of the thin air.
But I have reasons. But I have reasoning.
No, I understand you do. I'm not targeting you. I'm not targeting you at all. None of this is against you personally. It's just I'm talking about the YouTube is one person sees that, and then another person repeats it, and then another person shares it on their YouTube channel. Like Tipster shared your whole thing, and then I didn't see a single person mention any critical thinking there. It was just two people talking past each other. Matt Walsh saying one thing, you saying another. Both sides thought they won. I mean, you can just go on YouTube right now, and everyone who's a fan of Matt Walsh is like, "Oh, we got him, folks!" And everyone who looks up you is, "We got him, folks."
Well, I've seen overwhelmingly, and there are people who disagree that I came out looking good. For instance, Hunter Avalone said that I didn't do a good job, but I think that those people are.
But Hunter Avalone is already part of that group that would agree with that. That's the problem.
Wait, that would agree with what?
With that position.
With Matt Walsh's position?
No, your position.
Oh, with my position. No, he said I did do a good job. He said
okay. So I got that backwards then.
Yeah, no, it's fine. And it's fine. He can have his opinion, but I do disagree with him because I think he's hyper-fixating on the specifics of, like, the intricacies of the argument. When my only goal in going there, it was kind of to make Matt Walsh look bad. Because I think that the things that he's doing are bad, and I want his audience to see that. And a lot of them did. Like it or not, forcing a 13-year-old through a pregnancy is not a popular position to hold.
But that's the thing is people aren't supporting that. That is a bad thing that no one supports.
No. There are plenty of people who support if a 13-year-old gets pregnant. It may be misunderstood. If a 13-year-old gets pregnant, afterwards they support the 13-year-old carrying the pregnancy to term, and I disagree with that fundamentally.
I don't think they actually support that though.
Yes, they do. No, you have to. When you are presented with a pregnant 13-year-old, You have to make a decision. Do you want this 13-year-old to carry that pregnancy to term, or do you not? And I say no.
But should you violate everyone's right to human life to get that?
I'm not violating everyone's human right. I'm violating the fetus's right to stay attached to the womb of a 13-year-old.
But the actual numbers are like less than like literally a handful.
But it still happens.
Cases.
So you need to reckon with that.
But then you can just take that argument and apply it to everything again because it's fallacious from the beginning.
Okay, well then go ahead. Take that argument and apply it to something else, and I will take responsibility for it.
The planes. We go right back to the plane. You could restrict planes. You could restrict bikes.
Yes, and that is a risk. And that is...
You could restrict houses.
You're right.
You could restrict speaking. You could restrict breathing.
Okay, but with planes, that is a risk I'm willing to take. People dying. Okay, because planes are a very important innovation that lets us get all over the world, and it excels human progress. Okay, so yes, people are going to die on planes, but people die in all kinds of transportation as well. You know, people die every day from all kinds of things. So there are risks that we need to take sometimes. I'm not taking the risk of a 13-year-old carrying a pregnancy for 9 months, having a chance of dying, being permanently injured, and like it's just not worth it. That's not a worthwhile risk to take.
But that is still
because what's the outcome? Because what's the outcome? The outcome of that risk that you're taking is a baby. Hold on.
Then how
the outcome? Well, let me explain. The outcome of the risk that you're taking is a baby that she cannot take care of, and that likely won't have like a very good childhood just because of circumstances. So I just don't understand why.
We're getting into the second stuff. I'm going to get into stuff. I'm going to get into some things here because I've already heard all these arguments before. I'm going to get into stuff here you haven't heard of. And I'm, again, never attacking you. I understand. A million people have said this to me. And you'd have to talk to the survivors of abortion and the children of rape. They are two groups.
When you say survivor of abortion, what do you mean? Because I don't... See, I didn't know any of this until I looked into it. Right, this is all during when I had my poker journey, and I realized when I played poker, dude. What kind of websites were you looking at?
I have to give you a little side here. When I played poker, I was like, I am playing against fully grown adults. This guy was a military expert. This other guy I played against is like a professional businessman. These people don't know math. They are just lighting their money on fire. They come in here and they just light it on fire, and they just give me their money because I play cards. I was like, because I played Magic the Gathering before, and that's when I realized I was like, is everyone not know what's going on here? Like, I'm not saying everyone's stupid, but I was like, people don't realize certain aspects of some things that they do, and I do it all the time. Sure, I went out and worked on a deck the other day. I don't know how to build a deck. I did. The guy was constantly telling me, don't do that. Don't leave those there. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm sorry. There's probably a lot more that goes into this that I have no idea. I've just never built a deck before. Okay. But that's kind of what I realized, and that's how I started getting deeper into basically critical thinking, rationalism and stuff like that. And I realized, and then YouTube, which wasn't like this before, started spiraling out of control, where basically two forces were just trying to paint the other one as bad, evil, whatever, to be defeated for clicks and views. And there's three types of people who run that content. There's the bad actors, right? The ones that just couldn't care less about truth, don't care, as long as they can rally their base and get some clicks and content. It doesn't matter how bad. You could literally post a picture of them literally lighting a pack of zebras on fire, right, in a sanctuary, and that would just help them somehow. We've all seen those guys on YouTube, every one of us, both sides. And so then there's the people in the middle that kind of are like trying to make good content, but they just lack that critical thinking, and they don't realize the fallacy arguments that they're making, that they're basing a lot of this off of. And that's why you get a lot of the circular argumentation, and they're not thinking about the bigger picture of like what is best for the humans as a whole. All the humans, not a particular group of humans anywhere. You have to include everybody, and it has to be better for everybody overall. And bad stuff will still happen. That's very unfortunate, but we want that bad stuff to be as small and as minuscule as possible until, honestly, with the rise of technology, a lot of stuff will be solved. Like ectopic pregnancies get mentioned a lot. That will be solved by medical intervention at some point.
That's great. So that's but that's okay. So one thing that science will not solve, at least not in any time in the near future, is rapists. So like it's an unsolvable problem for a long time, right?
The penalty for that could literally be, we will blow your city up, and they'd still do it because they just don't care. Like you're never gonna stop somebody who's doing some evil like that, has some mental disorder, or is crazy from doing that.
Well, you can mitigate the behavior, you can reduce it, but at the end of the day, you are always going to have people who do horrible things like that. So
yeah, but that's not enough reason to take away everyone's rights.
Okay, you're right. You're correct, and that's why I don't like the whatever it's called at the airport. I always forget the acronym. The DSA, is that what it is?
Which one?
DSA, I forget. It's like whatever security agency they have there after 9/11. It sucks. So I agree that there are extremes that you can go to. So like, you know, like, okay, let's say that, okay, we want to stop rapists. Well, the easiest way to do that is just to castrate everybody, and then nobody can rape anybody, right?
See how that?
Which
that's
oversimplifying what rape is. But
that argument has a name. That argument is a road to hell argument, where the road sounds good, but then at the end you get everyone castrated, which is bad.
That's okay. So, but my point is, like that, like I understand that there are extremes you can go to. I don't think abortion is one of those extremes. I simply don't.
Well, I'm gonna mention them. So you have to talk to the children of rape and the survivors of abortion. They're all pro-life. They're all.
I don't
because
care if
they're the people you're killing. You're
no, I'm not killing them. I'm not. They're not.
You're legalizing their death.
So if they had no, I'm not. If they had listen, there are people in my ball sack right now, half people who could be connected to people in my fiance's uterus. Okay, half people in there, and one half of so my sperm makes up one half, and her eggs make up another, and so like. Every single individual sperm in my balls right now could be a potential human if it connects to an egg. So like I don't buy that, because if that's the case, then every time I jerk off, I'm killing millions.
Yeah, but that's
badass.
Why they need,
but I digress.
Yeah, that is badass. But again, it's the drunk driver thing. He has to get into the car for us to arrest him. If he's drunk and he's standing near the car, he hasn't committed any kind of crime. That's basically what's going on.
I don't think I'm following you.
So if a drunk driver stands next to a car, should we arrest him for being drunk? No, right? He has to get into the car and drive it. Once you've made that decision, you accept the responsibility of the consequences. Once you've mated with somebody and you've conceived that child, you bear the consequences of that action. And that's what gets hand-waved every time.
Then why do we treat STDs?
The abortion is a way to get around the responsibility.
Then why treat STDs? Isn't that also part of the responsibility?
What STDs? I mean, those are just that. I don't think that has anything to do with this. We should cure those.
Wait. There's always a risk of getting STDs. So why would we waste let's say that we had like a taxpayer healthcare funded system.
Well, this is just a separate argument.
Well, no, it's not. It's very related. So why should our medical industry be tasked with treating STDs when that just takes up time and money and resources for something that is avoidable?
Yeah, but people could just lie about their STD. Like that happens all the time, unfortunately. Like I totally don't have herpes, man, and then you mate with someone and give them herpes.
Well, that was a risk that you took. You slept with somebody that you took. You made the mistake of trusting them, and now you have herpes. So congratulations. We're not treating.
Yeah, there's consequences.
That's your fault
for not getting tested.
So then why treat it?
Because it's treatable. That's a solvable problem. It's not a cursed problem.
So is pregnancy.
These are two separate issues, and we're
trying to conflate them.
So
is pregnancy. Both of those are consequences of having sex.
Yes, correct. But one of them is a trust issue that the other person lied to you, or you didn't get tested. I have gotten tested before because there was a chick I was with. I was like, I don't know. I feel bad. I feel bad asking.
If I choose to have sex with somebody and not wear a condom, I can get them pregnant. Like if I lie to them and say I'm wearing a condom.
There is risk whenever you do that. There is inherent risk.
Yes. So or the condom can break. But since you're saying it's a trust issue, what if I lie, which I would never do, but what if I did? What if I lied and said I'm wearing a condom and I wasn't, and then I got her pregnant? Like, that's not on her.
You would think she would have eyes, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay, but that's
I understand. Like, let's say you snuck it off. Yeah, you were a ninja. Yeah, exactly. You're the condom ninja, and it's
called no. This is a real thing that happens. It's called stealthing. You just slip it off real quick while she's like, enjoying the moment. Like, it's not that difficult. Not that I've ever done it, but it's not that difficult.
I understand. There's people who do bad stuff. I get it. The thing here is once you engage in that, you still have to accept the consequences. Like even if you were drunk,
like an STD, right?
And you fell into the car.
An STD.
And you started driving.
So wait. So let's say I give somebody an STD after stealthing them. Do they have to accept the consequences of that?
Well, it's a crime.
I know that,
go to jail.
But they took the risk of trusting me. So do they have to accept the consequences of the STD?
If you trusting people comes with risk.
Yes,
that's
you're
just
right.
How it is.
So now they have an STD, so we shouldn't treat it because they should have known better.
But why are we coming to the conclusion that we shouldn't treat it when it's
because
treatable?
You're saying because that's a waste of time and money and resources. Why would we treat that?
No, it's not. That's a totally altruistic good thing to do.
Why? It was her fault for trusting me. Why would we waste time, money, and resources?
Well, the problem, the reason these are two separate arguments is getting an STD doesn't create another human. It doesn't violate the human life element of the whole thing. The rights. There's no rights being violated here.
Someone's just being What about
Someone's
the
just
rights
being an
of
asshole.
what about the rights of the organisms involved in the STD? What about
They're-
their lives?
We're arguing for STD rights here.
Yeah.
Do we really want to try to
You might
stand
as
on
well
that
be,
hill?
because that's every time that I hear about fetus rights, that's what I hear is
But
basically
the
just STD rights.
science of that is that once those meet and that new cell is generated, that is indeed a human life, and the problem is
Why?
when
Okay,
people try
it's a potential human life still, because
we're
it
getting
still
into like
has,
flat
what
Earth
does it
level
have?
science denial.
What does it have that constitutes it being a human? Tell me.
Literally, that's that. Have you read the science behind it at all?
A
Have
person.
you looked into
Sorry,
that at
a
all?
person. I do this.
Yeah,
a
but I'm
lot.
just asking you. Have you looked into the science of why that even happens?
This
and how
is
it
going
works?
back to what I said at the beginning, right? I already said this. We're conflating what constitutes a human biologically, and what constitutes a person, and who deserves.
Well, no,
rights.
it's
They're separate concepts.
The big question is should people have the rights to human life? 14th Amendment, should that be protected from someone
Should
just
a
coming in there and
person
killing you?
have the right to life? Yes. Do I consider a fetus a person? No.
So the second part is the science denial then, and that's why you're
But
coming
let's
to
say,
that
but even
conclusion.
if I did, by the way, even if I did consider the fetus a person, which I don't, but let's say that I did.
But my
Okay,
question
that
is, why
wait,
don't
but-
you?
but-
You can just look up the science right now. We could just easily look it
because
up.
person and human are different, and person is not scientific concept.
Well, I refer to
But
people as human. I don't like
that's
the
fine.
word people
But
because it's
listen,
it is very easy
But let's
to
say
just
that I
shift
did
it around on
consider
the
it a
board.
person. Let's just see that argument to you and say that it is a person, right? Just for a second.
Sure,
Okay,
sure.
that person still does not have the right to attach themselves to somebody's uterus and feed off of them for 9 months. Okay, they don't.
Okay,
have
so
the right.
this is
and if
this is
somebody
the-
did that to me, by the way, if they hooked themselves up to, like, let's say my colon and
So
started
this is
feeding off of
yeah,
it,
but this
I'd
is
kill them
already fallacious.
if that were the
because
way to
this
get
is-
them off.
This is the parasite argument, and it's not a parasite. It's mutualism, and there's
It's
parasitism.
not mutualism. It's literally
and commensalism.
parasitism.
It is.
I know what
no,
these are. I
that
studied
is-
biology. Okay.
No, you
It is
you
literally
failed then,
parasitism.
because no, parasitism can't
I
be the same
graduated,
race.
dude.
They can't be the same race. A parasite cannot be the same
But,
race as the
okay,
thing it's in.
so here's-
that
okay,
is the
so-
first part of being a parasite. You
Just
just
stop
can't
for
be
1
the
second.
same thing.
Just stop for 1 second. So here's the distinction that you are making between a fetus and a parasite. The only tangible distinction that you have made here is that the fetus has human DNA, which means that the behavior of the fetus is still that of a parasite. So
That is
in
incorrect.
this instance,
That is scientifically inaccurate.
okay. Well, then what is the behavior? Explain it.
It's mutualism. It's
How?
not actually. It's not because that is. You just want me to Google it? Like the
Do you know what a
the
mutualism?
baby and the mother.
Okay, mutualism.
Neither loses nor benefits greatly. There's no.
I
It's like
promise
those fish.
you, I have seen pregnant women and they're losing greatly.
This is okay. Well, I've seen them and they were doing great. They loved it. Like
They
it's
loved
just-
it.
it's
They
just
loved
anecdotal
pregnancy.
already.
I've never heard of this. I mean, I understand
problem
if you are
is
if you
we're
want
getting-
to be a mom, then that's
the-
exciting. But you're still like destroying your body for pregnancy.
That is
Like
just-
you're literally
that-
stretching
that-
your body out.
Yeah,
You-
I
that-
know.
like the
I
human-
under-
the
correct,
hu-
yes.
Like
That's
humans are
requirement for
barely.
pregnancy.
I hope you understand that humans are barely built for pregnancy. Like we are really not built to
I would
reproduce.
I would not agree with that. Millions and millions of years of evolution
But
made
do you? But think about
being
this.
born. Wait, no,
Are-
think about it. We're gonna get. We get a little deeper here. Think about it.
Hold on. No, let me say something real quick.
go
Think
ahead.
about the fact that pregnancy and birth for humans specifically is a hugely medical process. With other animals, it's not that way. And do you know why that is? It's because of our. It's several things, but the biggest factor is our massive craniums, our head sizes. We just have heads that are so much bigger than other animals, and vaginas that frankly are not. And vaginal canals. So like it's dangerous. Women die all the time giving birth, way more than other animals.
that is
because
not
our heads are
statistically
just wait. Well, no, women do.
I
die
looked
all
all
the
this
time.
up beforehand, man. I'm sorry.
Okay,
we could look it up
they
together.
die often enough. I'd say. I mean, in
It's
the
a
United
pure-
States,
it's the
especially.
same appeal to the fringes.
That's
it-
okay, but you're missing the point of my argument, though, man. Stop with all these like appeal to the fringe. I don't care what these things are labeled. Okay, I know you sound smart and all that, but like.
But that's like
the
if a flat earther
concept-
said, "Stop saying it's circular." Like,
No,
what am I
it's-
supposed to do? I
It's
can't.
not
Like,
the
what am I
same.
gonna do at that point?
That's not the no, but.
The same with the antinatalism people. If you know them, they'll just be like, "Everyone's unhappy." I project onto them the
Okay,
unhappiness.
but my point is, like, pregnancy is dangerous. There's no getting around
yeah,
it.
there is
so-
some inherent risk. Correct.
And fetuses get all the benefits of growth and development, while women reap the consequences. That is parasitism.
no, that
Yes.
is absolutely not true.
Yes, it is.
That is scientifically inaccurate. Parasitism cannot be not only the same thing,
If
but there
somebody's
has to
living
be
with me, if somebody's living
somebody
in my apartment, and I'm paying all the rent, and they're leaving messes everywhere and never cleaning up after themselves, I'm going to call that person a parasite. Scientifically, obviously, that would be a little bit weird, but
no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
I
would actually agree with the person, because I've been in that scenario, man. I had some guy who just refused to just pick up his clothes, like the whole thing. Yeah, those people, you could easily call them a parasite because they're detrimenting you to living there, and you're paying money to be there.
Exactly.
But when you make a decision to reproduce, you must reap those consequences. The consequences are unavoidable.
But the decision wasn't to reproduce.
You made a decision.
But the decision
once you get in that car,
it was to have sex. It was just to have sex.
And there is inherent risks there.
You're right. There are. So if you need to mitigate those. Nobody wants an abortion, dude.
Of course not. No. I understand that.
Right. So if you tell somebody, listen, if you don't use protection, you are liable to get pregnant, and then they proceed to have unprotected sex and then get pregnant, that in itself is a huge problem that they have to deal with, even when abortion is legal, because abortion sucks. Okay, like it really does.
No, I totally understand that. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, it's a bad thing.
Right. So, well, no, the abortion procedure sucks to go through. It is a not all abortions.
I can only imagine. Yeah, that's got to be terrible.
Well, my ex went through one, and when you add to that, like all of the guilt tripping that they do, they force you to go to these fucking therapy procedures or pseudo therapy or whatever to like look at ultrasonic images of your fucking crotch goblin inside of you. Like it's just gross. It's already hard enough on them. Why are you making it harder?
No, it's bad. I'm sorry that happened, by the way. I mean, that must have sucked.
Well, it did, and I learned a lot, but I'm not trying to self-pity here. All I'm trying to say is,
a parasitic
mistakes
humor?
happen, and if somebody wants a thing that is acting as a parasite removed from their body, I just don't see the problem.
But it's not a parasite.
But it's acting like one, yes?
No, not at all. You made a decision to put it there. You're the one who put it there, right? By taking the risk.
If I choose to put a leech on my body, it's still acting like a parasite.
You put the leech there.
But it's still acting like a parasite. And if I want to remove it...
There's nothing it does that's parasitic.
So wait, if I put a leech
there is no detriment to your body. Millions of years of evolution have ensured that.
If I put a leech on my body on purpose, do I have the right to remove it?
The problem is that is another false... That is an inaccurate comparison, though, because a leech is inherently a parasitic organism.
But I put it there.
But the fetus isn't a leech.
But I put it there. But it doesn't. But this is your logic.
If you put a bomb, if you put a bomb on your back and it explodes, yeah, it's gonna hurt you.
So I can commit animal abuse by killing this leech after I put it on me. You're saying that's okay?
I don't think a leech qualifies as an animal. Isn't it like an organism, like a fish or something? It's like some kind of
fish are also animals, my friend. Fish are animals.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a fish here. Look at me. No. The thing is with the leech is already a parasitic creature. That's the whole point of the leach.
That's the whole point of a fetus too. Do you know what an umbilical cord does?
That is just sleight of hand to call the fetus a leech.
No, it's not. It's literally
like
the same concept, man.
It's in your pocket, man.
But it's the same. Break down the difference.
I can easily compare the fetus to something that is bad. It's
you would be correct in doing so because it's doing the same thing.
The problem is there's a personal bias, and we have to constantly engage in science denial to get to the conclusion that the fetus is bad. That's the problem.
No, I can prove that the fetus is bad. It feeds off of the mother. It expands her uterus.
But the science completely disagrees with all that. But we just throw the science.
Wait, hold on. The science disagrees with what?
That it is a parasite.
How? Explain how.
Because millions of years of evolution, right? Can we get? I'm hoping we get that far. That happened, right?
Yes.
Okay, humans evolved, right? Which is why. Do you remember being born? Was it painful?
I don't know.
Exactly. We evolved to not remember that. Oh, you had. I hope you were there. I think I was there, right?
I was.
You're
there
like I saw Agent K, just like Men in Black. He phasered me.
As I am now, I was not there to witness it, so
Yeah. No. That's why you don't remember that. It's evolution has ensured that there will be more humans, and that's why every next generation is either taller. I mean, a good example is the lady with the trains, right? I went on her old train museum tour. Dude, we used to be. If you go on that train thing, it'll trip you out. We used to be so small. I can't fit into the seats. She couldn't fit in the seats, and she's like, 3/4 my size. And I'm not that tall. So I was like, dude, the kitchen was wild. It's like a kitchen for like some cartoon with dwarves or something. You'd see like they're having a good time during Christmas baking. And that's because we used to be smaller. And in the last 100, 200 years, we've gotten way taller, way bigger. And it's through those iterations that have made the humans smarter, taller, etc. Why we're on top of the food chain, right?
Where are we going with this?
The birthing is not super gonna destroy. We were built for that. Now, it will
No,
obviously
we're not
make you
built
look
for
worse.
Birth
We are
came
100% built
before.
for it.
I hope you understand the process of sexual reproduction came far before humans came into existence. So like that process is so all of evolution. Is
I would agree with that. Yes,
it's a very clunky, thrown together with duct tape and paper clips kind of process. Okay, and we can see this all the time. I mean, look at birth defects just as an example. You know, like evolution and genetics.
There's the fringe argument again. Go ahead.
Okay, my point is that evolution is a very sloppy process. And so that sloppiness, and by the way, another example of that is our backs. Do you know how bad human back
one of my friends had kyphosis. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yes, exactly. So why would evolution give us that? You know,
there's actually a reason. Do you know why that happens?
Why?
Because there are mutations that are natural in everyone. It just happens.
Well, I know that, but to that point. Mutations
but the goal
are the
here
reason.
is
Wait. Do you understand that mutations are the reason humans exist, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's why everything. All life
exactly.
exists.
So it was an accident. Yes.
No, it was intentional action.
How?
And I'm not and I'm not religious. No gods. No sky daddies.
Okay, I thought that's what you meant. But now you don't
understand that. You think
I'm
you think
even more interested now. How is it intentional?
Some of the craziest arguments I've ever gotten into have been with religious people.
Yeah, but
actually, that's not true. There were some flat Earth people
that
got really wild.
That would make more sense to me if you were religious after saying that. How is it intentional at all?
Well, look, we're getting astronomy. So I have a background in astronomy, and the problem is it's like almost outside the sky. I would have to give you so much information. But that's what I wanted to do actually, was to get into that, but it didn't pay shit. Even it's weird, dude. The guy who taught me didn't look like Gordon Freeman. He was Gordon Freeman from Half-Life. If he wasn't such an angry hard ass, I was gonna bring my copy of Half-Life, and everyone in the classroom was like, "You got to get him to." Okay. I almost did it. But basically, how it works, and I'm gonna get into. How do I summarize this? I'm gonna summarize this as much as I can. Okay. Is that incentive? Okay, so time is infinite. As you need. Yeah. No, I'm gonna make this like so everyone can understand. I want to get into like quarks and shit. That stuff's boring. I don't want to sit here like Ben Stein, and red eyes. But basically, how it works is time is infinite, right? And Stephen Hawking tried to prove that matter was disappearing. And he actually had sound math behind that. But I actually think there was a secondary reason, and after studying all that stuff, because he was disproved later, matter is not disappearing. And if it was, you would get a paradoxical domino effect. Basically meaning once you create one paradox, you actually, by having that occur, you get an infinite amount of other paradoxes because the logic no longer connects. Like a puzzle you're putting together and the pieces don't fit. Suddenly, once one piece doesn't fit, all the others aren't going to fit. And so what ends up happening is matter cannot disappear. You can smash it, you can blow it up, you can turn it into really small stuff, but it's still there.
I understand.
When we die, when we die, we're dead. We see us as dead, but that's the optics of what we can see. We really don't know what happens after that point, other than I can tell you the matter will eventually be reabsorbed or moved somewhere else or whatever. I don't know. A chicken could eat your corpse. Who knows? And then that matter has to go somewhere. Right? Okay. So if you go all the way back, and this is where I get into like the religious people, they always try to fucking put the Big Bang as like the beginning of everything, even though that's not. That is, when you listen to any PragerU stuff, the first thing they're going to do when they talk about the Big Bang is they're going to be like, it couldn't have all began with an explosion, and that isn't even what it posits. It's just a complete straw man. And that is just the furthest point we can measure. It's called a means of measurement fallacy when people say that something couldn't have happened beyond a certain point. Just because we don't have the tools to measure it today doesn't mean that we won't be able to measure it tomorrow, especially when technology has gotten like ridiculous. If you told me there were going to be smartphones in my life, I'd be like, what? What the hell is like your phone? Oh, so you can do anything with it? And so that is generally, it's the same fallacy though that gets made with, again, the fetus, because at some point we will be able to measure literally up to the point of conception information about that. And take the pandemic as an example.
So wait, are you saying that we can like mathematically calculate everything that has happened or is going to happen? Is that your argument? No. I'm just saying we will be able to have better measurement tools that will essentially, it's like the God of the gaps, right? Every time we discover something more about science, what happens? God has to move because now we know more about it. And he's going to hide behind the next alley, right? That's always what they all do, right? And so, but by the way, the previous point I just want to point out was incentives. Incentives exist
Therefore, everything. If let's say there's nothing. There's just nothing except a table and a ball. And there's a little tiny slant on the table. The table's just slanted slightly, and there's infinite time. That ball will fall off the table, no matter how long it takes. And then that ball will hit something, and then something else will happen.
But there's no reason to assume that.
That is how reality works.
But
That's just not. That's not. We're not assuming anything.
If no forces act on the ball, it will not move.
Well, that's the thing is those
That
forces.
we know of.
Well, again, that's a means of measurement. That's what I'm talking about. Is we can only measure so much. So we can only know so much as our tools can measure, right? And not everything that can be measured we'll be able to even measure, because when you get into quarks, they move when you measure and blah blah blah. So yeah, that's a good. But are you saying that's a good tricky thing for the universe to do? Well, no, I'm just saying.
I'm trying to put. So I'm trying in my head to circle this back around to evolution.
Yeah, that's why I was afraid. It gets a little complicated when I get into that. But basically, incentives are why humans got better. Incentives are why life is here. Because there was an incentive and infinite time, eventually it's just going to happen. It's like a slot machine. You pull infinite time, you're going to win.
Okay, but you understand that like evolution works forward and backward, right? Like it's not a trajectory.
But that's where survival of the fittest comes in.
It could technically be too energy intensive to maintain our current brains. Like that could happen eventually.
We would evolve,
and we would evolve
to correct that,
to be dumber. You know,
no, we would evolve to correct that. No, the dumber people will die.
Not necessarily dumber, but we would evolve to have smaller brains. I'm not saying it's not true that the dumber people would die. Think about it. Like if you have a really dumb guy with a gun, and you have Albert Einstein, who wins that fight? Okay, like evolution is weird.
That's a very specifically cherry-picked argument. I'm not gonna.
Wait. No, evolution is all about survival of the fittest. Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
no, that's what I'm agreeing, and that's why the dumb people would die off. The smarter you are, the longer you live.
That's not true.
No, that is a stat. That is literally IQ is related
how smart
to
do you
lifetime.
think? How smart do you think cats are?
I don't know. They're cats.
Yeah,
but
they're not as smart as us, though, right? They're not as smart.
Nowhere even close. Yeah.
They're really stupid, but like they're really good.
But they're adorable.
Yes, but they're really good at screwing and protecting and getting food and protecting themselves. They're very good at those three things. Very good.
The thing that they're best at?
I would even argue they're probably at this point in time. I'm sure there's other examples, but I think that they're the apex of evolution. Cats, because they're just so flexible and immune to damage. They're insane. But the reason I'm bringing this up though, is to explain that being smart is not always the most evolutionarily advantageous. So like evolution to circle back around finally to the
cat's number one thing is the pheromones that they let off that make things more docile around them.
Right. But we're getting into the weeds. So we're getting into the weeds.
But the cats are around because we treat them as pets. If the cats were not good pets, they wouldn't be doing so good.
Okay, sure.
Same thing for dogs. Dogs evolved to be friendly to humans.
It doesn't matter how they came about.
The option of coexisting with the number one on that food poll. The reason the dogs evolved to benefit us is because there was an incentive to do so, and with infinite time, it was done.
But you're saying that there's some kind of ethereal incentive to.
Well, incentives exist no matter if you like them or not. They're just always there.
Wait. Incentives don't exist without life. Like, there's no incentive to do
incentives
anything.
Could actually exist without life. It's just the incentive for a ball to roll off and tail will require force.
Well, see, that's a weird word to use though, because that would just be like a natural.
It's hard to imagine because it's hard to not imagine there being life.
But an incentive implies purpose, and there's simply
no purpose attached. The incentive could be purposeless.
No, but that doesn't track though, because like what you're trying. Okay, so. To back up.
Well, I mean, people do stuff all the time where there's
no incentive, but like
purposeless. People do stuff for no reason all the time. That's just welcome to YouTube.
But if there's an incentive, there's a purpose. They're always that. I mean, that
sometimes there's
a purpose.
Really think of
it
depends. Well, no, that's okay. You don't have to. But incentives can and cannot have a purpose.
Okay, but the point is,
depends on the context.
I still don't see how this makes evolution not an accident. Like it was like. We have mutations that happen by accident.
I can understand if somebody said accident, but with infinite time, it was inevitable.
That's not even
you see what
true.
I'm saying? Like let's say you walk up and play a slot machine, and you play just one time on a progressive, and you win. Is it an accident, or was it inevitable?
Well, slot machines are literally programmed to dish out money. You can have like a broken slot machine that never wins.
The way the slot machines rip you off is they don't pay out the correct amount of times that it would. So if you're gonna win this 1 out of 60,000 times. They don't pay $60,000. They pay 40,000. So they win the 20,000.
Okay.
And that's how they gauge
What
their
you're
win.
arguing though is that with given enough time, all things are possible, and I just don't.
Well,
Like,
no,
first
that's
of
not
all,
what I'm saying.
first-
I'm just
okay.
saying.
Uh-huh.
I'm basically saying incentives through evolution, which is why that even happens, because it's incentive based, is why humans got so good at doing what we do. It's just evolution.
Okay.
And
just real quick, I think that one of my chatters is correct. We got to get some clarity here. So
yeah, for sure.
So let's try to come back to the abortion thing. So
Yes.
what I'm trying to say is humans, the reason that we got into this is because I proposed that humans are not evolutionarily built very well for pregnancy. We're very clunky beings for that. And that's proven by the fact that, one, it takes 9 months to gestate. I'm pretty sure other animals don't take nearly as long. We come out half gestated, and that is a scientific fact. We're not even really, like, we consider it full gestation, but really other animals stay in for far longer, relatively speaking, for their development. And that, well, actually, I could have been wrong about them not carrying the pregnancy as long.
I mean, I don't know the gestation period of every animal.
Right, I don't either. But what I do know is that other animals come out far more.
I'm sure there's some weird science channel I could watch where, like, the blue dove hummingbird takes 40 years to gestate.
Okay,
like,
but take giraffes, for instance. Giraffes, as soon as they're popped out, they start walking. Can humans do that?
I mean, no.
No, because we are not fully gestated.
We're not giraffes.
Well, we're also not fully gestated. And it also takes an enormous medical procedure for us to have children, and it's very dangerous, and you can get injured or even killed. With other animals, you could technically, but it's way less of a risk.
I would disagree with that last part, because for the entire basically human existence, besides this last fraction of a percent, that's what happened. There was no medical intervention outside some
and a
dude
lot of
probably
people died.
Probably with a pile of bone. Yeah. Well, not. It probably wasn't the majority, since there's
maybe not the majority, but you could say 51%.
But there's perpetually more humans over time, so people weren't dying at a higher rate than they were being birthed, or we wouldn't be here. So that's
I
impossible.
understand, but it's still.
But
dangerous.
back in the day, I'm just saying there's probably a dude
but good
with some
enough.
bones dancing around. You know.
Okay, but you're saying
that's the birther.
Okay.
He's the guy trying to help you give the baby.
But you're saying good enough. You know, like some of you may die, but that's
Mother Nature's pretty
someone you
brutal.
make.
It's just that's just Mother Nature. Mother Nature is gonna.
But it's far more dangerous for a human. My point in all of this is abortion is an acceptable option and a much safer alternative to pregnancy and birth.
We will still circle back around. Should humans have rights to human life and not have
You're
somebody
saying
be able to
biological humans. So explain to me what a biological human is to you, because that is what you are basing your personhood status off of.
My goal would be to close Pandora's box so that no bad actors or anybody looking for power grabs or whatever, or just someone who's being a dick, can reach their hand into the box and fuck everyone else.
I don't know
and
what that
so
means.
what I would
Please
do...
hold on. Please be clear in your language. Please explain specifically what you mean.
Pandora's box is
no.
Pandora's box. Which one?
Okay. I need you to... Metaphors are okay, and figures of speech are okay, but I need you to be a little bit more blunt with your words. Is that okay? Because I keep hearing I don't want this person to stick their hand in the Pandora's box when all I asked you is, what is a human being?
Human being is a human from when the cell is formed all the way till they die. That is a human.
When what cell is formed?
The sperm and the egg.
The sperm and the egg
when it creates a new cell
and create the
zygote.
The zygote. Yes,
correct.
That's what you consider a human.
Yes, the scientific definition.
Okay, by what metrics is it a human? What can I measure on a zygote and say yes, this is human?
You examine it in a lab. I mean, I don't know.
Examine what? What am I looking for?
The zygote itself, the cells, the cell makeup.
But the cell makeup. So what about the cell makeup? Like what specifically about the cell makeup?
You read what it is, and then the screen goes, that's a human.
Read what? Wait, how does the screen know it's a human? What is it measuring?
The cells, like what the cells are made up of.
Okay, so what do the cells need to be made of?
Let me give you a better because we're kind of going in circles here.
I don't think we are. No, we're getting down to the nitty gritty. You're saying that a zygote is a human. So by what metric is it a human?
The cell makeup. The cell makeup.
So what about the cell makeup makes it a human? This is not going in circles. This is dissecting.
You're asking me for knowledge that I haven't worked as a biotech lab.
But let's stop here because you're very insistent that the zygote is a human, and yet you have difficulty explaining to me how it's a human.
But that doesn't change the scientific fact that it's human.
So then,
just because I
okay.
can't step by step detail you like a 50-foot journal of some book somewhere doesn't mean.
But you
that
need to at
changes
least
the
have
reality.
a basic concept of what you're discussing, because you're saying
That is
zygote's
it.
a human.
I said
and I say,
the
okay,
two cells
why?
come.
Okay,
the
so
two-
let's back up here. I said, why is the zygote a human? You said because of its cellular makeup. I said, what about its cellular makeup makes it a human? You said if you stick it into a computer, it'll pop out human, and that's what makes it human.
The actual
what
cell
computer
makeup.
am I working with? What's the cell makeup?
I don't make those computers.
Makeup of what? Made up
You
of,
need to talk to a lab tech who deals with that stuff.
Are you talking about the cell membrane? Are you talking about the innards? Are you talking about like most people stick with the genetics, right?
So take
but
an
something
object.
tells me that you're avoiding that argument because you know where I'll go next with it. So like
I'm not avoiding anything. I don't have the machine here. I don't have the book that would
what
require
machine?
the machine to
Machine
operate.
that measures what?
The cell. The
cell.
zygote
What
itself.
in the
Like
cell?
the makeup of the entire organism.
Okay, so what would this machine find that makes this zygote a human? Because you have done a very poor job of explaining it.
Makeup. The makeup of the item. I don't know
And,
how else
okay,
to describe that.
do-
That's about
yes,
as clear
because-
as I could get it.
Okay, well then you need to be more clear. You need to work on this argument because I still don't know what constitutes a human. What if I have a skin cell? Is that a human?
So if the cell makeup was different and it was a cat zygote, it would come up as a cat.
Okay,
not a
what?
human.
Okay, great. Let's stick with that. What's the difference?
One's a human, one's a cat.
But what's the specific difference? You're just naming things.
I mean, that's the difference. One's a human, one's a cat.
Okay, but be specific. You
That's
came
as
to me.
specific as I
Hold
can
on,
get.
I want to point something out. You came to me saying that my arguments are poor. So what's the deal? Why are you saying that one's a cat and one's a human and that's the difference, and not breaking it down further? That's insane.
I
man.
am not a
Like,
biotech lab employee. I have not
but
worked
you've got to
in
know
that.
at least
I can't
something.
go into further depth.
There's got to be at least one distinguishing characteristic between a human cell and a cat cell that you can point out. to me
But
and
this is
say,
like when the
this
flat
is what a
earthers ask
machine
me
measure.
that I'm not. Yeah, but this is like when the flat earthers try to go, I'm not a geologist, therefore Earth flat. That's basically what's happening
Wait.
here. I'm not a biotech lab guy, so I'm not going to be able to describe any further than.
Why are you comparing yourself to a flat earther?
No, I'm
That's
not.
exactly
I'm
the
the
point.
argument.
Wait, that's exactly the point. Like, if I were to argue with a flat earther, yes, you're right. I would ask a similar question probably, and they'd give me a similar answer, and that's not a good thing.
Well, no, I'm saying the flat earthers, when I try to tell them the Earth is round, they'll say, are you a geologist? Do you know about the Western Hemisphere? You don't know everything about the Western Hemisphere. You have to
Okay.
know everything about the Western
Here's
Hemisphere.
the
Or
thing.
therefore you can't
Here's
say
the
the
thing.
globe's round.
It's okay, by the way, if you can't tell me what makes a human cell different from a cat cell. That's not
The makeup.
that's
It's
not-
the makeup. That's the difference. The makeup of the cells
Okay,
that
but
are
you
that
can't
make
tell
up
me
that
what
organism.
this makeup is what you're.
You would
specifically
have to do
referring
your
to.
own research on that.
Okay. But it's okay if you can't tell me that though, but then you have to make a reference to somebody who can and say, I trust this person, and then tell me why you trust them. Like you have to end
CDC?
these arguments. Okay, so the CDC, let's go with them. So they say that a zygote is a human? Is that true?
Yes, that is on the website.
Okay, let's look it up.
But my question here is why are we getting so hard into the science denial? Like, why do I always land up in these positions where I tell them this is how it is. We've known this for a long time. This isn't new information, right? This isn't like it was discovered yesterday that conception was where life begins, right? This isn't anything new. This has been around for a long ass time.
The CDC
right?
says a zygote is a fertilized egg before it begins to divide. Where in there does it say it's a human?
You would just want me to Google?
Sure.
Also, beware, top result of Google, not always your. I watch Destiny do that all
That's
the
literally
time.
from the CDC website.
Actually, we should look up the makeup. I would like to know that.
Sure.
Right there, zygote. The cell results from the union of an oocyte and a sperm. A zygote is the beginning of a new human being, i.e. an embryo. The expression fertilized ovum refers to a secondary oocyte that is impregnated by the sperm when fertilization is complete. The oocyte becomes a zygote. And that is from Princeton University. That is the top result. And then there's a ton of other questions from Cora, Stack Exchange, National Institutes of Health, Facts and Doubts about the beginning of life. Yeah,
Can you
totally.
link me that? Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to
There's a
take
ton
look
of
at it.
information here. It would take obviously too long to go over all.
That's fine. Just
every
send
single
me, just send me the one
possible-
that just send me the one that says human being. I want to see it. I want to see.
Yeah.
Because
Discord's giving me the business. Hold on.
I
Where
don't
can
deny
there
that it is a genetically it's genetically a human being, but it's genetically a human being in the same way that like a skin cell is. You know, they all have the same genetics. So like you can say
we'll have to get past the science thing. To go ahead and read into it. It's fine. I understand. A lot of people will not accept that it is a human, but it is. I swear to God, that is the science behind it.
Biologically again, I keep stressing this. Biologically, you're correct, but we always conflate human with person. And colloquially, that's fine. It usually doesn't result in
I understand
problems.
actually what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I don't like the word people either, because I always hear people. Basically, when you say people, somebody can hear you say that, and some people will just immediately take it uncharitably, like those people. And then someone will hear what you're saying and be like, "Oh, you're just talking about people. Why are you getting so mad?" You know what I mean? Which is why I say human. When I say human, it includes everybody, and there's no negative connotation attached to human. That's why if you hear me say it, that's why I'm saying. It's because we all, and the argument of the whole thing is, should humans have the right to human life? And it's a yes or a no. And if you say no, then you open that Pandora's box where a lot of bad stuff can happen. And I'm going to get into some of the 1.1 million abortions that aren't due to rape.
But you say that's
the
bad.
99.
I don't think that is. I mean, it's bad in the sense that like I don't like abortion in general.
Let's go to the beginning. Let's go to the beginning.
So the reason that we say it's bad is different. But go ahead. Go to the beginning.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's okay. It's okay for us to disagree. The beginning of abortion, right? Who started it? Who was who was Cain? You know who Cain the vampire is?
I assume the first abortion was before we were even humans.
Well,
what do you mean?
Well, that would be hard to do. I don't know how you would abort humans before they existed.
You stick a coat back then a stick, I guess. Just stick it up there.
Oh, back then, dude, back in the barbarian days, man, the Aztecs would have ripped your head off. You know what I mean? There were barbarians, Vikings. They would do some crazy shit, I'm sure. But the beginning, where was Cain? Is the first vampire who bit all the other vampires, and then those vampires have perpetually less power in the lore. And if you kill Cain, you actually free all the other vampires from their curse. But it's just been too long, and good luck finding Cain. Who was the Cain of abortion? Where did it come from? Who was the first person that championed?
Again, I don't know. Abortion as a concept has been around as long as birth has been around.
Well, Planned Parenthood. Who started Planned Parenthood?
Wait, do you think Planned Parenthood invented abortion?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying where did this whole pushing for it, big time, start? Big push where it got
You got it backwards, man. The big push for anti-abortion procedures started in the 1900s when we discovered that how pregnancy works. So that's really where that came up. Before that, the founding fathers and shit.
But at some point, it became
nobody cared about
government-funded.
abortion. Well, I think that all healthcare should be government funded. I don't see the problem.
Well, that's a totally separate conversation.
You're right.
I won't get into that. It's not worth getting. We'll just get too off track. But I'm saying, do you know who Margaret Sanger is?
I've heard of them. I should know them,
even,
but I don't.
Dude, even Wikipedia could not wash her and make her look good, because she pushed to put Planned Parenthoods by the most populated black areas, right? And her words, to genocide the blacks through abortion. That was her goal.
Okay.
And we can still see that to this day, because racial minorities and people in those districts have more abortions.
So
in
then
New York
force,
at one point,
force black women who are pregnant to give birth instead of giving them the choice. Yes.
Well, the idea here is that it affects different amounts of people. So,
there's nothing wrong with putting in a I understand that her purpose may not have been good.
Her purpose was not good. That's what I'm saying.
But the end result is still the same. You have an abortion.
But this is part of. Well, no, I'm trying to explain Pandora's box. Is that happens, right? That's a bad thing out of the box. And then what else happens? Now the government's paying $557 million worth of taxpayer money to support this, which could go towards
I think that's
taking
fine.
care of them.
I think that's fine. And also,
but why not take that money and give it to them so that they can live?
Give it to who?
The people that are being aborted.
Wait, give it to the fetus? Give it to the mother? Well,
the mom, the fetus.
Maybe the mom
you can
wants
make a
an
program.
abortion. Have you
you
ever
make a program
Have you
to
ever
take care
considered
of
that
those
not
kids.
everybody wants to carry a pregnancy for 9 months only to give birth to basically a watermelon? It's just not.
I understand that people are not responsible. I understand that people will
no,
do
that's
something.
not what I said, man. Come on.
No. I know that's not what you said. But I'm saying that's the thing is we're trying to hand wave past the self-responsibility.
Yeah, because you can't legislate self-responsibility and take. You can't do that. Okay, every time you do that, you only make the problem worse.
You can push for more responsibility.
I agree. Guess how you do that? You have sex education. You tell people, hey, it's probably best to wait until, ideally,
absolutely,
you should wait until you're ready to have a kid, or get some kind of procedure done, which will make it so that you don't get pregnant, or use protection.
Yeah,
all three of those
totally
are true.
Agree.
So
we could take some of that money too.
But here's the thing: if you don't do that, or you mess up somehow, we have a fail-safe. It's called abortion. So congratulations. You don't have to
But it's-
carry. You don't
but-
have to go through 9 months of miserable fucking hell
But we're
in
getting
order
this is the
to
thing is,
pop out a baby
we're-
that you didn't want anyway.
But then we get back to the drunk driver. Should we let that guy go free? It would
The
ruin his
first,
life.
again, the first priority is getting him off the road. If we
yeah, but
can
if
educate,
we-
if we could get a guarantee, not from that guy, just like a general, like, I know for a fact that this guy will never drive drunk again. I can predict the future, right? I can predict the future. And so in that case, I wouldn't care. Yeah, let him go free. It doesn't matter. He's now off the road. Everyone's safe and he will never do it again. Yes, that's fine.
But the problem here is then the next person who's drunk will be like, oh, they let the last guy go for free. I'll just hop right in. The problem is we're getting
but that doesn't happen, man. Like that we don't have
people
any...
drive drunk all the time.
No, I understand that, but this idea that like, oh, abortion's cool now.
But
it's in
people
fashion.
are
Like,
worried about driving drunk and actually don't drive drunk, and they have those programs where they're like, I'm the driver, these are my friends who will be drunk. That happened because we arrest people like that. There is a deterrent in place so that the solutions will crop up to avoid the deterrent. The responsibility, it's a responsibility issue. There is responsibility attached to getting into that car drunk. There's responsibility into taking risk when you have sex, and there are consequences to that. And we're trying to make all
Yeah, and
these
they should
outs
be
so we don't
educated
have,
about
and people
that.
hate. I agree with that one. The education one also, by the way, is part of the problem. And I can tell you one other thing too: is there was a pregnancy center by one of the schools here. It is larger, right? It started small, and it's a high school. It is bigger than the entire auditorium now.
Okay.
What does that tell you? It's like, remember when McDonald's or Taco Bell?
Wait,
you drive
hold
by
on,
and it
stop.
turns into like a
Stop
mansion?
1 second. Let's stick on
Yeah.
that. Why are you telling me that? I don't care.
Well, it's just because it's obviously a problem.
What's the problem that you see with that?
They're being irresponsible. They're
Okay.
just
So then they should have more
willy-nilly.
education. Yes.
Correct. No, I agree.
Okay,
That's why I'm agreeing
okay.
with you. This is all an agreement, Armin. We're not disagreeing.
Okay. Good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
but I'm saying
continue,
that,
sorry.
but it got bigger, and I'm hoping that the education there would be greater. But I don't know if it is. The public school system hasn't been doing.
Well,
something
I got news for you. The same people who want to outlaw abortion also want to outlaw sex education. So like, I don't.
Dude, yeah,
buy
those
this.
people, I don't like them either.
I
I don't
know
like
that you
that's
don't,
a
but
that's a total. They're totally throwing a bola at their own shins, and they
Okay,
don't
so
even
then
know it.
let me ask you this: you have a choice. You can pick. We're going to improve sex education and improve access to protection, and we're going to still allow abortions. Or you can pick to get rid of all of it.
Well,
Which one do you
I'm
pick?
I'm for human. Well, that's a false dichotomy. I'm for.
Wait, no, that's not a false dichotomy, man. Stop using these buzzwords. That is
But
a
it is.
comparison. That is a comparison. So
but
which one do you pick?
You don't have to have one or the other. You could have.
I'm not okay. This
people
is a
having better
hypothetical, man.
education.
This is a
It's
hypothetical
a false
to test.
dichotomy.
No, it's not.
That's
This is,
the problem.
Okay, Mr. Debate Man, let me explain something to you. This is a comparison. This is something that I am doing. The reason that
happens to
let me
be-
explain the purpose of this question. The purpose of this question is to test how much you value sex education and protection.
okay, I get it.
Stop. Let me finish. How much you value sex education and protection versus how much you value getting rid of abortion. Which one do you value more?
That is a better question. That is not a false dichotomy. That's a legit question.
That is literally what I asked. Now continue.
But it was framed as a false dichotomy.
Sure, fine.
That's the
Continue.
problem. I value the rights to human life so that nobody can violate that and screw a particular group of people later, change the law when they're in power and be like, we don't like these people. These people don't have these rights anymore, and these people do. That's why I would want all the humans to have rights to life.
And
That's why,
therefore,
to
given the
protect that.
choice, you would forego protection and education in favor of getting rid of
No.
abortion. Yes.
That is the false dichotomy.
No,
I would-
that's
I
the
would have
choice.
both.
When I asked you, no, you value getting rid of abortion more than you value instilling education and sex protection. That is
No,
what
I
you are
want
telling
both.
me. That's literally what
You
I
would-
know.
you would
Stop.
need
stop,
both.
Stop. I know you want both, but it's a matter of which one you want more. Okay, because
Yeah,
you're
I
siding
think
with the
right-
people. You're
I
siding
would
with the
say-
people who want to ditch all three. That's who you're
No, I
siding with.
don't. No, I don't. I don't side with the people. Who are
Yes,
not
you
for
do.
education.
Every time. Okay.
No, I don't.
When you vote,
Those people
do you,
are stupid.
Okay. Do you live in the United States?
Yes,
Do you vote?
I honestly I do, but I line up voting for candidates no one's ever heard of.
Okay, fine. But
Sorry, they're
when-
great candidates. There's just no one knows who they are because
Okay,
they
so
aren't on
it-
TV saying goofy shit.
then let me ask you it this way: when a Republican wins, they outlaw abortion, and then on top of that, they also outlaw sex education and protection for people.
Yeah,
in
I don't.
school.
I
know that.
yeah.
I know you don't agree. I know we've
Yeah.
established that you like sex education and protection. You like those things. But do you think that is a worthwhile trade-off? Yes or no?
It's a double-edged sword, is what it is.
It is,
that
but
you're-
I'm asking you: is it better than it was before?
Actually, I would say no, because
Okay.
by not getting the human rights to life, they could outlaw. The problem is outlawing it somewhere doesn't. I want the right. I want those rights that protect everybody. That's what I'm after. I don't care about anything else. Once you have those rights protected, you're good. Everything else after that will be thumbs up. It'll help the economy as well.
Do I have the right to remove something from my body if I do not want it to be there? Is that a right that you're granting me?
But did you put it there? Did you do something that put it there? And now you must take responsibility.
I put the leech there.
But it's not a leech. Again, that's a sleight of hand.
No, but this is that's not a sleight of hand. This is my comparison. No, it's not. Stop.
It absolutely is.
No, this is a direct consequence of what you're telling me. This is the logic.
But you could just change the leech with a grizzly bear. Why not?
What do you wait? What?
Why not change the leech with a hungry grizzly bear?
Okay, let's say I let a grizzly bear into my house because I thought it'd be fun. Am I allowed to get rid of it?
Well, yeah, at that point, yeah. Why would you do that?
Why would you
put
that?
the grizzly bear there?
I don't know. Somebody told me that it'd be fun, so I did it. Am I allowed to get it out of my house?
That's some Paul Bunyan shit right there.
Am I allowed to get it out of my house, or do I have to take responsibility?
You will have to reap the consequences of trying to and having to get the bear out of your house.
Do I have the right then to call animal control? Use government funding and resources and manpower to get this bear out of my house. Do I have that right? After I put the bear in?
I mean, that's a privilege. They do it for you. It's a program. Also, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually had to remove the skunk.
Do you believe that I should be able to do it?
Yeah, absolutely. You should be able to get the bear out of there.
Okay, so you're acknowledging, even though I put the bear in my own house and it's my fault, I'm still allowed to call animal control and take funding, manpower, resources to remove that bear. Now, obviously, I'm going to, it's a bear. It's not an exact comparison. So I'm going to incur some other consequences for endangering people. But at the same time, you're acknowledging the basic fact that even though I'm the person who did that, I am allowed to rectify it by removing the bear. Yes?
But where's the sleight of hand?
What do you mean, where's the sleight of hand? You're the one who brought up the bear.
Did the bear create another human when you put it in your house?
This is not what this is about. This is about another human attaching itself to another human.
There it is.
What are you talking about?
No, keep going. It's okay.
A human attaches itself to another human and begins feeding off of it. And
I
attached the baby to myself.
Jumped onto you.
I attached the baby to myself. I purposefully said, let's say I have a uterus and I want to get pregnant, okay? And then I decide, okay, I no longer want to be pregnant. I don't like this. Do I have the right to remove that fetus?
No. Because
I do have the right.
You reap the consequences.
I also made the decision in the case of the bear
person.
and the leech. In the case of both the bear and the leech, I made the decision to put it there. And you're saying that I have the right to take it off. So what's the difference?
The bear did not create, and the leech don't create another human life that you put there. You created that. You did that. You took the risk. You take the consequences. Now, if you put the bear in your house, yes, you'll have to reap the consequences of the bear eating you, and then hopefully get out of your house. I don't know why you do that, but these are just bad comparisons. No, the problem is the bear doesn't create another human life. The leech doesn't create another human. That leech doesn't have any rights. I mean, you could argue for leech rights. That's a totally different conversation. I don't think they should have rights because they're leeches.
Let's say
the bears do have some rights, by the way. You can't just walk up and take a shovel and hit the bear.
Okay, I knock you out. You wake up and you're hooked up by wires to another human being, and I tell you that they can only survive if I keep you hooked up for 9 months. Do you have the right to disconnect those wires?
Who put me there?
Okay, let's say that you do it yourself because you want to help this person.
So I attach myself to someone else.
You attach yourself to somebody else.
Did they attach to me?
You attach yourself to somebody else and say, yes, I'm committing to this 9 months of keeping this person alive, and it's the only way to save them. Literally the only way to save them.
If I made that decision,
do you have the right to remove yourself, thus killing that person?
No, because I already told them I was doing this.
Okay, but what if it's discovered now that some kind of complication comes up and you're going to die in the process of saving this person?
There was inherent risk of me attaching someone to that. I mean, so I think I'd be aware of that.
So then you're forfeiting your life knowing that...
That's like skydiving and one being like, man, if the parachute doesn't open, I'll die. Yeah, that's part of skydiving, buddy.
See, I just don't agree. I think that even in that case,
but we're cherry-picking the risk again. Is that...
No, we're not. This is literally what happens in pregnancy.
You keep saying that, but it obviously doesn't if we just look up the statistics. It's so rare. It's asterisk because there isn't even a number. It's like
those people still matter. It's still a lot of people.
Like, those people do the small even if it happens once. I agree. It does matter. I'm not disputing that. It's a terrible thing. But it just...
So you have to weigh that. You have to take that in consideration when making your choice. You are valuing fetuses over humans. Like living people.
They are humans.
Living people. You are born people, okay? You're valuing fetuses over born people because you are giving them rights that you
Now,
would not
some
give
people,
to other people.
Yeah, some people value people who have been born more than people who haven't been. But the problem is then we run into the survivors of abortion and children of rape. If you ask them, they were people who were going to be aborted or actually did get aborted and fucking lived, right? Because there are protections against people who are aborted and actually don't die and survive the abortion, and then they're born and then they fight for the rights not for others not to be killed. You would have to talk to them. I can't make that argument for them, but once I heard them talk, once I heard them tell me not to kill them,
man. Those people, if they had been aborted,
there it is. We don't care about their rights. We don't care about this particular group of people's rights that we don't like, and that's the Pandora's box.
What I'm saying is, I care about their rights now that they're alive, and I consider them alive. All right, rape babies who are born as a result of that have human rights, and I believe in their humanity because they've been born. Okay. But I don't believe in that for a zygote.
The trick is
those people are no longer zygotes. They're not little itty bitty.
But the trick is to make that decision for them because that's the decision you would make, and to violate their rights to live their 14th Amendment.
They didn't exist yet. Guess what? If his dad had thrust just one more time, he would not have existed the way that he does now. Do you understand that?
There is inherent risk to that action, and there is responsibility that.
Did his dad kill that other? Okay, did his dad kill 1 million sperm that did not impregnate that woman? Did he kill 1 million people? By doing that?
No, because we haven't reached the point of conception.
Okay, why do you consider conception that point? What's so special about it?
Because that is the scientific definition for when human life begins.
But why do you care? There's a lot of scientific definitions for a lot of things.
Why do I care about scientific definitions? Man, I don't know.
No, but where does this lead into your morality? Why do I care that it's a scientific definition? The scientific definition...
I care more about protecting humans' rights. I think that's the most important But I'm looking at the high resolution. Is peel all the way back. Just peel your mind all the way back. What is best for the humans? Well, the low resolution take is thing bad, other group bad, whatever, right? Like that. You see that all the time on YouTube. Okay. I'm trying to pull I'm talking about the argument. I'm not talking about you. I respect your opinions. I'm not here to sweep you at the ankles. I'm just here to try to expose those arguments that are made bad. And a lot of people don't know they're bad arguments from the starting point. And they need to formulate the questions in a way that, because the problem is you'll just repeating yourself. People can make those the paradox, right? You can just make an infinite amount of the similar arguments, and you land up talking in circles forever, and it lands up leading. You could just bleed that into a flat earther argument. You could bleed it into an antinatal. You could bleed it into Bigfoot arguments, right? And I'm trying to attack that. I'm trying to also all the humans trying to protect their rights, right? And sometimes bad stuff is just going to happen.
But when you just still haven't convinced me that a fetus is a person.
That's not up to me, though. That's up to you to do the research and the science. I can link you. I will link you to all of them.
But you're trying to convince me, so convince me. I mean, do you want me to be convinced?
I don't know if I can. It doesn't matter how. I mean, think about it, right? Like I literally sat there with the flat earthers. I'm like, here's a picture of the Earth. Here it is. Here's every geologist, and they're just like, nope. And that's it. They're done.
I just don't think you did a good enough job of convincing me. Like
it may be impossible because you've already bought into things that aren't true.
But I've explained my position, and I think it's pretty sound.
I understand. No, that's the problem. I'm trying to be very nice. I'm not trying to be mean. By the way, I loved your Robotnik costume. By the way, when I first saw you, I fucking thought, dude, this guy. I'm not kidding. I was like, this guy should totally do a Robotnik. And then I saw the one where you. I was like, oh shit, he did it.
Well, thank you.
And I like the Kirby hat too. I have a very similar Kirby hat. But,
thank you, but
but I'm trying to attack the argument. Is that people think it's YouTube. It's really YouTube that has done this to people. Is that they see somebody, right? Hassan, Vosh, all these big, and they're getting a lot of clicks. They're getting a lot of views. They're making a lot of money, and then they'll say something that isn't true, and is wrong, and has a bad starting point, and other people, right, will copy them because humans are very monkey see, monkey do. I used to coach a game called League of Legends. Trust me, I would just have to break bad habits in the game all the time. Poker, same thing, right? And poker's where I learned people are very bad at evaluating risk. That's like an inherent human thing. We're terrible at it. You have to really train yourself to evaluate risk correctly. It is like an inherent human flaw. And so what lands up happening is we get into all these terrible arguments that have all these bad, and we start talking past each other, right? And we start getting into this enemy team bad. We start strawmanning the crap out of them. Oh, there's these evil people who just want to eat the babies, and they want to take a mallet and just smash puppies, and it gets ridiculous. It gets to like a cartoonish level, and if we just started making logical, scientifically accurate arguments, right, and we started actually talking about the bigger picture things, the things that are benefiting, what benefits the humans, all of us the most.
I think abortion benefits us the most.
but there's a ton of data. I mean, you're literally gatekeeping human life. You're giving someone
I'm
power to
gatekeeping human life by choosing where I masturbate. Like that's a million and
you can
plus
you can still
sperm
do that. That's not killing them. You can do that all you want.
But you say it's not killing them, but you haven't convinced me that. So your argument is
But
that
if the
because
science
people
doesn't
were,
convince you, I can't do anything about that.
But you haven't used science to convince me. I mean, you tried.
Because you haven't done any of the research previous to any of this. I can link you. I will link you to all of it.
What research though? Like I'm just so confused because like if I come in a sock.
Sorry. Someone here needs help. Hold on. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm still at work technically. Sorry.
You're fine. Still at work. How are we doing, chat? Play too much CS:GO. We outnumber the fetuses. We could take them.
Sorry
True.
I told them I'd be busy for a minute, but they're still working out there. Every once in a while, something will break though. One of the laptops exploded this morning.
But like, okay, your argument is that people who were conceived as a result of rape now exist, and they're pro-life. So why should I care about that?
See, there's the Pandora's box. We now have a class of people.
You keep saying
that have no
Pandora's box.
rights.
Just explain.
Yeah, they don't have rights. And
Yes, they do.
That's the problem.
Because they're people now. Because my qualification for being a person is being a human who has been born. No, I'm not. A human who has been born. Okay, if they had been aborted, they'd be dead and gone. Okay, that's how that works. Because they were born, they're now people, and they have rights. That is pretty consistent. I feel like. I just don't understand why I'm wrong, or why you think I'm wrong.
Because you are inviting people to come in there and stop them ahead before they.
Yeah,
have
because
rights.
it's the same way. If I stop people
no.
mid-sex, if I stop somebody mid-sex and say no, and they have sex the next night, did I kill somebody? Yes or no?
You're making a purge argument. Let's say murder was available.
I don't know what a purge argument is, and I don't care. Yes or no? Did I kill somebody by stopping them from having sex and conceiving? Yes or no?
Did you? No.
Why not? Because it's this.
It's
It's
a time
exactly
travel
the same.
argument.
What do you mean a time travel argument?
Because if it doesn't happen, then
Why can I not
nothing
say
happens.
exactly? Why can I not say you're making a time travel argument? What if those people had been
Because I
aborted?
haven't.
They would. Guess what? They wouldn't be around to do their stupid song and dance for conservative politicians. Okay?
So the problem here is that we still have to agree: should humans have rights to life, protected from when they're made to when they die, or should there be a specific, like a Thursdays people don't have rights? Should it be before they're born, which is what you're saying?
I don't think that a zygote deserves human rights any more than a skin cell deserves human rights.
Then you are. I'm just telling you. Then you are inviting bad actors and people grabbing for power and people who don't like a particular group of people to come in there and try to kill them before they exist.
How?
That's what you're inviting in.
Well,
Because,
wait. If
because
they have
they're going to see that those people don't have rights, and they're
you're
going to come in
forcing-
there and pass laws against them.
If you're forcing somebody into an abortion, is that your argument? Like, I disagree with that. Obviously, that's
Margaret Sanger is the one who first did that. She was the first person who targeted specific groups of people that she didn't like to try to kill them before they were
and
born.
she could have had bad intentions in doing that, but the outcome's still the same. Those people now have access to an abortion clinic, and that's good because they have the choice. If you're pinning them down and forcing an abortion on them, then yeah, of course that's bad. It's their choice.
Well, no, the idea here is that in New York at one point, not even kidding, if you look at the data, when a black person would get pregnant, a black woman, she was more likely to go to the abortion clinic than have the baby.
Okay.
There are a domino effect of bad things that happened.
What does that tell you?
That people are being irresponsible?
That's all you get from that?
I mean, if you did that and you
Okay,
were
so does
being
that happen?
irresponsible-
Does that happen more often with black women?
Yeah, statistically, yes.
Okay, so you're
Across the
saying, so
board.
your argument then is that black women are inherently more irresponsible than white women. Is that true?
With coming to that, they choose abortion more. That's what they choose.
Yes, so your argument is that black women are inherently more irresponsible than white women. Is that true?
I don't know if they're all being irresponsible, but they are choosing that.
Yes, so you're saying
More
there's
often.
something inherent to being a black woman as opposed to a white woman that makes
Well,
them
they
more
were no.
irresponsible.
I'm saying they were targeted a long time ago, and that has led to this.
They were targeted. So because an abortion clinic was built there, they're more likely to. Black women are more
Yes.
likely to get an abortion. Okay,
Yes,
so
yes,
then,
that's what I'm saying.
So your argument is building an abortion clinic in itself.
I want there
is-
to be more of them, not less.
More
That's what I'm
abortion
arguing for.
clinics?
And I want more humans.
More okay,
all
I don't,
kinds.
why do you care about how many humans there are?
Because it's okay. So
You're not going
think
to
about
meet the vast majority of them. You don't. Why does it matter?
They all matter to me.
I know
right?
they all.
Because-
No, I'm saying
because they are me.
But you're already saying that like people who don't exist yet, you want them to exist, and it's just
No,
like,
if they're conceived, I want them to have their rights protected.
But why
That's what I
not?
want.
Why not when my balls drop? Why not start
Because
there?
because it hasn't been conceived. That is
Okay,
not
but that's
the science.
arbitrary. You understand that's arbitrary, yes?
Science is not arbitrary.
No,
unless
the
you
science.
unless you decide that
you
it
still
suddenly
have
is.
not explained to me why conception is the point for you that you deem
Because-
life worthy of protecting.
Because that's when the cells come together, and that's when it becomes a human. If
But you haven't
change-
explained how that you. When I asked you, what makes it a human,
But
as
we're
opposed to
making-
like a cat embryo,
we're
you
making
couldn't
I'm
answer.
not a ge- we're making the I'm not a geologist, therefore the Earth is flat argument. Yeah, I'm not a geologist, so
But you still
I'm
have.
not, I'm not
But
a
you still
biotech
have to
guy.
explain what makes it a human. You're the one in this debate.
No, that is a shifting of the burden proof. You need to do the research so that you know.
I've already explained why it's not. Why I don't care.
But you've
Even
already
if, and
chosen.
by the way,
but you've chosen
again-
a position without
again,
doing the research.
No, again. By the way, I'm a biologist and a nurse. But even if I did consider it a human, I still don't think it has the right to attach itself. And you're saying, yeah, blah blah blah. The woman put it there. Okay, well then abortion should be allowed in cases of rape. Yes.
I would say if I would concede you that ground, because it's so extreme and it's basically it just happens so infrequently that I would literally give you that if I could get the human rights. The
Okay,
problem
so
is
you're saying that
it is-
people are
it is a-
allowed to get an abortion in
hold
cases
on,
of rape. Yes.
It is a cursed problem though, because if you allow those people to do that, right, you still violate the human rights to life, right? It's cursed. There's nothing you can do about it.
But literally, your argument is a person was involved in putting that fetus there, and they're like the people involved in doing that either made a mistake or did it on
in that
purpose or whatever.
extreme cherry-picked
you
example,
can say it's extreme, but
I
it happens. So, do you allow abortions in those cases?
I would give the ground for that if I could save the other 1.1 million people per year. I think that's a huge gain. So I would totally compromise there.
Okay, so you think that should. Well, you say you would compromise, but what if you couldn't? Do you still think she should get the abortion?
And
Like
I
she should
don't
be
save
allowed to?
anybody.
Yes.
I save nobody. Well, then I wouldn't be able to save her either, right?
You saved that woman from 9 months of hell.
Everyone loses.
You saved that woman from 9 months of hell carrying a baby she doesn't want that was forced upon her by some disgusting freak.
Yeah,
but
but
there's that.
the 9.99% of those, that's not the case. That's the problem. Is
I don't
people
care.
are using it, and see, there we go. That
I don't
doesn't
care.
matter to you, really.
It still happens. So when I weigh it out in my mind, I can't bring myself to care about fetuses and their lives more than I care about rape.
There's a
victims,
class of people
because that happens.
that we don't care about. That's the problem.
They don't think. They don't even care about themselves. They're not alive.
You know what's really weird. You
like
know what
not
these arguments,
alive. Like
wait,
they are.
Think about it.
They're living.
Hold on one second. What do these
technically, but they're not
arguments
alive.
sound like? What do these arguments sound like?
I don't know. Tell me. Am I a Nazi? Am I?
No,
KKK?
I'm not trying to call it. No. I'm not
Okay.
targeting you. I'm targeting the argument. They sound like pro-slavery arguments.
See, there
They
it is.
sound like-
And no.
But they're identical. They're not really
Let me
people.
tell you something.
It's not your slave.
You, my friend, by bringing that up, are denigrating the how serious slavery was. Okay, slavery
No,
is
I
nothing
understand
like
it was terrible.
Yes, and it's nothing like abortion. Abortion
the
is a
same
voluntary
arguments
procedure.
are literally being made to push that.
Okay, you
the
could say the same
same
thing about
arguments.
exterminating lice, dude. Okay, like
Those
yeah,
arguments.
exactly. So that's
They don't have rights.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So no, you have a woman who is or whoever has a uterus.
Do you
whatever.
want humans to have the same rights as lice? Is that what we're arguing?
I don't
for
want
here?
skin cells to have the same rights as humans.
The problem
That's
is
my
that
point.
skin cells is a scientifically inaccurate representation of a zygote.
A zygote is closer
Do
to a
you,
skin
do you
cell.
notice we always have to call it something else? We always have to call it something else instead of what it is.
Yes,
because if
exactly.
we recognize
Because
the
that's how
science
human
behind
language
it,
works. Because I have to make comparisons.
No, it's
to make this
the sleight of hand to get to the
It's not a
destination
sleight
at
of
the end.
hand, man.
It's just
That's
mental
how
gymnastics.
No, it's not. I
It
literally
absolutely
do
is.
not have a
and
single...
nobody has called you out yet. I'm the first person, probably.
You're right, buddy. Good job. You really did it.
I'm not. No, I'm trying to say though that, and I understand you can keep the position. I'm not trying to change it well, I am trying to improve the argumentation. I wish I could just improve the argumentation. If I get that far, I've done great.
I think
I'm not trying to change your position because a lot of people are very, very in the sunken cost fallacy where they've been in a position so long, or maybe they have 300,000 YouTube subscribers. And if imagine tomorrow Hassan comes out and he's like the biggest conservative possible, what would happen to that guy? They throw him under so many buses you'd never see him again.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, but that's the thing is people get married to these positions, and if the science changes, they're screwed. You know what I mean?
What science could change that would screw me on abortion?
I mean, that already happened a long time ago.
How?
It's been the science.
What science changed?
We just haven't looked it up.
What science changed that screwed me on abortion? Because I'm married to this idea, right?
Well, because we already know where human life begins. We already know this. There is a mean,
but you still have not explained what makes it a human. You can't do that.
Because that's the geologist argument for the flat earthers use. I'm not a
but
geologist.
You don't even yourself know why a zygote's a human. You can't explain it, man.
Back to yourself. You have to do your own
the burden's
there.
on you to explain why it's a human.
No.
I told you why I don't think it is.
I told you
why I don't think it's a
two,
person.
I told you, but you don't want to accept it. It's when the two cells meet and they make a human zygote. I told you, but you just don't accept that.
But
you
if that's the end of it, if that's the end of it, that's like saying, okay, why do I consider this this string a shoelace? Gee, I don't know.
Because there's a sleight of hand again. Now it's a string. Now it's a shoelace. Now it's a bear. Now it's a leash. Now it's Taco Bell. Yes, you can sleight of hand anything and make it not the thing it was.
Comparisons. No, you're just upset that you're losing, dude. I'm sorry. That's all it is. And you're trying to call it things that
and now I'm being strawman is apparently losing a thing where I'm trying to talk about the argumentation.
Actually, I'm leading the horse to water, and I'm making.
I'm just the first person to call these out.
And I'm steel manning your arguments, and I'm actually.
The problem is we are upset that we're
give me another
getting...
debate bro term. This is fun. I'm also.
I'm trying to inform. I don't care about the debate bro stuff. I hate that stuff.
Yes, you clearly do, because you've used like so many debate bro normalisms or
no, these are forms of arguments that are just formed like in an English class. Like I don't know how else to put that. Like you use a semicolon, you say however, and then you use a comma.
You can't just say, well, that's a fallacy. You can't just say, well, that's a fallacy, and then drop the mic. You can't do that. Like,
yeah, yes, that's how it works. If somebody busts out a fallacy, you call them on it, and that's what's not happening.
You just made a fallacy.
Which one?
The one that I said.
Okay, and it's called?
It's called Alex fallacy.
So the problem is here we don't know. That's why I said in the comment I originally linked you. I gave you. No, I gave you a website.
You made a fallacy. It's over. Sorry.
We're getting really defensive here. You don't need to be this defensive. I gave you a link to the website. Your fallacy is and your bias is. You just need to check those out. You don't have to check anymore.
That was written by one doctor, and I'm fairly sure that she's pro-life. So I just like you. If you want, like, I don't agree with her stances.
I'm not exactly pro-choice or pro-life. I'm pro-human right. I'm to protect all the humans.
You're anti-abortion, is what you are.
But by dint, yes.
Yeah, so I call that forced birther.
Yeah, but that's a nonsense term.
That's not. That is exactly what you're doing. If if a woman comes to you who's pregnant, let's make it a 12-year-old, because you know what, that really happened. 12-year-old comes up to you. 12-year-old comes up to you.
But by calling someone a forced birther is a sleight of hand on the responsibility aspect.
Oh, you can call it whatever you want. I don't care.
I'm a forced responsibility person. I think people should take responsibility. Yes. For actions
so then they shouldn't get
in.
treated for STDs, because that's a lot of money and manpower.
That's it's like calling somebody who makes a crime and then calling someone who wants to arrest them a forced arrester.
Okay, but I chose to have sex, so if I get an STD, why should people waste time treating it?
Because it's a solvable problem.
So is pregnancy. So is pregnancy.
But the STD isn't a human life. We keep doing this. We keep sleight of handing the human life aspect.
We're always going to come back to, is this a human life or not? Because you still have not convinced me, and you can't, because you yourself don't even know why a zygote is a human.
But let's say I just didn't know that. Could you look that up somewhere and find out for sure that wasn't me? I already have. Yes.
Yeah, you did, and all you pulled up was one doctor from Princeton University saying a zygote is a human being.
Let me scroll down to the bottom of Google. How many pages are here? Hold on,
that is not a satisfactory answer, no matter who tells me that. Albert Einstein could tell me that, and I would still be like, okay, what makes it a human being, though? What can I look at in a zygote and measure that tells me this is a human being? You still have not been able to do that.
So your argument is you don't like that the way it's defined.
No, my argument is that you have not explained why you consider the meeting of a sperm and an egg.
But me defining something doesn't change reality.
To be the point at which a human being deserves rights. You have not explained that.
So, because I can't define something,
fallacies. You keep saying like, well, this is you. In fact, I would argue you're making a slippery slope fallacy, because you keep saying, well, this is going to lead to other people losing their rights, and like this is just a bad can of worms we're going to open, or something to that effect.
But those are all things we can object.
As long as we're talking
No,
about fallacies.
No, a slippery slope is when you can't explain those things. I can explain those things. I already have. I've explained. We already know the government gives $557 million to Planned Parenthood. We already know that there's 1.1 million abortions a year. All those are objectable things you can just look up. They're
Planned
true.
Parenthood does
I
a
haven't
lot of
stated
things
anything
besides
that isn't happening.
Planned
I
Parenthood
didn't. A
like
slippery slope would be like if I tried to make the claim the Earth will be destroyed and catch fire. Like how would that happen, right? Like I'd have to chain that together somehow, and that would require some mental gymnastics.
Well, no, that's not a slippery slope, dude. A slippery slope is when I say, like, for instance, okay, if we legalize gay marriage, then people are going to start marrying horses. My dad loved that one when I was growing up.
That's a slippery slope. Exactly. Yes.
So that would be what that is. So what you're saying is, okay, well, if we allow abortion to happen, then that's going to lead to other humans' rights. Like the category of fetus that you consider a human being category that deserves rights, violating their rights is going to lead to the violation of other human beings' rights, like what happened with slavery. That is a slippery slope fallacy.
No, it's not, because we've already seen it in history.
Yes, it is.
No, anytime somebody can oppress a petition, we can see it
abortion-
today.
Hold on. Abortion did not lead to slavery, my dude. I'm sorry to break it to you. Slavery
I never made that argument, so we don't got to worry about that one.
You just did, because I said...
No, I said the argument...
You can retract it if you want, but I said...
But I didn't say that. It's a total straw man.
No, it's not. It's point A to point B, okay?
No, it's not.
If I say, if we allow gay people to get married, then people will start marrying horses, that's slippery slope, because I cannot draw the lines between those two connecting
That is a slippery slope. I totally
You're not
agree.
drawing the lines between how abortion leads to slavery.
I never said that. I said the arguments that are being made are the same. That's all I said. The arguments are the same. You could just change fetus with slave. That isn't your slave.
Okay, but fetuses
Why
aren't
do you
people,
care?
so I don't care.
Why do you care what I do with my slave? It's my slave. I can kill it.
But fetuses aren't people. Yeah, why do you care what I do with my fetus? Exactly.
Basically the same argumentation. A group of people we don't like that are treated less than humans, and now you can abuse them and treat them however you want. And that's the danger. That's the danger I'm trying to get around. Is people should have those rights, and there shouldn't be a class of people a particular group doesn't like that they can just kill.
But you need to explain to me why they're people. I just don't. I don't get it. Like, you keep saying it's because the egg and the sperm do the dance and then make the people. And
Correct. The science. That is why the science.
Yeah, but that's biologically speaking. It now has human genetics, and it will eventually become a human. But scientists are not the people saying fetuses deserve rights. In fact, they're the ones saying if we outlaw abortion, if you go look at if you want to talk about the science, all the scientists say if we outlaw abortion, that's going to lead to more injury and death for pregnant women. So I just don't understand why you keep invoking science when they're all against it.
I don't know where we got that anecdote from, but we'll pull that out of Hammer's face.
Anecdote? What anecdote are you talking about? Why do you keep pulling out these terms like they're Pokemon cards?
I could just go, all the scientists I talked to said the opposite.
No, these are no. Go look at the OBGYN website. I can't remember what it's called, but I can find it real quick. There's literally websites with medical professionals who have researched this stuff and know if we outlaw abortion, more people will die. That is not a straw man, or sorry, that's not a whatever you called it. I can't remember. That's not that. That's literally...
right now we're in the middle of an appeal to authority.
Okay, then disprove the authority.
Who are these scientists?
Find them.
But see, that's why I'm attacking the argumentation, is if we could just not engage in those, we would have much more solid arguments. The problem is that by doing that, though, some people aren't going to like it, because they're inevitably going to have to refute themselves.
You can't even explain why you believe that an egg meeting a sperm.
But we keep getting caught on that, but it's the same.
Being a human, and you keep saying, well, that's the scientific thing. What makes it a human specifically? What if it's so scientific? Then I should. If it's so scientific, if it's so scientific, Mr. Science Boy.
Yeah, fuck science.
I should.
No. Hold on.
Out the window. If it's so scientific, you should be able to tell me what I can measure on a zygote that makes it a human, Mr. Science Boy. So go ahead. Explain to me what on a zygote makes it a human. What I can measure.
The entire makeup. In fact,
meaning what? Meaning what?
No,
you just told me a zygote's a zygote because it's a zygote. Meaning what?
No, I didn't say any of that.
It's a circular argument, my friend. You're begging the question. What makes a zygote a human?
We're kind of gish-galloping me with a lot of just random stuff.
No, I'm not. What makes a zygote a human? That's not gish-galloping. That's a simple question. What makes a zygote a human?
Well, gish-galloping is when you throw a bunch of stuff at someone that's too fast for them to refute.
What makes a zygote a human?
To basically smother them.
What makes a zygote a human?
The makeup of the zygote.
What makeup? What specifically?
Okay, so stuff is made up of stuff, right? Like cells.
I understand that. What specifically composes a zygote that I can measure and say, yes, this is human? What can I look at?
If you take a sample of it and you put it under a microscope, they will go, this is a human.
Who
This is
based
human
on
material.
what? Based they who and based
The
on
makeup
what?
in a
They
lab.
who and they would do the same thing for
The
skin
scientists
cells.
that work at the lab.
They would do the same thing for skin cells. They would say
Now,
this is a human
think about
skin
it though.
cell.
If it was a cat, they would tell you this is a cat.
Based on
zygote.
what?
Based on the makeup of the cells.
What makeup?
Of the cells.
But of what? Cat cells and human cells, I'll have you know, are very similar. So what specifically differentiates them?
But so they're. The problem is we're getting stuck on this, and I don't know how to get past it because.
Then we're getting stuck on it because this is the root of your argument. You cannot prove to me that a zygote is a human being that deserves rights. You can't even distinguish between a human cell and a cat cell. So why should I listen to you?
But none of that. You can distinguish between a human.
Then tell me
and
how.
a cat.
Then tell me how, or where I can go to find out how. No, you
So
didn't.
There's
Tell
all
me
these
where
websites.
to go to find
I
out
could
how.
link you.
Link me.
Correct. Yes.
Link me. Because the one you linked me was just a doctor's opinion.
Well, I mean, you're gonna get whoever wrote the information.
I understand
They're gonna
that,
put their
but
name on it.
No, I understand that, but all they said was a zygote is a human being. That's not explaining.
Let me link this here. But again, I shouldn't have to be doing the research for you. This should have been already something you've
If
looked
you are
up
making
ahead of
this
time
point,
to,
no,
to
if you're
obtain
making
that
your,
position.
this is an argument you're making, so you're
Well,
responsible.
it's a shift of the burden of proof is what it is.
No, it's not. No, wait, you linked this again? Is this the same thing?
No. It's I linked you to the Google. I'm just doing them all in order.
Okay. I mean,
It's a lot to read. I understand. No, I don't like reading a million things either. I understand.
The facts and doubts
There's
about
only-
beginning of the human life and personality. Asim Kurjak and Anna Tripolo. What a piece of work is a man.
Beware, this one here has like a million sources. So
Scientists have been remiss in failing to translate science into the terms that allow mankind to
You-
share. It should always be kept in mind. Amazing aspect of which part of this article should I be looking at? Definition of the life.
you're gonna have to. There's a lot of reading, unfortunately.
Proper answer. Well, we'll do it.
I don't
We'll
think
do it.
that'll be something we can read through the stream and take too
Well,
long.
let's see if we can do a little bit. How to define a human life is complicated. Nowadays, well, I thought it was pretty simple, but hey, nowadays dilemmas consider the respect of human life from the birth to death, involving not just biology but other sciences also. Philosophy, theology, psychology, sociology, law, and politics.
Oh,
Wait, I thought you said it was just science.
could
But
I
now
was
the
gonna-
source you're linking me is saying that we got to involve all these other things.
there,
So
there's
what's up
so
with
much
that?
information there. There's a
Some
lot. That's why I
authors
warned you.
say
There's
that
a
the
lot of
life as
information.
such does not exist. No one has ever seen it. Should I listen to this scientist? The authors who say that?
There's a lot of information.
When
to read through.
defining life, it should be
Currently-
considered not just
Well-
life as it is today, but as it might have been in its primordial form and as it will be in the future. So we should consider the life of the ancestor bacteria that bred all of us into existence. That should be a human with human
Well,
rights.
I want to point out something too, because you debated that other guy and that other. Remember the guy kept stuttering?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna point out what that guy. The problem with people like that is it's the show your homework problem that guy had, where you asked him to show his homework, couldn't show his homework. That guy had no idea how he got to that position.
You just showed me your homework, and it contradicts everything you've been telling me, just based
Well,
off
you're
of the little bit that
just-
I read.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we're gonna start cherry picking things
It's
that
not
confirm
cherry
our
picking,
biases.
man.
but-
I literally opened it, read the first few sentences, and it says we need to consider more than just science when we talk about the personhood of a human, including philosophy, theology.
You're
all these
going
other
to get
things.
opinions of all the scientists, and you're going to have to go through all of them. Unfortunately,
Then why
It's
link
just how
that?
it
Why
goes.
link that? Why show me?
Because I gave you dissenting information. That's totally okay.
That's
You
not
can check-
dissenting information. Unless
If it doesn't
unless
agree with
missed
what I
it.
said, that's totally okay to read that information and take that into
But
account
then
as well.
at that point, you're just throwing books at me. Like that don't mean anything.
Because you need to do the research in this before you take a position.
You need to do
like
the
that.
research. If you don't come to a debate prepared to debate your points, if you
But
don't,
I
if you can't tell me why a
I
zygote
already-
is a human, then
I told you, but you just
succinctly and
refuse to
clearly-
accept it. I can't
okay,
stop
tell
you
me,
from doing
okay,
that.
I know what you're gonna say, but tell me again. We'll go through this one more time.
The 10th time. So when the cells come together, what do they make?
They make a zygote.
Which is what
It's-
kind?
What do you mean? What kind? It's a zygote.
What kind
it's
is
a human,
zygote?
A human.
But
zygote,
it has
sure.
it has a type,
human,
like a
human
like a
zygote.
creature in Magic the Gathering.
It's a human zygote.
There we go. That's it.
Okay, what about a human skin cell? Why is that not a human?
It's part of a human. It's a makeup.
Yes, but why is it not a human itself? It's
Like
one
a
cell.
wheel
It's-
is on a
What's the
car,
difference
it's not the
between a
whole
human?
car.
Okay, what's the difference between a skin cell and a zygote?
The skin cell is part of something, not the whole
zygote's
thing.
part- I could
We
argue
are
the
describing part of something, not the whole thing.
The zygote becomes part.
Is
of
the whole
mother.
thing?
What do you mean? It's the whole thing. That what
It's
are you
the
talking
the
about?
whole thing we're talking about. The
That's
whole.
so unclear and vague. What do you mean? The
That
whole
is
thing?
extremely specific. It is the whole object, like a
The whole.
like if I
so
talked
if a
about
zygote. So let's say that a zygote never develops beyond being a zygote.
like if I
and
like
it
I
just
said a whole
stays-
Jeep.
Hold on. Let's say that
It's
a
the
zygote.
whole Jeep.
let's say, hold on. Let's say that I take a zygote, and I take the zygote out and I put it in a petri dish, and I keep this zygote alive through whatever means I need to, and it never multiplies. Is this zygote a person? Does it deserve human rights?
I mean, that's the argument. Does it? That's the argument, actually.
What if 18 years passed? Does this zygote have the right to vote? Should I give it?
It will grow.
Should I? Well, no, it won't. Well, I'm giving you a hypothetical. The zygote.
No, I understand.
Grow. So should it have the right to vote?
It would grow to be human at that point, or a fully grown human.
No, I'm giving you a hypothetical. I'm keeping this zygote alive and keeping it from growing. That is something that is technically, theoretically possible. So should it have the right to vote at 18 years old?
I don't think that's possible because it would die.
Theoretically, it's possible.
I mean, the problem is now this is like the people who make arguments with God at this point. This is something that can't happen. So I don't really have an answer.
We talk about things a lot that can't happen. We just did it earlier in the stream.
The problem is this is just another mental gymnastics to come to the conclusion.
But you can't call every argument that you don't have an answer for mental gymnastics. And that's all
because
you can do.
You can't ask me an impossible question and think I'm going to have some kind of answer.
If I give you an impossible scenario that can't
actually
happen in real life.
If you grew that in the dish, it would either die or grow. That's what would happen.
No, if theoretically speaking,
it would not suddenly decide to not grow.
Theoretically speaking,
cells multiply. That's what they do.
Okay, first of all, no. Do you know how blood cells work? They don't multiply.
Not every cell, but those types of cells.
What do you mean those types?
That are in the zygote.
That are in the zygote.
Yes, that it's made up out of. It will grow with nourishment.
But I could stop the process of it growing and just have it live.
And it would die.
In theory.
Or grow.
In theory, I could do that.
But now we're getting into like a theory. I have to read your research on that. I mean, if you want to send that my way, I'm down to read it.
No, this is a hypothetical situation. I'm asking you if you're so sure that a zygote is a human being.
Yeah, but couldn't I just feel like if God actually existed, would you agree with me?
If it were to stop growing at that stage, which is theoretically possible, and the only reason that it dies is because it doesn't implant and get nutrients. Okay, so if I were to keep it in a petri dish and stunt its growth and give it nutrients so that it stays alive as a singular cell, is that a human? Yes or no?
I mean, it would just be, it would just be chilling there, I guess.
Yes.
It's still a human. It's still a human zygote.
After 18 years old, do you think that the cell on this petri dish deserves voting rights? Yes.
This is a magical scenario that would never happen. So I could not.
It's not that far off, man. It's really not.
We are so far out. Dude, you could make the same argument for God. If I actually had God here,
wait, hold on.
Would you admit he's real?
Keeping a single human cell in a petri dish and keeping it from multiplying is not that far out there. We've done things like that, very close to that. So like, why could we not do that with a zygote?
You'd have to back this up with something. Unfortunately, this is outside of anything I've ever encountered.
The concept of stunting cellular growth and reproduction is not science fiction. We can do.
Honestly, sounds like 10 million clicks on YouTube. I'm just saying, if you pulled this off, you get like 100 million clicks on YouTube. Just saying.
Okay, buddy.
If you were able to do that in a dish on YouTube, that'd be a lot of clicks, man.
So in theory, you think that a zygote should be allowed to vote if it's 18 years old and still has not developed into like an embryo?
I think this scenario would never happen, and it's a magical scenario. We're pulling out a hammer space again.
But this is the natural logical endpoint of your logic. Like this is the
No, that is a weird scenario you made up.
No, it's not.
I would never make that scenario up. You just did it. I watched you do it. You just said it.
Sorry. What I meant was it is a made up scenario that I made up, but it's not something that is completely out there. I'm asking you about this because this is the end stage of your logic. No, it's not.
But it's not the end stage of my logic. I'm just fighting for rights. That's it.
Yeah, you're fighting for rights for things that don't exist yet, like humans that do not.
Well, they have to exist for them to have the rights. So they have to actually.
They're not people that exist. Okay, Sally is not an embryo.
Well,
Sally's
for
a person.
No. But here's the distinction: is for you, they have to have been born.
Yes. And I think that my reasoning for that is more sound than your reasoning for
that's
thinking
what I
that
would disagree with.
Because it doesn't deserve the same rights as me.
But there it is.
Why does a zygote?
There's a slavery argument.
Why does a zygote?
People don't deserve the same rights as me.
It's not conscious. It can't feel. It can't breathe. It can't talk. It can't act. It can't do anything. It's a vegetable.
Because
why should
when
I care?
You do that, that's the problem. Is because we've reached a point where there's a class of people that you don't like or don't care about. They're not equal. And that's the problem.
But they're
some
not.
Some animals are more equal than others.
You keep saying that this is the same argument they use
for
slavery.
All the humans should be equal. There should be no humans that are not equal to the other humans.
But you haven't convinced me of that. Okay, we're going in circles, man. So I mean,
I understand. But no. We know where the difference is. It's at the birth. That's the difference. You believe that once they're born, then they have the rights.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so. I think that you are wrong. This is not a difference of opinion.
Well, we
This is you
just
being
disagree
wrong.
here.
No, this is you being wrong. You're wrong, and you've proven that to me. Because you can't even tell me what constitutes a zygote being a human being.
Well,
so with that being said, I think that we're good. And
I think you already wanted to come to that conclusion, but really, I'm attacking the arguments. Just keep this in mind with the whole thing.
You can't explain to me why zygote's a human.
Wait,
All you can say
we've
is
already
that
done the
egg
science
cell
denial thing.
meets a sperm cell, and that makes it a human being deserving of rights for some reason that I can't quite put my finger on. There's nothing that I can measure, nothing you've given me that distinguishes a zygote from
you
a
would just
skin
have to
cell,
actually do the
from a
research,
cat
but
cell,
you haven't done any of
nothing.
it.
And you clearly haven't either because you can't tell me. So stop accusing me of not doing research that you yourself
But that
clearly
doesn't take
have
away
not
the fact
done.
you still haven't done the
came
research.
into this debate
even if
unprepared.
I was brain dead,
Unprepared.
and I just fell on the floor, you
Unprepared.
still haven't done the research.
You came
That
into this
doesn't-
debate unprepared to explain to me why I should consider a zygote a person.
And now we're gonna poison the well.
That's not.
See, this is the problem. This is
Okay,
the
man.
problem. But no, I'm attacking the argumentation. All these argument tactics are just bad tactics to come to a predetermined conclusion without critically thinking about any of it, without caring about truth, without caring about the
How did I
science,
poison
without
the
even
well?
doing the research of the science.
You
And
didn't do it
that's what-
either. You didn't do it either. Clearly.
Well, no, we rejected it when I brought it to the table. That's what
No,
ended up
I
happening.
didn't reject it, man. You just haven't explained to me what I can measure on a zygote that would constitute it being a human being. And most people
The
when I
cellular
ask,
makeup.
hold on,
That is,
most
that is-
people
you
when
would-
I ask
you would
them that,
examine it.
all cells are made up of the same shit. Most people when most of them, all people when I ask them that, the argument that they correctly jump to, by the way, is it has 46 chromosomes. So why did you not, or is it, 46, yeah. So why did you not make that argument? Like,
Because
what's wrong with that one?
Because the rights start when it's concepted. Anything past that, it doesn't.
You did not answer
As
my
long as
question.
human-
Why did you? What's wrong with the argument? It's a human being because it has 46 chromosomes. Let's walk through this.
Sure.
Because clearly you were avoiding it.
I'm not avoiding it. You haven't made the argument yet.
Okay, but most people when I argue with them, that's the argument they bring up. So I'm curious
Sure.
why you have
could-
not postulated that argument.
Because I'm going for the rights. I don't care about that. I'm just the rights for people. That's what I care about.
But we're defining a person. We're defining a person. So if your definition of a person is a zygote, and I ask if you're defining a zygote as a person, you need to be able to explain to me why. I can explain to you why I'm a person or why you're a person. Okay, you were born, and you can breathe, and you can talk, and you can think, and you have feelings, and you have emotions, and that all makes you human. Okay.
You know what's interesting about that is you could measure all those, right?
Yes. So what can I measure on a zygote that makes it a human, that constitutes its personhood?
The entire thing you can measure at current science.
Stop saying the entire
hold on,
thing.
hold on.
I can say the same
Hold on.
thing about you.
Well, no, I'm going to give you some ground here. There is a means of measurement fallacy where people get into like cognitive stuff, and yeah, we can't measure all that yet. But the thing is it's gotten really good. Remember during the pandemic?
You're getting off topic, man.
No, this is on topic. When
better
I
make
went
it
up during the pandemic, they scanned my forehead to see if I was sick.
Okay.
The science got better. They could literally tell if I was sick from a distance by scamming me.
Are you saying the science
safe.
isn't there yet?
The science is not there yet to
measure the
judge
personhood of a
exactly to the
zygote?
point. Well, to just examine the either the heartbeat or any of that other stuff.
If the science isn't there yet, then you're making a completely unscientific claim. You understand?
Well,
that,
no,
right?
the science will eventually be there, is what I'm saying, and a lot of people will have to move their god further away.
Fine, but until that happens, you're making an unsubstantiated claim.
No, it's just a
Yes.
position
that is
of
exactly
current
what you're doing.
science.
No, that's an unsubstantiated claim. It's like me saying aliens definitely
No.
exist.
No. It's the
If
same
I
thing
say
as saying,
aliens definitely exist, that's an unsubstantiated claim. I can't prove that.
Well, it's an
They might,
unfalsifiable claim.
They might, but I can't prove that. So
Well, it's unfalsifiable, yeah.
yes, and you're making an unfalsifiable claim that by saying a zygote's a human and saying that we don't have the science to
No,
measure
because
its humanity
we
yet.
have science to measure
Then
some
why
of
did
it.
you say we don't? What is this argument? What
We
are you
don't
trying
have
to tell
no.
me? What's your point?
It's not 100% from point A to point B complete yet. Just like with the telescope. Remember the James Hub telescope that just came out? Remember those great pictures of the planets? If somebody had told you there's no planets beyond that, we can't see them, that would sound crazy because we just don't have a telescope that's good enough to see
You
them.
can say
They're
there
there.
are probably planets beyond that. We just haven't seen them yet, so we can't prove. There
Well,
might be nothing.
we've detected we're there. We just can't really see what they are.
Yeah, so you have something that you can measure and say, yeah, we've detected planets there.
And we have that for a lot.
Okay, so what's the
Already.
thing they're detecting? You keep saying it's the whole thing. It's the composition. It's the makeup. What about its
Correct.
makeup? The only thing I can think that would even start to make sense
I
is
would
its
refer you
genetics.
to all those links. You'd have to read through there and get as deep as you'd like.
Did you read all of them?
I read a good chunk, yes.
Okay,
But
so
I
then
can't
summarize
iterate
it.
them off the top of my head.
Well, just summarize it.
I already did.
By saying what?
It's at the point of conception.
That's not
it.
explaining why it's a human or why I should consider it a person.
You
understand that, right?
It was the makeup and what it is.
But
That is all you need.
That's
You don't
not
need.
explaining. That's not
You don't need
explaining
to.
the concept.
You could get into the details of that, sure. I mean,
Okay.
go for it.
Okay, get into it a little bit. Not too much. I'm
Again,
just asking for a little
we
bit.
just keep shifting that burden of proof. The burden of all that. You just push
The
it
burden
right
of
onto
proof
the
is on
table
you.
over here.
The burden of proof is on you to prove that it's a person. I've
You made
already
the claim.
given-
No. You made the claim it's not.
Yes.
I want to see that evidence.
Yeah, the evidence I've given you is that it has none of the characteristics that qualify a human being, such as being able to think, being able to feel, being able to breathe.
And
being able to-
those are all measurable things.
Yes.
Correct. So it's a means of measurement fallacy is the problem. Is we just because we can't be measured doesn't mean it's not there. If just because we can't see those planets doesn't mean they aren't
But if you
there.
can't measure
That's
it, then
what you're trying to say.
scientifically, if you can't measure it, then scientifically it may as well, like, not be there.
Not
Because-
exist? Is that what you're gonna say? Those
Basically-
planets don't exist?
No, we are measuring the existence of those planets by having said we've detected them. Or we can extrapolate and say, well, these planets exist here, and even though we can't measure it over there, we can reasonably determine that there probably is. Just like weather forecasts, right? We use evidence that we have to make the best prediction possible, even if it's not completely sound or
Yeah.
correct. Okay? That's what we do. And the evidence that we have is that a zygote is nothing more than a single cell and with no feelings, no emotions, no anything that means that would warrant me giving a single solitary shit about what happens to it or why, or how it gets there. Like, the only thing I care about is the person carrying it, because it attaches itself once again to the person
It
that
attaches
carries it
itself.
and feeds
There's
off
the
of it.
sleight
And
of
that
hand.
is, by the way, to get back to this point, parasitic behavior. And you didn't even address
You
that
just
very
said
well.
it
I let you go on
attaches
so many
itself, and
tangents
that's
during this
sleight of
whole
hand.
thing that
Now
I
we're
should
just
not
gonna-
let you get away with.
we're
You
just gonna
kept on
talk over
going
me
on
now.
these. Yes, we just kept on going on these tangents that I kept letting
You
you
don't
get
want
away
to be
with.
stopped when you use your sleight of hand. That's why you ramble.
You know
Because
what,
if
man?
I call you
I
out
think
right
you're
when
right.
it happens,
I've maxed out
You-
my sleight of hand. Tactic,
but you said
right?
it attaches itself, but that's not true. That's not how that happens. It
That
does
is how
not
it
make that
happens. It
decision.
attaches
It's
itself.
not.
It doesn't make
somebody.
it. Well,
somebody
according to
does
you,
something.
according to you, there's purpose to everything. So, like, if there's
No,
a-
I did not
if there's
say
an
that.
incentive. There's an incentive for
There's
it to
a straw
attach, right?
man.
So the incentive there is for it to attach.
No, incentives
yes?
don't have to have purpose of the
Okay.
universe.
You can keep thinking that. I think that's a very silly way of using the word incentive.
We could disagree. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
I think we've hit an endpoint. Really, I want to attack the argumentation, though. It's just if YouTube itself, if all these creators could just engage in critical thinking, engage in making like good arguments instead of parroting these bad arguments, we would come to more scientifically good positions and better arguments, and not just screaming at each other or going on these big rambly tangents. I mean, how many YouTube creators do you see just kind of like ramble on when somebody's? I mean, Hassan was yelling at that guy, right? They got mad and you just started yelling at him, like stuff
I
like
just-
that.
I
I
think
just
it's-
wish there was more good, like good science-based, good, what's good for everybody. You know what I mean? Not just us versus them.
I feel
We're all
like
human.
I feel like it's really gross to force people, especially rape victims and even underage.
But this is
rape
another
victims.
cherry pick fallacy.
No,
so
it's
another
not.
moralistic.
No, it's
It
not.
is. It is.
No,
You
it's
can
not.
say it's not a million
it
times.
actually
It is.
happens. It happens. Okay, this happens.
It's still
So
cherry pick.
you are-
It's still an extreme
You
minority.
have to
We're-
contend with the fact that by
you just
outlawing
don't care
abortion,
that it is because
you
it
have
supports
to
your
contend
position.
with the fact that by outlawing abortion, you are forcing all of those people through pregnancies that they
By
do
making
not want.
any law,
That is what you're doing.
By making any law, you're going to make someone mad, and something bad happens.
You're
somewhere.
right.
That's just.
I
by
don't
dint.
want to make somebody
Like,
mad
if we
by
arrest
forcing them through
criminals-
9 months of carrying a fucking parasite that they don't fucking want attached to them. That's disgusting and perverted and caveman-like.
but the other
and how
1.1
dare you? How fucking dare you
here's
try
the
to?
emotional
how,
grand
yeah,
fan
go
on a
ahead. No,
little
no. I think
soapbox.
I've earned this. How dare you try to take science and pervert it in such a disgusting,
I'm
gross
perverting
way?
it now. Oh, I'm
Gross.
so bad. Outsider
Just-
bad.
And you
Get-
keep
get
trying
rid
to
of him.
say all
He's
these
not part of
fallacy
our
this,
cult.
fallacy that.
Outsider
wow,
bad.
man, you're so
Outsiders are
smart.
demons.
How high is your IQ? I bet you've
just-
taken at least
you're
10
just
IQ
making
tests.
a cold
Go
purity
back
argument.
to Reddit. Go back to Reddit. Goodbye. Christ. Can't even explain what a fucking human is, man. oh, sanctity of life, zygote's a human. What makes it a human? Oh, I don't know. It's just the thing is there, and that makes it to human. I'm smart, by the way. Let me use 50 different fucking terms, debate bro logic terms, to make sure that you all know just how fucking smart and special that I am. That I think that it's fine to force 12-year-old rape victims through pregnancies that they never asked for and could likely die and get injured carrying. Yeah, human's a human. Yeah, good point. You know, he did explain that. God, I reach a point, man. I feel like I have a lot of patience, but I reach a breaking point. Yeah, I gave them a long time to answer whatever I asked them. Like every single time, I gave them ample time, and you know, I really do feel like I gave them a chance to explain themselves, and they just kept going off on all these weird, you know, things that are completely irrelevant to the conversation. Like we got into a whole thing about like evolution, you know, and that can be relevant, but then he starts talking about like how there's an incentive for things to evolve, and it's like that's a weird. You know, the incentive is there, sure, but that's like a weird term to use because incentive means it implies a choice that you make. You know? I think he did good. He couldn't explain why we should care about his zygote. Exactly. And every time I tried to ask him, he just says, well, you should care because it's a human. Okay, but you're begging the question. You know, you want to use debate bro fallacy, logic, whatever. That's begging the question, and that is a fallacy. It's just the entitlement pisses me off. He just thinks he's so, or not the entitlement. It's not even entitlement. It's what's the word I'm looking for? He's just so smug and arrogant. That's what it is. The arrogance, just like the I'm better than you, man. Like and condescension and smugness about it. And he keeps using these words that he thinks he needs to explain to me, or make his argument better. And it's like words aren't magic, man. You can say fallacy as many times as you want, and it doesn't make you any smarter. It just makes you sound smarter to people who already agree with you. And then he has the gall to say that other people are making bad arguments. Like, okay, dude. And then say that like I didn't come prepared to a debate, as if he can't even, as if he could explain why a zygote is a person deserving of rights. I let that go on far too long. Far too long. This office getting hot. Okay. He's messaging me now. What's this?
I lost brain cells.
Same here. Thank you, Balthazar, for the $5. Appreciate you. Yes, it is time for Shoe0nHead. I haven't drinking any of this. He keeps saying sleight of hand too. Like every time that I gave him an argument that he didn't like or couldn't answer, he was just like, well, there's your sleight of hand again. Like, what? What do you mean? When he said it's not better to have legal abortion and sex ed and birth control, that's just pure stupidity. Well, right, and that's another thing he said is like that was sleight of hand. You know? He said that was sleight of hand. It's like, how? It doesn't make any sense. God, I look so naked without like hair and a beard. It's so weird. I need a hat. That's better. I don't like it. My beard will grow back soon. Return to Eggman. I didn't like the mustache. I didn't like it. And also my fiance doesn't like it. Love how they can never explain why fetuses matter more than pregnant person, other than they think they choose other than they think they chose to take it on. Yeah, exactly. And then every time I would say, like, what about somebody who was raped? And he would say, that's an appeal to the fringes. And those people still exist. So then when we get into let me explain a little bit. Then when we get into like the discussion about airplanes and cars, I personally believe that we should limit, we should always be improving safety and always be, looking out for people's safety and their livelihoods and their lives, right? But not livelihoods, just lives. But you do have to weigh that the risk of people dying against like human progress and people just living their lives. Human life is extraordinarily valuable, but you can't always forsake freedom for more lives. You know what I mean? You can't do that. Individual humans have to be able to live. So that is unfortunately something that I do have to weigh out when considering, should we have airports? And right now, I think airports are, I don't think they're good, but I think I'd rather them be there than not, because that's the main method of international travel right now. That's how people move and connect and travel and enjoy themselves and have happy, fulfilling lives in a lot of cases. Like, airplanes are great. They're also dangerous, And I think that people who take their children onto airplanes should do so with the understanding that it can be dangerous and they can potentially get into an airplane accident and die. I think that parents should be allowed to make that decision for their children. I think that is an acceptable amount of risk to take. Okay. With cars, I don't actually. I wish that cars, I push sometimes for cars to go the way of the dinosaurs. I don't like cars because they're so dangerous. And that's why I advocate for trains and other not automobile, what was the word? Car infrastructure, I guess. I believe that airplanes are far safer than cars. They are, because we have people who are trained to use airplanes. Ugh. I couldn't stand. One more thing before we get into the slime thing, the thought slime. I could not stand how he kept on saying, I have no bad blood against you. I don't want anything. Like, even in the DMs now, he's doing it. I don't want to, oh shit, I just closed the thing I need. I don't want us to have any bad blood. I think, I hope the best for your channel, et cetera, et cetera. But then, like, on the other hand, he keeps saying, like, I didn't come prepared for the debate. I am using slimy tactics. I'm, sleight of hand and whatever. I'm trying to, I'm married to this idea. It's like, you're completely disrespecting me, man. Why should I have a modicum of respect for that guy and his ideas? He doesn't have them for mine. And since I think I'm right, I have even less reason to be charitable to him. Yeah, man was hungry for clout. Hungry. If he's hungry for clout, like, he must have been starving if he went after me. I don't think it's clout that he's after. If it were clout, then he would have asked to, like, shill his channel or something. I think it's just, he struck me very much as a Reddit atheist intellectual, right? It's really irritating. Okay, strap in for another long segment. We're not going to have, even if I wanted to do that secret third thing, that I can't remember what it was, we won't have time anyway. It's an attack on your argument. His argument being some beings should have a right to your body because. Exactly. No beard. Yes, no beard. Some people do like being pregnant, not even in a weird way. No, that's fine. If you enjoy being pregnant, or even if it is in a weird way, like, I don't know your life. Like, if you enjoy being pregnant, I think that's your right to be pregnant. Like, that's fine. That is a fine thing to be, is pregnant. So I don't have an issue with that. Not sure I should listen to leftist content on a work laptop. I'm not talking about Palestine, so probably fine. Thoughtslime bad? I used to like Thoughtslime a lot. It's kind of disappointing because I saw a lot of the shit he said about, like, Xander Hall and Vosh, and it's just something about Vosh really, really brings out the worst in people. I don't know what it is exactly, but, like, I used to avoid Vosh like the plague because people were like, my inner friend group would tell me, like, don't watch Vosh, he's bad, Vosh is bad. And, like, I agree with them on most things. So, like, I was like, okay, I won't touch Vosh. Vosh is in fact horrible. He's bad for you. But, like, I something about Vosh just makes people so disgusting. Like anybody who hates Vosh, 9 times out of 10, if you know that a person hates Vosh, that's information that they volunteered to you. You know, like it's almost like a correlation. Like the more you hate Vosh, the worse of a person you are. Mildred is them. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I was unaware. No, I promise I was not aware of that. I think I was, but then I forgot, so I apologize. But yeah, don't ever misgender just to get one over on somebody. I really shouldn't even say this, but the only reason I've ever done that is to make a point in debates, or like when I'm talking to people. So like if somebody is misgendering, you know, trans people, for instance, then I might say, okay, well, I'll just call you Bill then, and they're a woman, you know, I'll just call you Bill then and call you man. You're fine with that, right? Because that's how I see you. I see you as more of a man than a woman. So I'm just going to call you Bill because clearly that's something that you're fine with. I think that it's fine to do it like that. But if somebody is trans and you misgender them on purpose, then of course not. Don't do that. I thought Mildred was any all. Well, it's probably here. Let's see. We'll be respectful. Wow, they don't have pronouns in bio, at least not on YouTube. Sorry, I was just looking at Twitter notes. Twitter is going to be dead soon now that Apple's pulled their advertising. That's a big loss. Disney too, I think. I figured you just forgot. Yeah. Yeah, always check me on that. Being in an Alec and Vosh sandwich, that's disgusting. Yeah, dip from servers like that. That's toxic behavior. I enjoy Shark's method of bringing more lightheartedness and comedy to the subjects. Do you mean during debates? Oh, you just mean in general. I see. No, I love Shark. Shark's probably my favorite person to watch. Actually, I take it back. These days, it was for a while, and now I think it's Vosh again, because I do love... Well, that's so hard. It's so hard to pick. They're both really good, but for different reasons. Vosh is very snarky. I think if I'm looking for, like, somebody... But if I'm... Just disconnected. Okay. But if I'm looking for somebody to just kind of banter and, like, be goofy, I'm going to go with Shark. That's like comparing apples to oranges. Vosh, Shark, Alec, the trifecta. Don't put me in their circle. They're way out of my league, at least for now. I'm not trying to say I won't get there, but I'm not there. All right. So recently, I heard about some drama going on between Thoughtslime and Shoe0nHead. And I actually avoided watching both Keffel's and Xanderhall's video about it so that I could go over it myself, even though I watch them all the time, really, when I'm at work, not doing anything. Them, Shark, Vosh, you got the idea, you know. So I'm going to go over this myself and just see what all the drama... I don't really have much to say about it because I don't know anything about what's going on. All I know is that Shoe0nHead made a video about men and men's issues, as she does often. I know that Shoe0nHead is a controversial figure, sometimes leans conservative more than she should. But overall, I do think that she is a sincere person, and I think that she does want what's best for people in general. With Thoughtslime, I don't know that much about Thoughtslime, but I do know that they have issues with Vosh. I know that they have issues with Xanderhall, and I know that there are people who like Vosh, Thoughtslime's circle, or are part of it, are typically just kind of annoying, from what I've heard. So, I have the original... Well, I have the Thoughtslime video pulled up. I don't really want to watch the Shoe0nHead video and then watch this. Let's just see what Thoughtslime has to say about it and see if we agree.
This is the hardest video I've ever had to make. I never thought I'd have to
Vorsh
make a video
lost me
like
when
this,
he
but it
refused
has
to
come
buy the Versace JoJo shoes. What a coward.
Thank you very much, Balthazar. That is a very cowardly move.
to my attention that I
Speak up a
have
little bit.
failed men. For those not familiar, men are like, how do I describe them? They're like normal people, but usually they're bigger and usually they're hairier and they don't typically smell as good. It's hard to describe them because they're quite variable. Some of them are Chinese.
Yeah, I smell fantastic. My body exudes lavender smelling soap, actually.
Some of them are dentists. They're all different. You know one when you see one. But it's not important what men are. What's important is that it's been brought to my attention that some of my words have been deeply offensive to men and people within the larger male fandom. And that was never my intention. I would never want to mock people who I think could defeat me in a fight. Besides, some of my best friends are men. I have men in my family. I'm even half man on my father's side. I have a deep and abiding respect for men and male culture. I've
Okay, that was a funny one. I thought that was good.
participated in many of their rituals, gone to their places of worship, ate their traditional foods. I will now give the traditional male apology for any offense my thoughtless words may have caused. I'm sorry, bro. I love you, bro. We good, bro? Now to back up and explain myself a little bit.
I did like the one joke, but that whole thing was a little bit too snarky for me.
In a video about the deeply embarrassing Nick Adams and
Not
the
what
deeply
we're here to
embarrassing way he
discuss.
tries to portray himself as an alpha male by, like, stepping on candies and going to boob restaurants,
Until M&M's rectify this grave wrong by giving us all male M&M's, this boycott will remain.
There's no shot that's real, right? That's got to be fake.
M&M's?
Put down the woke M&Ms.
I said the following. The question of whether or not the hashtag online left is enough to appeal
Good makeup.
to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like, that's a very misguided question, in my opinion. Broadly speaking, the goal of the left should be to spread power to the most people possible. And so it should always be kind of harder to get people who already have unfair amounts of power on board. That's inconvenient, but it's also kind of unavoidable without diluting the goals we seek to achieve. It is never in the self-interest of the powerful to aid the powerless. That's the reason there are powerful and power.
I don't think that's true. It depends on what you mean by self-interest. I know what they mean, but I don't know if I agree with that on the face of it, because there's always an interest for more powerful people to help less powerful people, even if it's selfish. Like, even if it's like, I'm going to help you, but then later I ask for a favor in return for helping them. Like, there are incentives there.
Powerless people in the first place. And
I just think it's kind of a blunt, forceful claim to make that is easily disproven.
men, by and large, are more powerful than women. There are, of course, exceptions. There are intersections of other forms of oppression that can make individual people's stories different than the general trend. But, like, men have most of the money.
Lily looks almost like a clown with that makeup. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think it works. It's fine.
Money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting, often to not
Listen, I don't wear makeup. I can't comment on that. Like, the person wants to wear what they wear. It's
men.
fine.
In virtually any
You can have your
circumstance
opinion
where a
on
man
it.
has a shitty time in life, if that man were a woman, they would be having a worse time because they'd have all of their regular problems plus some new woman problems. I can see now the mistake I made, which is that I took it for granted that my words would be understood in the context I said them in, rather than used outside of that context to give the illusion I had said something different than what I said. And for that, I apologize. Never in a million years would I have thought that simply saying the most banal, obvious, and self-evident facts about the reproduction of patriarchy could be taken as evidence of a supposed demonization of men and manhood. Particularly because the whole fucking video, like the whole fucking thing, was about how insincere
the
this
fuck
type of
word.
performative masculinity is, how it does not represent men realistically, and holds them to standards that are both impossible and, this is important, deeply stupid. But then, some very concerned people reached out with some gentle criticism, some suggestions like that I should kill myself, more people than the normal amount that tell me to kill myself, and a lot of people complaining that I hate men.
Even right now, like, just their whole demeanor is very, dare I say it, slimy. Right? I don't know. Something about it is very off-putting. Even when I watched the ADHD video, which I did like, there was always this air of, I don't want to make this something that I pin on Thoughtslime, like, just that's something they can't fix. But something about the way they speak is very condescending. I do agree.
And also, for some
can't put
reason,
my
white
finger on
people,
it.
which I don't feel is related, but okay, I'll work on that too, I guess. And I didn't want to admit it at the time. I thought, you know, what's probably happened here is that some chud must have talked about me in a video. Like, some chud didn't like a thing I said, and they showed it to their chud audience to get them mad at me about it. But what happened next shook me to my core. Because it turns out it wasn't a chud that talked about me in a video. It was Shoe0nHead. But what? Well, she didn't really talk about
But then they repeat themselves.
me so much as she showed, like, a clip of me in passing in a video. And that was why suddenly my feed sucked more for a little while until they got bored.
So,
I'm just stepping out for a little bit.
Safe. Say hi to Katie. TBH Show0nHead is a Judd like 40% of the time. I agree with that.
And it confused me. It confused my delicate little brain. Huh? I would understand if some chud made a video about me, but Shoe0nHead is, of course, no right-wing culture warrior. Now, I'll grant you, she once was. She was once an anti-feminist crusader in
I
the—
don't really see a difference between the attitude they're taking versus many other people who are also putting out videos defending themselves. I mean, I think whenever you're defending yourself, you're always prone to sounding smug. I think that, man, that's a whole other conversation. I would really have to sit down and parse through exactly how to address things in self-defense. You know what I mean?
meme wars. She rubbed shoulders.
That definitely was interesting fan art.
I'll grant you, she once was. She was once an
feet. Also, what the wait. Is this AI? No, it's not.
anti-feminist crusader in the meme wars. She rubbed shoulders and hobnobbed with all sorts of anti-SJW alt-right adjacent figureheads and white supremacist terrorists back then. But in time, the scales fell from her eyes like Paul on the road to Damascus. And now she's a bona fide, real, honest-to-God, no-fooling leftist. She said—
did she say so?
Of course, those old videos are still there. You know, she's not running from her past. And of course, they're still monetized. Like, she's still benefiting from her past. But one—
Okay, dude, come on. Like, you're gonna put that on her to demonetize fucking... I don't know. That's silly to me. Like, if she's generally advocating for good causes today, like Hunter Avalon, I think, still has all of his videos up from way back then. And, like, should they be making money off of that? Probably not. But it's not on... It's just so inconsequential to me. You know what I mean?
People come to our side, it's cause for celebration. They should be welcomed and given leadership positions. That's called solidarity. People can change.
Hunter privatized all of his vids. Well, I don't know. That's man. I'm not good at making up my mind today. I'd have to think about it.
People can change without meaningfully changing their behavior. And at the time, I was too busy to respond because, of course, I was working on a video about fake leftists disingenuously calling for left unity in order to use our spaces to spread their right-leaning, often bigoted ideas. So, of course, you see, I had no time to think about Shoe0nHead. No, I'm doing it again. I'm being snide. I mustn't be snide. Being snide is what got me into this mess. Look, I can't see inside Shoe0nHead's heart. If I were forced to guess, I'd imagine her conversion, so to speak, is genuine. I don't think she's lying about that, and I don't really give a shit if she is, and I don't think it would matter if she was. For the record, I find it far more likely that she did genuinely change her mind about some things, but also held on to a lot.
What are the right-wing ideas and left-wing spaces? That's a good question. Sorry, my brain is kind of fizzled right now from the debate, so if I miss anything, feel free to point it out. I don't know what they meant by that. Did they say that? It's fine. We'll just keep going.
Out of her previous biases without realizing it.
Sorry, I'm gonna focus.
I think she's coming from a background of like latent right-wing echo chambery spaces, and she still has a lot of those ideas bouncing around in her brain. It's not that she like sat down and like deliberately, maliciously said, good, I will infiltrate the leftists by pretending to be one of them.
Yeah, she's not Bad Bunny. She would never do that.
That's a cartoon thing to do. She didn't do that. Sometimes leftists are shitheads. I don't know what to tell you. She would say I'm a shithead. I would think that wouldn't cause her to think I'm like a fake leftist any more so than like a lot of people do. Now, she doesn't really so much talk about me in her video. She includes like 2 seconds of me talking, although within those 2 seconds, she does do some, let's call it creative editing.
Why would a struggling man even want to move left when the left appears actively hostile to them?
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left is enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour. And like...
Wait. I want to see what she said. Hold on. Now I have to go look up now I do have to cross-reference. That seems a little bit dishonest to me. Which one was it? What was an apology to men? Which video are they discussing? Here it is. Oh,
I regret to inform you.
This is
no! I'm so bad at streaming today. What is wrong with me? Fuck. Okay. Hold on.
I regret to inform you the men are not okay. That's right, folks. The men...
It wasn't even timestamped. Like, where the fuck is it? We should be able to find it like this. I think we did review this one. Yeah, here it is. Okay.
To move left when the left appears...
Yeah, wait, actually, I'm going to put at the beginning of this video, we did review this. In fact, you know what? I'll look it up right now. Sorry. Yeah, we reviewed that one. So I know exactly what this is talking about. It was just a while ago. I go way back. Way back. What we do here is go back. Maybe not that long ago. Did I miss it? Look at all these beautiful thumbnails. It's got her face on it. You covered furries? Briefly. Here it is. Yeah, I said Shoe0nHead is right. So I agreed with her. But yeah, I'll link that in the YouTube video as well. You guys can go watch that. I thought it was a good video.
Actively hostile to them.
The question of whether or not the hashtag online left does enough to appeal to hashtag men has become the question du jour.
You agree with the grifters? Sometimes I agree with people that I don't fully agree with on everything, yes.
And like, men have most of the money, authority, and do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't
okay, men do most of that, but just laying that out on the table is like saying, well, black people also do most of that, proportionally speaking. You know, like, you can't just lay that out and then leave it. You know, like, that's placing blame on an entire group. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you're basically just stigmatizing being a man at that point. She did cut it?
Jeff Bezos. Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than, like, saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when you don't have a lot of stuff. We're gonna take your stuff. You sound like a 65-year-old Fox News boomer's idea of what the left is.
Wait, I thought Thoughtslime made a good point there.
Because of the stuff, telling people they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have, that's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than, like, saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other...
So wait, they're correct about that, but I don't understand the point that they're making. You know what I mean? Like, what are they saying? Do I have to cross-reference this video now? Do I really have to go, like, 3 layers deep? I guess we should. All right, which video is this? Is this it? Wait.
Broadly speaking.
Thoughtslime doesn't care if the left appeals to men or not from Vosh. Okay, so I'm going to assume that, like... Okay, I do remember that video, actually. I remember that Thoughtslime was talking about how leftists do not need to appeal to men. Because men already have everything, and so, like, they should just all simultaneously decide to become leftists, when that's just not how that works. Okay, we got to get back to this. Where were we at? Okay.
In a video, and that was why suddenly my feed sucked more for a little while until they got bored. And it confused me. It confused my delicate little brain. Huh? I would understand if some chud made a video about me, but Shoe0nHead is, of course, no right-wing culture warrior. Now, I'll grant you, she once was. She was once an anti-feminist crusader.
We already saw this part.
Now, she doesn't really do most of the murdering and assaulting.
The average young man in America isn't Jeff Bezos.
In 2022, women earned an average of 82% of what men earned, according to a new Pew Research analysis of median hourly earnings of both full and part-time workers. These results are similar to where the pay gap stood in 2002.
Also, why did this motherfucker just FBI crime statistics at me? Men do the most murder. Okay?
Sorry, Shu, I should have been clearer about this. I was talking about who has power over who in the scenario. You probably didn't...
Okay, but if you're going to make that argument, understand that, you know, black people as a group do have a higher rate of crime than white people do. They don't have... That's not a result of them having more power, Thoughtslime. You know, that's a consequence of their conditions. Now, I'm not saying that men are in the same position that black people are. That's preposterous. What I am saying is that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the power group. You know, they don't do that because they're in power. They do that because that's it has to do with male conditioning in the United States and across the world. We're conditioned to suppress emotions, and the only manly emotion is anger and and so when we're frustrated, we take out our anger in destructive and explosive ways. We take that frustration out via anger in destructive and explosive ways. So correlation doesn't mean causation thing with the crime statistics. Exactly. You can't just lay out a fact and then not explain it. If your takeaway from men do the most murdering is men bad and men should be better, then it's just stupid. And of course, nobody's going to listen to you, especially, least of all, men. Why should I listen to you? I don't do that stuff. You have, at a certain point, you do have to appeal to this very large group of people in the correct way. And that's not how you do it.
Realize that because it was in the part of the video that you skipped, but generally when you're willing to kill someone, that grants you a certain power over them. Kind of thought that didn't need clarifying, but there you go. That's why I threw that statistic in there. They like having all of the stuff they don't deserve. They like that. They want it to stay that way because it suits them. Because of the stuff telling.
Also, I think that characterizing men like this just as a whole, that part. So when I said that I agree with him on this point, them on this point, I wasn't talking about that first part of the statement. I was talking about this next part that they're going to say. People,
they're special and deserve all the nice shit that they have. That's going to be an easier sell 10 times out of 10 than like saying, hey, maybe you should have less stuff and other people should have more.
Leftism is when.
So yeah, I do agree with that point specifically, but I don't think that men think that they have all the stuff. That's not where they're coming from. They're not all trying to like protect what they have. They think that they don't have anything. The incels think that they're like the butt of the joke all the time, which, in some ways they are. And if you don't appeal to that and try to win men over, then we're going to lose the culture war. You know what I mean? Most men don't have all the stuff. Exactly. And the right has the rhetorical advantage. That's what I meant. Thank you very much, Erica, for putting into the words. Thank you.
And you don't have a lot of stuff.
No, I don't think leftism is about having less stuff. I do think it is about flattening unjust power dynamics and kind of dismantling oppressive power structures. And so if one group is systematically denied stuff, then yeah, taking stuff from the people denying it and giving it to them is indeed leftist. Kind of thought.
No, but the way that sounds, the way that comes off to the average person is you want to take away things from like the average Joe, like down the street, and give it to some woman somewhere that he's never met before. I know that sounds stupid, but that is what it sounds like. We don't want to take money from men and give it to women. We want to take money. We want to even the playing field, yes, and give people equal opportunity. But you don't do that by taking the average Joe and then, saying we're going to take these things from you and give them to some woman.
That went without saying, kind of thought that was self-evident. If one were to simply watch her video, which approximately 3 million people did, they'd get the impression that I was saying that the left should not do outreach to men because men are murderers and evil, when in fact, what I actually said was the left, by virtue of the positions we hold, will always have a harder time converting those who benefit from the structures we seek to dismantle, a position she herself states in the same video.
But the fact is, it's hard.
Yeah. Here, let's
for progressives to organically appeal to men, because a large part of progressivism is oppressive hierarchies, and men are oppressors. Making progressivism look appealing to young men is an uphill battle from the start.
And thus, the question of whether or not the left does enough to appeal to men is misguided. It's harder for the left to do that, kind of intrinsically.
Wait. No, that's not misguided. You still have to do it, even if it's harder. Just because something's harder doesn't mean you don't have to do it or it's not worth doing. We have to weigh that. So if we weigh out that 50% of the people who literally exist are men, yeah, we should probably invest in converting some of those people. And the only way you're going to do that is by appealing to their interests.
Points about men doing most of the murdering and assaulting, which is just a statistical reality, was not brought up, as Shoe presents it here, as evidence that the left need not appeal to men. I brought it up many sentences later to demonstrate the relative power dynamics between men and not men.
Okay, but again, I could do the same thing with black crime statistics, and that's actually what racists do. I'm not saying that they're racist. I'm saying that they're using the same exact logic that racists use.
But she kind of just splices those two things together, and it gives the impression I'm simply dismissing men's concerns out of pocket. She hilariously had to skip past a part where I specifically say that there are, of course, exceptions to the general rule.
Yeah, I want to do leftism, but now the harder parts, thank you.
That men are more privileged than, say, women. Because if she didn't, it would become clear that her entire framing of this issue is kind of horseshit. Because of course men have mental health problems. And of course those mental health problems are important and worth taking seriously. The only people she seems to be able to point to say otherwise is like weird Twitter randos. Given that she likes to, let's say, embellish the contents of some people's tweets, I don't find that argument.
But the entire point of Shoe0nHead's video was that we need to do better appealing to men, and if we don't, if we don't do that, then we're just not going to win men over, and that's a problem because there's a lot of men, as it turns out. So, you know, if you're not appealing to them and you're just saying it's your fault, bad, 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 then you're never going to win them over.
Necessarily persuasive.
That's what she's
saying.
saying.
That someone has privilege, or even indeed that they actively enforce a structure which privileges them, doesn't mean that, like, we ought to never ever listen to them or help them with anything ever. If I were on fire, I would expect a less privileged person who is holding a fire extinguisher to help me. She also seems to be missing the broader critique people are making. I think that she's absolutely right, for example, to point out that it's kind of rude and shitty to respond to a man having a mental health crisis by simply saying that mental health crisis is the result of patriarchy. I don't think it's fair to lay patriarchy at the feet of an individual man, and I don't think it's helpful to dismiss someone's mental health concerns on the basis of their own relative privilege, or even like their shitty attitude about it or whatever. Even if someone is like a sexist jerk, like their mental health problems are important. Mental health does not discriminate in this way. Even mean, shitty people deserve to have their mental health treated and taken seriously. That being said, it does kind of seem to me like Shoe is suggesting that discussions of patriarchy and privilege are the thing which makes men depressed and lonely, or at the very least, the thing which prevents feminists and leftists from addressing the issue.
I think it would be an oversimplification to put it like that, but I do think that our rhetoric does need to improve, and I think largely it has been. I personally think rhetoric on the left has been improving steadily. I know that sometimes in online spaces it can seem like it's not, but I do think that there are a lot more young men, I'm pretty sure, who are leftists than there used to be. You know, like proportionally speaking. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So, or at least progressive or left-leaning. So I think we're getting better, but I do still see these pockets of online spaces saying, you know, and I even have like friends who do this, where they're like, well, and they don't do this a lot, granted, but they say like, oh, I hate men. Men are the worst. Men are awful, et cetera, et cetera. And I usually ignore it. But every time that a leftist person does that, you know, and non-left-leaning men see that, sometimes they take that as a personal attack, you know? And so as content creators, as people with platforms, you do have to take on a little bit of that responsibility and say, well, maybe this isn't the right move to say that men have everything already handed to them and they don't need anything, because that's going to actively repel men away from our side. That is hurting us. Yeah, it's far from helpful.
That men feel undervalued and attacked, specifically because of efforts to dismantle these privileges. Towards the end of her video, for example, she says that—
See, but again, it's not that men feel undervalued and attacked because we're trying to dismantle their privileges. It's because they don't think they have any. And what reason, think about this, what reason would an incel living in his mom's basement, who's like 40, with maybe even disabled, with no job prospects, barely any money, and he just, like, all he can do really is just like sit there and hate the world. You know, that's all he can really do. And what does this person have that, you know, what power does this person have that like somebody else doesn't? You know, that individual, you just said, hold on, didn't mean to do that. They just got done saying that we shouldn't lay patriarchy at the feet of individual men, but then they proceed to do that. Right? Am I wrong about that? I don't know where we were at, sorry. I think it was here.
Are murderers and evil, when in fact what I actually said was the left, by virtue of the positions we hold, will always have a harder time converting those who benefit from the structures we seek to dismantle, a position she herself states dismissing men's concerns out of pocket. As the health find true. If I were on fire, I would critique people are making. I think that she's absolutely right, for example, to point out that it's kind of rude and shitty to respond to a man having a mental health crisis by simply saying that mental health crisis is the result of patriarchy. I don't think it's fair to lay patriarchy at the feet of an individual man, and I don't think it's helpful to dismiss someone's mental health concerns on the basis of their own relative privilege, or even like their shitty attitude about it or whatever. Even if someone is like a sexist jerk, like their mental health problems are important. Mental health does not discriminate in this way. Even mean, shitty people deserve to have their mental health treated and taken seriously. That being said, it does kind of seem to me like Shoe is suggesting that discussions of patriarchy and privilege are the thing which makes men depressed and lonely, or at the very least, the thing which prevents feminists and leftists from addressing the issue, that men feel undervalued and attacked, specifically.
Time and place, right? Don't point it out to some guy that you're trying to convert that he has privilege. That's not the move. You have to meet them where they're at. You know, they don't give a shit how much privilege they have as compared to some woman that they've never met. They don't care. So what you need to do if you're trying to actively convert this person to be progressive or leftist or push them left, you have to start with things that they do care about. Like, don't you want to get paid more? Don't you want to work less? Don't you want to spend time with your family? Don't you, you know, whatever it is in their life, you have to ask them sometimes, what is it in your life that you wish were better? Because the thing is, as big a game as they talk, you know, conservatives typically are pretty fucking miserable, guys. I hope you know that. Like, especially conservative men, they're just miserable people. You know, they have legitimate issues in their lives, and so they take those issues, they take their frustration about those issues out on other people, and the thing that they use to justify that is often like religion or conservative values or family values or what have you. Like, they package it neatly, and conservatives package that in such a way that it's sellable to them. Like, here's something that you can use as a punching bag for your frustration, right? And leftists need to step in and somehow convince them that that punching bag is not the way to solve their problems. And you don't do that by starting off with, you don't have any problems compared to this other person. That's stupid.
Because of efforts to dismantle these privileges. Towards the end of her video, for example, she says that men are natural providers and that their inability to provide makes them feel valueless.
A lot of men's value comes from the money they make, unfortunately. Men are natural providers, and if they have nobody to provide...
I don't know if I mentioned this in the shoe video, but I disagree that men are natural providers. I think that's, what was it called? I can't think of the word, but you're basically saying that's an inherent trait of men, right? That they provide. What does that even mean? They're natural providers. What?
Provide for, they get into findom or send random girls on the internet money. I'm just kidding, but the fact is...
The provider part comes... It's a joke? Okay, well, maybe it is.
A lot of men simply feel like they don't have a purpose anymore. Whether a job or a career that's fulfilling and paying...
Okay, fine. She was joking. Okay, fine. I missed a joke. Oh, Alec can't take a joke. Here we go. Leftists, they can't joke. No funny, right? Sorry, I'm a part of that now.
Well, or a woman or family to protect and take care of and provide for.
And like,
but I get.
It does strike me as disingenuous to at once say that men feel undervalued because they're unable to be providers, which is obviously true and a serious problem, and then go on to say that men are natural providers, a phrase which insists that men are correct, that their value is based on how well they provide for others. It suggests that if a man's partner or family does not require him to provide for them, they are somehow robbing him of his natural position. This is, in my view, rather ironically, precisely the type of gender essentialism that creates the loneliness and depression she is ostensibly so concerned with. The idea of men just being natural.
Did they not get the joke either? Is that what's happening? Did I just do the Thoughtslime thing? I don't know. The point is, I don't think that men are natural providers, and if that is the argument that Mildred here is addressing, then I do agree.
The providers is the justifying logic of patriarchy. Of course, it's not that non-men have been forbidden from or kept out of positions where they could provide for themselves. It's simply that men are, by nature of being men, naturally seeking out those positions and do them better because of their natural provider vibes. You see this logic applied each and every time some dickhead claims the wage gap doesn't exist and that women simply choose jobs which pay less. No thought is given as to why women choose those positions or why those positions are paid less. That's just what women do naturally because of their girl brains, which naturally don't want as much money as men. It's kind of silly, right? Because it's like, of course, there's no biological drive within men that makes them need to provide. It's the result of patriarchal conditioning, the justifying logic of patriarchy, of maintaining male privilege, backfiring, and making men sad because the thing it is justifying actually sucks. It sucks for everybody. So the solution to that problem is to undo that conditioning, to help them understand that others are their equal and thus equally capable of providing for themselves. It does not make them weak or useless if their loved ones don't depend on them for survival. They need not be the breadwinner. They are valuable and worthy of love either way, as indeed all people are. If the boys need to provide to be happy, fulfilled, and mentally healthy individuals, if that is just a natural, normal part of being a man, something they can't change, and our goal is to prevent them from feeling those feelings, that would seem to suggest that men should at least be financially privileged, so that they get to be the providers, that we shouldn't meddle in that natural, normal state of affairs. Now,
that was way too long to explain that. Sorry.
Yeehaw, hold up there, partners. I'm not trying to present that as Shoe's opinion. I don't think it is. I doubt very much she would say that that is what she believes. Consciously. I don't want to present...
Then why did you take all the... Okay.
Those as her words, nor would I sink so low as to edit two sentences she said together to make them appear to be her words. They are not. She is not saying that. It would be a lie if I said that she was saying that. But it is the unavoidable extrapolation from what she is saying, leaving me with the question, does she kind of believe that on some level? Or did she simply not
I will say sometimes Shoe's sarcasm is a little hard to distinguish from when she's making an actual argument. She does have a very flat defect when it comes to a flat affect, not defect, when it comes to like her jokes. And I
that
don't watch her a
implication.
lot.
And in either case, it speaks to what I think is a blind spot in her reasoning. She seems to consistently frame the feelings of men as taking priority over the needs of others. She lists examples of
It's not a zero-sum game. You can still appeal to men. All she's saying is you can appeal to men without, you know, necessarily coming down on other people. Conservatives appeal to men while coming down on other people, other groups, by saying, men, you have to take control of your women and your kids and you know, you have to be the breadwinner and take control of whatever. And meanwhile, progressives, our goal should be, no, men, you should live for yourselves. If you want to appeal to men, Mildred's doing it all wrong. Mildred's trying to say, well, we need to show them love and empathy and you should. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but that's not what they're looking for. They're not looking for mushy garbage. They're looking for being a man, because that's what they've been conditioned to do. So you can either try to rewire that conditioning on its face, which is nigh impossible, or you can deprogram them by saying, well, isn't the manliest thing just doing whatever you feel like doing? Or something to that effect. I do whatever shit I want to do, okay? I'm not getting married because I thought that was my purpose as a man. I'm getting married because I love the person I live with, and I want to spend the rest of my life with them. And I think a marriage proceeding would be fun and enjoyable, and you know, just solidify. It would be a good experience for us to solidify our bond. You know, that's just what I want to do. I'm not doing that because somebody told me to. So a better argument, instead of like appealing to that, what they're saying is just, you know, tell men, you know, progressives want you to have progressives want to maximize your freedom. I am just so all over the place today. I'm so sorry. My brain is, ugh.
women's victories in the workplace or university, and kind of just baselessly speculates that this is the reason men are getting more depressed.
Men have been dropping out of college like flies. And what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing
What did that say? Sorry. Some 66.4% of all women had earned degrees within 6 years compared to 60.4% of men. I don't think that's because men are dropping out. I could be wrong, but that's mostly because we've learned that like the education system combined with the conditioning that we give children works better with women, with their conditioning that we give them.
And what does that get you? Poor men. Which, since women are doing amazing in college now, and many are now out-earning men, this most of the time leads to single men, which then leads to lonely men, which leads to depressed men, which leads to the high suicide rate.
Okay, let's think that through for a minute. If that is the case, what are women to do about it? Simply forego their own ambition?
This isn't about what women are supposed to do about it. This is about what we as progressives do about it, because those are real problems that men face. So why are you immediately deflecting? That's dishonest.
Careers and educations, because pursuing them might make the fellas sad? We're meant to accept that men
At no point did Shoe imply that.
become sad when they have fewer options, but would not other people as well? Would not women become sad if they cannot have job? And just spitballing here, while we're throwing out ideas, maybe those men could still date women that make more money than them, unless somehow they came to the conclusion.
You're pinning the responsibility to change on these men. They do have some element of responsibility here. I'm not saying that they don't. But again, this is a terrible argument. You're not winning any hearts here.
That in order to be a good partner and desirable as a man, they would need to be the natural provider. Unless that were the case, of course, it's not that I think Shoe believes men's feelings should take first priority.
Yeah, this video seems like one big whataboutism, right? Yeah, men have problem, but what about the women, right? And it's not wrong. Women tend to have way more issues as a whole than men do, but individual men still have a lot of problems, and there are a whole lot of men. And women tend to be more progressive than men are most of the time. So if you want to start to rectify that, you have to appeal to men.
That would be a ridiculous thing for her, a woman, to believe. It's just that I think her sympathies are more in line with anti-feminist positions than one might expect. And she's not doing that in like an insidious way, you know? It's just that she was an anti-feminist for a long time. She's obviously sympathetic to their reasoning and has
I might not agree with that characterization, but come on, yes, she was.
cultivated a following of people who are also very sympathetic to that reasoning. You can see that.
I mean, she was. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily wrong. She was part of the it wouldn't be woke, politically correct movement or whatever, the anti-SJW movement.
For example, when she brings up women being more likely to go to post-secondary education, as though that implies men are, if anything, actually economically disadvantaged, that we have overcorrected, and now men are the ones being held back. But like, those figures change a lot when you compare graduation rates for fields that are more likely to make lots and lots of money.
I can't stand this, by the way, female and non-binary, as if those two are interchangeable. Good job. Very
At one
progressive.
point, she talks about how the Tumblr feminists she was mocking back in the day are now transphobes, and thus, we all should have cut her
Why
some
can't you just say AFAB or like identify? It's just weird.
slack back then.
90% of all homicides recorded worldwide were committed by male perpetrators. We should just get rid of all males, to be honest. This includes trans women, as they still retain male violence. By the way, you know the Tumblr feminists who were like, all men are
What'd it take?
sexist and rapists, male tears, penises are evil, blah 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 back in the day? Well, this is them now. Should have
Yep.
just let me cook back then.
I think there are a few problems with what she's saying here.
Really? Well, let's hear them. I have no clue what the problems could be. I agree with her wholeheartedly on that, but I'm open to being corrected.
I think that there are, for example, a lot of valid criticisms of Tumblr-style pop feminism, and I think chief among those criticisms is a culture of toxic performative inclusion, where people climb over one another to tick more diversity boxes rather than meaningfully examine the power dynamics between different types of people in any sincere way. And of course, no doubt some Tumblr-style hyper-online feminist keyboard warriors have grown turfy in old age, but that isn't a criticism, I think, that necessarily applies to that style of pop feminism. At worst, I guess you could say that it's vulnerable to entryism from turf lords, but that's
No, they're okay. I think this is a little dishonest. Back in the day, there was a whole lot of like Tumblr pop style feminism, man hatred, misandry. Like penis is bad. If you have like another thing here. Let me pull something up. This is a really dumb argument that still circulates from time to time. I reposted it. Let me pull it up. This. Men shouldn't be making laws about women's bodies. Like, this one's really stupid. You know, this is the kind of like feminism that Shoe is kind of talking about. This is an unrelated topic, but bear with me. This kind of post would have been on Tumblr way back then, and it would have been followed by a post about like, why don't we just castrate all men instead of like outlawing abortion? Or why don't men, why don't men get uteruses implanted or something? Like, it's just stupid. And that kind of rhetoric is an us versus them rhetoric. And you're never going to win men over to you by doing that. There's no man on earth, I'm sure there is, but there are very few men on earth who would be like, oh yeah, no, that's a good point. Maybe that point that you made about how stupid and ugly and disgusting I am, and how I deserve to have my dick chopped off. Maybe you've got something there. Maybe that's a pretty good point and I should listen to you. Nobody's going to do that. Okay, you have to appeal to them.
seems much more common among the type of people Shoe was pals with
Yeah,
at that
Instagram.
time. Nor do I think Shoe was fighting with them on that basis. Nor do I think anyone who criticized her prior anti-feminist position would have been mad at her if she had
Wait, what? Why does it matter what she was arguing back then? She's arguing it now. What?
been. Nor does her allegiance to trans rights seem all that ironclad, seeing as how she later goes on to claim that within leftist spaces, trans men are somehow less discriminated against than cis men.
Misandry is real. Oh good, finally! And while it doesn't systemically affect cis men, it most certainly affects trans men. Oh. Y'all talking about misandry doesn't harm men, and trans men are right there reading this shit, by the way. I see, now we only care about misandry because it affects trans men. Everyone stop! It's affecting a group I care about now.
Oh, for sure, if there's one group that I think gets no benefit of the doubt, it's cis men and trans people famously.
Okay, so I have a mixed take on this. I see where they're both coming from. On the one hand, I agree that when you, I think it can be rhetorically effective to say to leftist groups and progressive groups that when you insult, this is another instance of meeting people where they're at, right? If you're trying to convince a leftist that we have to appeal to men and to cool it with the misandry, bring up trans men. I think that's a good argument, right? Now, should you have to? No, men's feelings, cis men's feelings matter too. But trans men also matter, and they care more about trans men than cis men, unfortunately. That's just where we're at. So you have to bring up, well, you're also insulting trans men. And then usually they reply by, no, not really. No, not trans men. Trans men are different. And it's like, well, what's different about trans men versus cis men? And then usually their answer is very turfy or trans medicalist. But on the other hand, if you're trying to convince conservatives, I don't know. Like, I think that it can be a good point to bring up depending on your audience. But I do agree with Shoe0nHead that, these issues still matter regardless of whether a man is trans or not,
Always given the benefit of the doubt. That makes a lot of sense. You're a serious person.
Yeah, no,
Miss
exactly.
on head.
I agree
you
with,
are
no.
confused, I think.
I do agree with Shoe on this point where it's like, it's weird to only care when trans men are involved. I agree with that. It just depends on your audience.
When people say misandry doesn't exist, they don't mean it like you think they mean it. Because of course it's possible for people to not like men or to speak ill of them or to individually have prejudices against them. That's common.
Systemically, whatever. Like, men, I go back and forth on this because I understand that men tend to have like the power in our society, but anymore, like most men actually suffer from like the power structures. Most of us do. So like I don't know if systemic misinjury is applicable, but I wouldn't completely throw it out into the dumpster if I were presented with that idea, because I think that there's some points there, right? Like men tend to be incarcerated at way higher rates than women. Our mental health is very often, pushed to the side, whereas women tend to get better treatments with mental. Well, I don't want to say all that, but socially, men's mental health seems to be a non-factor, and that's a problem. So I think that you could make a solid argument that there's systemic misinjury, but I think it'd be complicated because systemic misogyny is just worse, overall. Is he just talking down to her this whole time? Basically.
Sense. When people say that misandry doesn't exist, they mean it more in the sense that it doesn't exist as a systemic oppressive force in the same way that misogyny does. That any systemic problems men might face are better understood as a product of the maintenance of patriarchy than a willful effort to oppress men and privilege women. People are quick to distinguish between...
Well, but it is a willful effort to oppress men, isn't it? Because it's the entire thing is to divide groups of people based on their demographics, So like, if you want to keep a man down, you have to convince him of his place in society, which is to be the provider, and that he is required to like get married and have kids and be able to make enough money. And if he can't make enough money and keep himself out of jail and whatever else, then he's not a real man. He sucks, whatever. And that's ignoring a lot of their problems. So I don't know.
Between cis men and trans men about this, because the world treats those two groups quite differently. People often impose restrictions and oppression on trans men in a way they do not on cis men, and thus it is
I want to say right now, I don't think this is my strongest react, and I apologize. I'm doing my best.
Necessary to point out the distinction. Ben Affleck is history's most sad man. Nobody bats an eye. Elliot Page doesn't smile for like 2 seconds in an interview. Obviously, transitioning has robbed him of all joy.
I feel joy.
I feel joy.
My dog, going on walks.
So much joy. Does it look like this person experiences any kind of joy?
Doesn't look like you do, dude.
Do you see the difference?
Studies have shown that men are scared to be vulnerable, even around the homies. And can you blame them when the media says stupid like this? Fellas, is it woke to open up?
UK builders go woke. Study finds 3/4 of tradesmen discuss their feelings with colleagues, while 2/3 shun the fried breakfast, and nearly half say that they are history buffs. A poll of 2,000 builders found that 2/3 regularly talk about their feelings. That's cool. I mean, wouldn't Thoughtslime agree with this? I don't know.
Up to your fellow men and discuss history. Men are socialized to believe strength, dominance, and stoicism are behaviors of a real man. Is it any surprise that men are lonely and have less friends nowadays?
The video she pulled the clip of me talking from, by the way, is actually about this distinction. The difference between toxic masculinity and just guys being dudes. It's a video all about how meat-headed Dumbo fake masculinity makes men lonely and miserable. That guys like Nick Adams who pose outdated gender essentialist stereotypes on men are, in my opinion, the primary drivers of the male loneliness epidemic she is criticizing.
Hold on, I gotta rewatch that.
Essentialist stereotypes on men. Dumbo fake masculinity makes men lonely and miserable. That guys like Nick Adams who pose outdated gender essentialist stereotypes on men are, in my opinion, the primary drivers of the male loneliness epidemic she is criticizing here. Hey, have you ever noticed that the version of masculinity that guys like Adams promote is fucking miserable? That all of the little weirdos, Jordan Peterson, Andrew Tate, the fresh and fit ghouls, they all propose this type of manhood that is just completely joyless and empty, where bonds between people are impossible, and the only way two human beings can relate to one another is through the veiled or not so veiled threat of violence. The idea that men must be strong.
Wait, that video was evidence that they're hostile to men? Wait, but I didn't get to see the whole video. So, like that, it could be, I don't know, like I just don't have enough information to know whether that's accurate or not.
Strong at all times and never show their feelings, that's gonna make them crack, because people can't do that. It seems pretty obvious to me that men have feelings, and I think therefore should let those feelings be expressed. So fellas, how you feeling?
No, come on, still with this condescension bullshit. Come on, stop that, stop. Men don't want to hear that. Men want to... Okay, men have been conditioned a certain way. You have to work within that conditioning, at the very least, at first, okay? That's how it worked with me. That's how it's going to work with pretty much every man you meet, almost. So you can't just be like, okay, well then, if you're so like, down in the dumps, buddy, why don't you tell me your feelings? Like, you're just doing the whole like this is like what people say depression isn't real. If you're really that depressed, then tell me how you're feeling and we'll get you over it. You know what I mean? That's not how that works.
below. She argues, however, that toxic masculinity has been around forever, and if anything, nowadays, it's more accepted for men to talk about their feelings, so they should be feeling pretty tight, actually.
Men have been socialized this way for centuries, and this is all relatively a new phenomenon. Toxic masculinity has existed forever. If anything, there's less toxic masculinity nowadays. The cultural embrace of, like, gender nonconformity, femboys, Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie, blah 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid-2010s.
I genuinely have no idea what she thinks toxic masculinity is here. She seems to understand it primarily as, like, needing to present traditionally masculine, which is certainly part of it, I suppose. But, you know, there's still the whole men being socialized not to talk about their feelings thing you literally just talked about. Like,
Wait. I gotta rewatch because I thought she did a good job of explaining. Less toxic masculinity. Harry Styles in a dress, Barbie movie. She's just being goofy. Like, she didn't... If you actually sat her down, nothing about this says that she misunderstands what toxic masculinity is. Part of toxic masculinity is traditionally masculine attire, you know, and having that expectation for men. If I go out in a tutu to the store in my area, I'm going to get a lot of people staring at me, even if I'm completely covered, okay? Even though a woman wearing the exact same thing would never catch a glance, right? But because I'm a man and because I I usually have a big burly beard and I got wide shoulders and whatever else, and I'm very clearly visibly presenting as a man wearing a dress, I'm going to get more head turns. And I may even have guys come up to me and call me a pussy, okay? Now, she didn't say that part, but that does naturally lead to expressions of toxic masculinity and feeling like I can't wear a dress even if I want to because that's not manly to do. I'm impressed Mildred can't understand what Shoe is saying. Seems pretty clear. Yeah, I thought that was really clear. Like, it seems like Shoe is just really looking for things to nitpick from Shoe here. And I know that Shoe's not, like, the best person when it comes to progressive politics, but, like, that's not something that I would catch her out on.
Barbie movie, blah 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 blah. My point is, toxic masculinity did not just appear in the mid...
I suppose, but, you know, there's still the whole men being socialized not to talk about their feelings thing you literally just talked about. Like, you literally just talked about. Feels like it's still a pretty big problem, actually, based on the thing you just said. She instead places the...
But she said it's getting better. She didn't say it's solved. And yes, men do talk about their feelings more. That is a real thing. You know, you can go up to your male buddies now, men buddies, right? And say, like, I'm not feeling very good. And, you know, I've been depressed lately. And most of the time, they'll be sympathetic these days. You know, there was a time when they would have told you to suck it up, and surely there are still people who do that. But anymore, I feel like you just be called a dick, you know, like by most people. The U.S. and the world are both big places, but, you know, I feel like it is getting better, right? It's not really something that I can objectively prove.
Blame partially on economic anxiety, which, yeah, I would agree with to an extent.
The housing crisis and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse than it was during the Gilded Age. That all happened recently.
And the rise of social media and internet pornography, which is...
But social media did, and the internet did, and the rise of dating apps did.
Wait. What point were they making there? The housing crisis and living in a country where the wealth inequality is worse, and the rise of social media and internet pornography? Hold on. Wait, am I going crazy? What's the, why did they bring that up? I know I'm tired right now. Am I missing the point? This could literally be me missing the point of why they brought that up. Place the blame partially on economic anxiety, housing crisis and living in a country, and the rise of social media and internet pornography. Are they attacking pornography? Or is that what's happening here? I don't know. If anybody knows, just let me know.
Which is...
But social media did,
I don't understand
and the
the
internet
point.
did, and the rise of dating apps did. A lot of people, including myself, blame this partially on the rise of social media and technology.
Oh, they were setting up for the next point.
RIP to the king. Although technology makes things easier, it can also make us more atomized. Why go to the mall when I can just tap, buy a new microphone, and have it shipped to me in a day? Why hang out with friends when I can get all my social interaction I need from Twitter and streamers? Why go on dates and bother meeting women when I could just tap, Google big boob and get 2 million results? Or see my high school crush's holes on OnlyFans for only $5. Instant dopamine, instant satisfaction, and hey, who even needs...
Wait, what did it say at the top?
Holes on OnlyFans for only $5.
I would perhaps be cautious
Instant
about
dopamine,
blaming depression on
instant
sex
satisfaction,
workers.
And hey, who even needs a real...
Well, but here's the thing. I do think there's something to be said for being able to easily... That's complicated. I do think that in some ways technology has made us more atomized. You know, we don't go out in public and talk to people anymore. But porn has always existed, and it's always been pretty easy to access. So I don't think I might disagree with her a little bit on that. It may be easier to access certain types of porn, but it's not like it was ever difficult to just go get some porn from somewhere somehow. You know, like even back in caveman days, there was drawn tits on cave walls. So she's saying it contributes to atomization. I don't know if I agree with that. There's always been porn.
A woman when you could just have an AI girlfriend. We're so
Okay.
But I also
wouldn't authority that there are
I also wouldn't say that she's blaming sex workers, by the way. I think that's a silly thing a silly conclusion to come to.
people on social media and indeed within the economy who are not
and very uncharitable, I should add.
Men. So why then would the rise of social media make men specifically more unhappy? Why would economic anxieties primarily affect men? Why is it, do you think, internet pornography is so bad for men when various non-men are perfectly capable of becoming horny? Don't believe me?
She brought it up in passing. She didn't like deep dive into it. Like I get why they're addressing this point, but I just feel like you're missing the forest for the trees.
Turn off safe search and Google Spiderpunk. Seems like if that was the explanation, everyone would be getting sadder because everyone is equally exposed to these things. And since it seems to be the case that this would affect everyone, and in case you want to dispute that, here's you saying it.
A few new studies have come out that have shown that young men are more lonely and single than ever before. But it's not just men. The women and children, too. It's predicted 45% of women will be single and childless by 2030. But according to the media...
I don't know why women being single and childless is synonymous with being lonely, but go off, queen. No, well, it's indicative, right? It's indicative of a some kind of social breakdown, right? And I do think, I know that sounds like conservative jargon, but I do think there is something to be said there. If there are fewer people in relationships, that doesn't typically mean that more women are simply making the choice to not be in relationships, or more men are. Usually what that means is that people are just having a more difficult time socializing, you know, and especially since the COVID pandemic, that's, you know, doubly true. So, I don't know. At what point does all this missing what she was saying turn into Thoughtslime making straw men? Because I feel like they're getting very close to that. It does feel like there's a lot of like missing the point here.
This is a good thing. The she-economy is booming, as they say.
Wouldn't framing this as a men's issue, which we need to look after men's concerns in order to correct, kind of imply that men's mental health takes priority over that of others? Shoe attempts to make the case.
No, she's making a video about men, and she's using this data point to explain why men often take the brunt of this, you know, of this social breakdown.
It's that the reason the right is more successful at courting young boys, yeah, that's how I'm going to phrase it, is that the left doesn't even talk to them. We just sit in our ivory tower and we don't care, and we just say, it's not my job to educate you, and we sip our soy lattes and invent new pronouns to call each other. Now listen, I will never try to make the argument that leftists are not annoying. If your point was simply that leftists...
I'm not annoying, fuck you. Speak for yourself.
...should be less annoying, I would open my heart to your words. You would be speaking directly to my soul. But to suggest that any leftist anywhere on earth would give up the opportunity to talk for a long period of time at anyone who might theoretically listen? Ludicrous, fanciful, wishful thinking.
Yeah, I'll give them that one.
I think Shoe is once again just taking the right's framing of this for granted. That the right are the only ones taking men's concerns seriously and treating them like human beings. To wit, a bunch of mean tweets from leftists. Leftists make mean tweets about men, so obviously they don't know any or talk to any. And if one can't be reasonable...
Yeah, but a lot of these are like very prominent left-leaning figures. So like if I look at a single Elon tweet, you know, just for instance, and Elon was being anti-Semitic, you know, just as a hypothetical, not saying that actually happened, but let's say it did. And Elon made a single anti-Semitic tweet, and then my conclusion is, well, Twitter is allowing racism and anti-Semitism to take hold of it. Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, you know, I think that Elon is a pretty good representation of where Twitter stands right now, because Elon owns Twitter. So if you're a prominent figure in leftist spaces, as Thoughtslime is, I mean, let's take a look, right? 155,000 views on this, 295,000 subscribers. That's not nothing, okay? I think those tweets are worth looking at because a lot of people look at those tweets and then also conform to that way of thinking.
On Twitter, a place famous for level-headed, even-keeled discussion, then surely they have abandoned the male race, unlike the right, who is famously polite on Twitter.
And yeah, I personally have had those interactions as well. I'm not saying that's an argument, but I have seen insufferable leftists like that. And unfortunately, Thoughtslime tends to be one of them.
and always work hard to take men's mental health very seriously and reach out gently with a sympathetic ear. Kindness, compassion, understanding, these are the watchwords of right-wing Twitter. She gives as a case study of this phenomenon a young Mr. Andrew Tate and presents his explosion in popularity as a sort of organic consequence of the left abandoning men to the mercy of the right. Guys like Tate and Peterson, she claims, rose to power simply because men yearned for genuine mental health advice and the left was simply too uncaring to offer it to them.
The fact is, Andrew Tate grabbed hold of young men better than any leftist in the world ever has. Like, Andrew Tate was an immediate phenomenon, you know, and that's worth looking at and studying why, and then emulating it to some extent. We have to emulate the people who are grabbing hold of these young men's attention. We have to, because not doing so is ignoring what they want. And by ignoring what they want, you're not pulling them over to your side. And there's a lot of young men. So, you know, if you want them on your side, which you should, you gotta know how to appeal to them.
Instead, choosing to vilify them as toxic and privileged, and to repeatedly insist they do not commit sexual assault.
The reason young men flock to alt-right MRA movements is because the left gives brain-dead advice to young men. I'm sorry, but how is respect women brain-dead advice? What advice? Don't rape? Don't be a rapist is bad advice? Help, I have
Yes! All of those are terrible advice, because we all know that already.
Our community, I feel suicidal. Have you considered not raping?
So she makes a lot of hay of this, and she is, of course, correct in pointing out that it won't help any man's individual mental health to hear that. But also, it seems really weird to suggest, some might say dishonest to suggest, that that was the point anyone was making. Because really, it seems pretty clear that the tweets she was showing...
Wait, that's the point that a lot of people were making, actually. A lot of people were making that point. Some of them prominent.
Weren't suggesting men are depressed and lonely because they are rapists, and that the left advises them to knock that off, but rather that guys like this are giving bad advice which encourages men to behave rapefully. Like, a lot of their advice boils down to disregard people's boundaries, and that's kind of a fucked up thing to teach people, I think is the point.
I think is the point
everyone was making with this glib remark.
Well, that was a bad remark to make in this instance then, because that's not what the original tweet was. The original tweet, where is it? The original tweet says something to the effect of, like, men are, the left is terrible at marketing themselves to men, right? Which is true, by the way, demonstrably.
Health advice. I don't think it was her intention to be sympathetic to Peterson or Tate. She is, after all, making this video, partially at least, to talk about how harmful they specifically are, and how the left, in her view, is ill-equipped to confront them. She nonetheless seems to share their view of themselves and their role in the discourse and how they became popular. She says, for example, that Tate seldom talks about politics. He just talks about men.
Andrew Tate rarely, if ever, talks about politics. Andrew Tate talks about men, and the left...
Okay, but I disagree with her on that point, but I will say that that is how Andrew Tate comes off. That's how she comes off, or how he comes off, right? And so in that regard, I do think that she's correct, because she's framing this in such a way that a young man would listen, you know, to Andrew Tate. They don't, when they listen to Andrew Tate, they don't think they're listening to politics. They think they're listening to manly advice, right? Things that you can do to make yourself a better man, things that you can do to get laid or make more money. You know, that's not politics, right? So I do think in a sense, she's right. Even if she's not aware of it. And I think that's important to contend with.
left only talks about men when they talk about Andrew Tate.
I don't really know what that means. Like, I guess Tate doesn't talk about electoral politics very often. He does sometimes, but not as often as other stuff. But, like, discussing men and the way that men ought to behave and how the world...
Note, I Google image searched men, and one of the first results was this pic of some hot dudes vibing in diapers. Much love.
ought to treat men or anyone else and the various power
Where's Matt Walsh? I don't see Matt Walsh. He missed out.
Dynamics between those groups, that is political. If we divorce these men from their own myth-making, the circumstances of their respective rises to popularity are quite different than Shoe has presented them here. Jordan Peterson first grew to popularity by lying about Bill C-16, a needlessly controversial amendment to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which extended existing protections against discrimination to include discrimination against gender identity. He rode the popularity wave of transphobic hate speech and parlayed that into a career as a public intellectual and parlayed that into a self-help grift. He didn't simply get popular out of nowhere because men yearn for his sage advice.
Yeah, but that's a big part of what he is now. You don't just get famous by being transphobic. That can help, certainly, but, you know, it's because of everything that Jordan Peterson was and is that he got as popular as he is. It's not just because of the transphobia, and that is very important to recognize, and ignoring that is ignoring a crucial part of why so many young men listen to him. Young men are not, by default, transphobic. We condition them very often to be because we instill gender norms, you know? And so Jordan Peterson was largely pushed by conservative outlets, and you know, he just had it turned out, right, that he just had a natural ability to connect with young men, and make them feel the big brain, the big thoughts, the big smart, because I like Jordan Peterson and the big words that he says and the things that he says that I like that he says, right? So ignoring that is, I feel, kind of insulting, right? I talk about visibility, not why people are drawn to him as following and supporters, though. As a following and support. Yeah, exactly.
Andrew Tate became popular on social media by having the men in his self-help groups receive discounts if they flooded social media with posts about how cool and or sick he is. It wasn't simply an effect of his...
Yeah, but if that's all it was, then he wouldn't have popped off. Once again, they pop off for a reason. There's a pattern.
Natural charisma.
Sparkling water you have to buy. So if you only
Okay. He is very charismatic. You cannot deny. Come on, man.
drink sparkling water, you only drink rich man's water. You ever meet a man who's afraid of sparkling water, know this. He's certainly afraid of combat.
Or a world that was yearning for someone like him, it was a deliberate and clever, albeit highly unethical media strategy that paid off. Something he was able to pursue because he was already a very successful sex trafficker. Both of these guys have an easy time winning the allegiance of young boys and depressed, desperate men because they're willing to lie. They don't actually care about the well-being of these men and boys. They'll just say whatever makes them a quick buck. Even if what they're saying hurts those men and boys, they'll just sell them whatever easy answers they already
Yeah, but
want to hear. That's why their audiences are full of either very young people who lack adult critical thinking skills or vulnerable people who are more easily subject to that type of emotional manipulation. They have no problem claiming that, if you do as they say, all your problems will just be solved forever on their own. You'll stop being depressed. You'll make more money. You'll get strong. You will receive mad puss. It's not that, like, leftists just never thought of offering advice to men. It's that this is not a strategy that the left could or should emulate. Because, like, our goal...
I disagree. Hold on, let me let them finish.
Hope is not simply to trick people for easy money. We can't just lie to them.
Not lie to them, but trick them, yes. I do think that it's fine to trick people into your way of thinking. I think that's fine.
We can't ignore their safety or best interests in service of getting them to do what we want. We can't say, for example, that if they become intersectional feminists and study bell hooks, they'll get mad puss. I don't think it would hurt.
Well, it also wouldn't, like, okay, there's already an idea that there are some men who become feminists specifically so that they can get pussy. And sometimes there are the very rare cases of male feminists who literally do that, and they're very insufferable. But that doesn't work. That strategy is not going to work for us because we already have the image of being, not manly, right? We're full of women and trans people, and those aren't manly things. And so being a part of that group makes you a pussy or a gay or whatever. And you have to start with, again, you have to meet them where they're at. I keep coming back to this idea, right? So they want mad puss, right? They want to get married and have a kid and have kids and 2.5 dogs or whatever it is, and a white picket fence. And they want to have a good paying job and make money making it, or make money doing it, and provide for their family. That's what most young men want because that's what they've been conditioned to want, okay? And if that is, and it's still valid that they want that, by the way. So if that's what they want, you have to make them understand how they can get that through a leftist framing, Okay, so you want to make more money. Well, conservatives would tell you invest in this, invest in that, get into a trade or, just work really hard, man, right? That's an easy answer. And it's one that seems to, on its face, make sense, right? The harder I work, the more money I get. The more money I get, the happier I'll be because the more things I can buy, the more things I can afford. I can take women out on dates, stuff like that. If you're a leftist and you're trying to sell that idea of, how do you make more money, if that's what they want, you can say, well, if you want to make more money, the best way to do that is to start a union, and demand it. I'm not saying that's easy. That's not as easy of a fix, and that's why we have a harder time selling this. But you can show them, like, throw propaganda at them. Throw propaganda from unions from the 1940s and 50s. Those were big, strong, burly men, most of them, okay? Propagandize a little bit. That's what I mean by trick. You don't have to lie. But use the tools at your disposal to speak to them in a language that they understand. And Thoughtslime, unfortunately, is just very bad at that. And I think that a lot of leftists will probably be bad at that, unfortunately, specifically because they're not men. And even those who are men don't appeal to a lot of men because of the way that they come off, right? Hunter Avallone is a good example of somebody who does appeal to those young men because, first of all, he's been on that side of it, right? The conservative side. But second of all, he has like that intellectual vibe, right? Like I listen to Hunter Avallone and that makes me very smart. I'm not saying that that's what his fans think. I think that his fans are probably very smart people on their own. But, that is the vibe he gives off, right? And that's good. That's good. Vosh gives off kind of the same vibe that I do. It's just like this big, burly, chill, a little bit edgy dude. I'm not as edgy as him. Shark gives off his own vibe of being this goofy, talkative, funny guy, right? you know, you have to know how to, you have to speak to these people in languages that they understand, these young men, right? And for a while, I was on very much like the male rights kick, where I like took on that moniker a little bit, not all the time, but and I tried to market myself that way, and I do still to some extent. I don't know where I'm going with this. Sorry, I'm still tired, but you guys get my point, right? Like, you have to speak to them in a language they understand.
But why would it help? I don't think it would do that. It's certainly not a guarantee.
You used to be plural men? That's pretty sick.
Yeah, I think we can agree on that much. There are a lot of factors which determine whether or not you get mad puss. Perhaps take some time to examine why it is you feel entitled to mad puss in the first place. And for that matter, whether you...
No. See, again, you immediately... That's like male repellent, man. Well, have you... well, listen, have you thought about soul searching about why you want mad puss like that in the first... Nope, sorry, you already lost him. If you're acknowledging that men are being conditioned to not introspect and explore themselves, then they're not going to do that, even if you tell them to, okay? If you're debate lording somebody, then you can do that. If you're trying to convince somebody, you explain to them how they get mad puss by being a leftist. That's how you do it, okay? And then as they become a leftist, they start to realize, well, getting mad puss maybe isn't that important to me, okay? Not as important as I used to think it was. Now I think that trans rights are important. Now I think abortion's important. Now I have hobbies, right? Now I advocate for Palestinians, something like that. That's what's important to me now. But you don't start there. You start by telling them, how do you get mad puss? Leftism. Leftism gets you mad puss. And then convince them of that in a realistic way, okay? You're tricking them, quote unquote, but it's also true. Okay, being a leftist has a lot of perks when it comes to dating. Women love a left-leaning guy. They love it. Okay, so if you can just try to take the time to understand some of this stuff, women find that sexy, okay? You can get a lot more push that way. You can go rizz up the bisexual girls and the hot topic, okay? Like, a lot more easily if you're a leftist than if you're a conservative.
Or seeking mad puss simply as a means of projecting a sort of misguided social capital. After you've done that work, also try learning guitar. I don't know, maybe that'd help. Beyond even that, one...
Hold on, what did it say? I hate these
sort of
things.
misguided social capital. After you've done that work, also try learning guitar. I don't know, maybe that...
Women often find it attractive when you demonstrate the ability to use your fingers skillfully. Scientists do not yet know why. That's really funny.
That'd help. Beyond even that, once again, as I said in the video she misquoted me from, it is just more difficult to get a privileged group on the side of eliminating said privilege because, you know, they benefit from it.
But they're not aware that they benefit from it. In their minds, they're suffering from it. And if you don't recognize that, you'll never get through to them. Never.
It privileges them, one might say. That is what privilege is.
This is the core of the problem, because Mildred here is still operating in this mentality that men, like I used to be, think that they are the ones who are in power and they want to preserve that. And certainly there are men who know that and want to do that, but they're few and far between. Most of the men who end up falling into right-wing, alt-right pipelines are ones who think that they're the victims. Look at all of their rhetoric. Okay, all of their rhetoric. They're trying to take away manhood. They're trying to take away Christianity. They're trying to take away your family and your kids and your wife. And they're going to flood the border with Mexicans who are all going to rape all of your children and all of your wives. And they're going to demasculate you. They're going to emasculate you, right? They're emasculating you. They think they're the victims. If you don't recognize that, you're not going to make a dent.
It's the only way that privilege can exist, because otherwise, if no one had an interest in maintaining it, it would just evaporate. It would go away on its own. That does not require, of course, that the privileged group is consciously, willfully suppressing those they have privilege over, though sometimes they might be, or that they're necessarily deliberately malicious in some way, though sometimes they might be. Men aren't privileged because they sit around scheming about how to oppress other people, obviously. I think it goes without saying that most men, given the choice, would prefer that all people are treated equally. I think that is the normal thing that pretty much everyone wants.
Okay.
But it's just self-evidently more difficult to get people who benefit from inequality on board with the project of equality.
No. See, you're contradicting yourself. If you truly do believe that most men want everybody to be treated equally, and that is a true belief that they hold, and you believe that they hold that belief, and they're not just saying it, then it does not compute that you also think that those people will not give up their power because that's, or their privilege or whatever, because it's disproportionately stacked against them. If that's really what they believe, they'd be willing to give up that power. But guess what? They think that they're the ones suffering more than anyone else. Once again,
things being equal, people like to have benefits. Why else would most feminist icons be women? Why else would most civil rights icons be black? This isn't difficult stuff. This isn't complex theory. It's common sense, and here's you saying it.
Men flock to the MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's
If only there was a term for women's rights activism.
rights. Like, no f***ing shit.
This is nitpicky bullshit. This is just telling me that Mildred really doesn't like Shoe0nHead, and that's fine, but like, come on.
I actually think they harm men quite a bit, but...
Wait, what? Interesting women flock to... Men flock to MRA movement because they're the largest beneficiaries of MRA shit. I mean, they're the largest beneficiaries in their minds. Certainly. You have to convince them that they're not benefiting from men's rights activism, at least the MRA groups that exist, which they're not. You know, the MRA shit is all just like grind set, you know, and bitching, you know, there's a lot of red pill incel shit there as well, you know, bitching about like divorce rates and how men don't get to keep custody, and they make themselves out to be the victims all the time, okay? So in their minds, the MRA movement is benefiting them, but you have to convince them that they're not, and that's difficult to do, especially if you don't consider the reality that they feel themselves to be the victims. Why else would they join a men's rights movement? Think about this. You're in one breath saying that men won't give up their power because they hold it, and on the other hand, you're saying they're joining men's rights activism groups. That doesn't track.
Beneficiaries of MRA shit. Imagine saying women flock to women's rights activism because they're the biggest beneficiaries of women's rights. Like, no f***ing shit.
I actually think they harm men quite a bit, but, you know, you were responding to someone who phrased it as though they help men, so I guess I'll give you a pass on that one. Still, maybe that's something you might have wanted to clarify. I would have thought, at least, that it wasn't controversial to say that we need not try to court or appeal to people whose goals and beliefs are directly contrary to our own. Like, we obviously cannot convince everyone. People who
Hold on. It wasn't controversial to say we need not try to court or appeal to people who... No. That's stupid. Why? What? What are you talking about? That's exactly what you're supposed to do. If you can change somebody's overall goals and beliefs, what are they saying here? That they're just doomer? This is just doomer shit. This is just saying we cannot change the people who are already against us. That's doomer shit. Sorry, that's really stupid.
Beliefs are directly contrary to our own. Like, we obviously cannot convince everyone. People who explicitly reject...
But again, convincing everyone doesn't... Like, you're right about that part, but that's not what you were saying. You were saying that we shouldn't be trying to convince people whose opinions and beliefs differ from our own. And that's stupid.
Our goals should not be welcome within our movement.
Yes, but you should still try to convince those people to align themselves with your goals.
We either get those people on board with...
Okay, sorry, I keep pausing. There needs to be space. I'm a former conservative, once again. There needs to be space for conservatives and middle of the road, whatever you want to call it, normies, whatever, to think about these things and introspect. You need to give them space and time and reason, right, to do that. They have to be incentivized to do that. So if you're not incentivizing them, if you're not giving them what they want, why the fuck would they give you what you want? Think about this like just on a base level for 2 seconds, okay? I'm sorry, but I know that it sounds selfish, but it's true. You're not going to reach them unless you give them what they want to begin with. Or at least convince them that what you have, like your worldview, will give them what they want.
With their goals. Well, we tell them to fuck clean off. And we're never going to get everyone on board. Some people need to be told to fuck clean off. The goal...
Yeah, but not Norman from down the street who thinks that, like, you know, that Andrew Tate is a cool dude, you know? Oh, you know, I've heard of Andrew Tate. He sounds fine. I like his stance on, you know, taking control of your family and being the family man. And then you walk up, you with your soy boy latte, right? And your gigantic gauges and your chopped off hair, whatever, colored pink and blue and whatever. And you walk up to this guy. Oh yeah, and your like shirt comes up to here, right? Your belly's like, you know, showing your belly button. And you have a belly button piercing too. And you have short shorts that really reveal how feminine your ass is. And you walk up to this guy, fresh out of Starbucks, and you say, "No! You can't like Andrew Tate because he's a bad person. he's so bad, and you're just privileged, and that's why you like Andrew Tate. Yeah, that's why you like him, mister, because you're privileged, and you know you're privileged too, and that's why I hate men. I mean, how many people do you think you're convincing that way? You know, like, you can't, like, if you're actively pushing him further right if you do that, okay? You cannot just do that with Normans. You can do that with Ben Shapiro. You can do that with, other talking heads like Jordan Peterson. You can't do that with normies. There are some normies that cannot be reached.
And I'm here to profit off of it.
Thank you, Lord Percocet. There are some normies that can't be reached. For a moment, I thought you were literally describing me. Exactly. Not to say there's anything wrong with wearing that stuff. You do you. But, if you're a guy who looks like me, you're going to have a little bit more leverage. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry, but conservatives often have lizard brains. So if they see a dude like me, they're going to be much more likely to listen to me than somebody that I described.
Are the whole thing the movement is for. There's no sense building a big movement if that movement doesn't have...
Unless, of course, I use the same rhetoric and tell them to fuck off because men have all the power. And then they'd give me a look like I have two heads. And they would never change. My rhetoric needs to be in line as well.
A goal in line with what we want.
Presentation!
Perhaps our energy is better spent making the rejection of our goals politically costly than just banging our heads against the wall, trying fruitlessly to convert people whose material interests motivate them to oppose us.
This is inherently anti-people, by the way. Inherently anti-people. Like, you can't just write off an entire, you can't just write off somebody because their beliefs don't exactly align with your own. Okay? I know that's not what they're claiming we should do. To be charitable, I think that, like, what they're intending to say is that, people like there are certain people that you can't reach even if they're normies. That's true. There are incels, there are conservatives that, are just so deeply steeped in these beliefs. My dad, for instance, I don't think I'll ever change him, even though I have nudged him. But let's talk about that. Like, I've nudged him. How did I nudge him? Well, I put it in ways that he understood better, He's religious. So, like, how can I nudge him to the left on some things? Well, Dad, like, what's the most important, I'm trying to think of an argument that I had with him once, and I can't think of it. Point being, you can make some progress with these people. If my dad goes from, here, I'll give you a great example. Abortion. I convinced my brother to, even though he's still pro-life, I convinced him that abortion should be legal, and I convinced him why. Because if you really do want to reduce abortions, then the only way that we're going to do that is by improving things that, improving things that prevent it, like access to protection, education, and then making it easier to have kids. So now, I think it's my brother Adam that I was talking to. Adam is now both pro-life and wants to, keep abortion legal because he understands that sometimes it's necessary. And he also understands that outlawing it is not going to help anything. So, once again, my point in bringing that up was, you need to meet people where they're at. My dad does not give a shit about me saying that that fetuses are not people. I will never win him over like that. If I want to win him over, I need to stick on the talking point that outlawing abortion does not help. Okay? And in fact, it only kills people. If I can convince him of that, which I haven't yet, to be fair, so I've not succeeded. I think part of that is because I'm his son and he thinks that I'm just dumber than him by default. But if I could convince him of that way, I'd have a lot better shot than if I just said, well, I don't think fetuses are human, Dad. I don't think they're people. I don't think they deserve rights. That's not how you win somebody over. The reason I say those things in debates is because those people are coming to me as an intellectual equal, okay? I'm not saying my dad is intellectually inferior, but, even though he kind of is. I'm not trying to convince that guy is my point. He is coming at me with his ideals, and I'm coming at him with mine. I'm not trying to convince him. I'm just trying to explain to him why my ideals are better than his. And if it convinces him in the process, then great. Point being, you have to reach these people where they're at. And it's important that we do that.
Seems like an effective strategy because each time one of these costs is extracted, the right piss and shit their diaper about how unfair and scary it is. They seem to dislike this strategy quite a bit, which suggests to me that it is working. Of course, they'll always say it doesn't. And if your audience is full of people with that kind of sympathy, you might come to believe that it doesn't work.
Are they just saying, like, push for policy instead of, like, getting people on your side? Because that's really stupid. You know why? Guess what pushes policy through? More people. If more people want a policy to be pushed through, it has a much higher likelihood of being pushed through. Okay? I'm sorry, but slavery did not end sheerly because of black people. You know, there were a lot of white people who helped them, and I don't think that slavery would have ended without them. You know, you have to have people from within the power groups helping you. That's a necessity. Or else things will just never change. And so if you don't recognize that and try to pull those people over to your side, then you're just not going to win ever.
Because the people who don't want us to do it
and
are
you
telling
can
me
do
that.
both, yes.
When I talk about people who oppose our goals, I don't mean men as a category of person, because men are, give or take, roughly half the population.
What is this? Boys who oppose us, boys who support us. Not boys who support us, not boys who oppose us, boys who are not boys. What? Boys, not boys. Okay, so this is a joke. Boys, goal supporters. Boys who... Okay, I think this is all just a joke.
It would be disastrously unwise to simply abandon half of the population. I do not think men, as a general rule, are evil or unreachable, or that the left should simply not try to get men on board or accept that sexist men can never have their minds changed. That's maybe something I should have specified in the video, because a lot of people seem to think, or were motivated to pretend, I was saying that we should never try to get men on board with us.
Well, you're contradicting yourself because you keep on saying that, and then you say, well, I'm not saying that. But you are, and you keep implying it too, like over and over and over. You do this song and dance where you're like, well, we don't need men. But also, I'm not saying we shouldn't need, we don't need men, but we don't need men. But also, I'm not saying that we shouldn't try to convince men, but we shouldn't try to convince men. That's a waste of resources. But also, I'm not saying, like, what are you saying? This is all over the place. Yeah, and they're way overcomplicating it. Thank you.
So I should have made that clear. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Wait just 1 minute. I just looked on https://youtu.be/GFL4S. This is the hardest
shit.
video.
I didn't mean to do that! I keep pressing the wrong button. Well, I was going on long enough that I can at least find it.
youtu.be/GFL4SE4PZWG?SI=YGLWPKRQF4
Really gotta stretch out that timestamp.
and T=889. And I did. I did do that mere seconds after the clip Shoe used in her video. We have to be okay with alienating certain groups of people. Just pausing here because I don't think I did a great job of clarifying this point. I am not saying that dudes are unreachable. I'm saying that there are a portion of dudes who are unreachable.
Okay, yeah, you really, yeah, okay. They're clarifying now.
They're a small minority. That's so fucking weird. Because from the way that people are talking to me, from the way that people are responding to what I said, it's as though I didn't say that. And what's up with that, everybody? It's kind of like my words were taken out of a larger...
Okay, but you still... Okay. But even in this video, you're saying that they're not worth reaching. You've said that in this video. This entire... I'll wait for the voice thing to get that. But thank you, Balthazar. Very true.
Word zone. I don't know if there's a term for that, but like, do you see my point here? Because our position is basically, hey there, fellas, you should join us, because here's why. It's the right thing to do, and while you obviously benefit enormously from the structure as it is that we're attempting to dismantle, people other than you will suffer, so please accept this enormous moral burden for the rest of your life. While the right-wing position is basically, hey, fellas, you know those people you want to control? Well, they should be your...
No, this isn't about control for most of these guys. This is just about having a life that they want. You know, most guys are not these evil creatures on the internet.
This entire word salad is proof that their thoughts are actually slime.
Thank you again. Very true. You know, this isn't... I lost my train of thought.
You're slaves and they should cook and clean and fuck you whenever you want because you're cooler and smarter than them, basically. You're really special and you deserve that. And if any of that...
Nobody thinks that. Men do not think that. Like, I'm sure there's outliers, but men just, in general, just do not think that. I'm sorry, that's stupid. And you're doing the thing. You are doing the thing right now and actively repelling men.
Makes you feel bad, like it makes you feel like you have some empathy for them. Just know that God said so, and God is the moral arbiter of the universe, so it's okay to think this. It's normal and natural.
I want to also say that this fundamental misunderstanding of how conservative rhetoric works is a death nail for leftism, okay? If you do not understand your opponent's mentality and what they're teaching their audience, the messages that they're giving and how they're delivering them, you're not going to make any progress or convince anybody of anything ever at all. You're simply not. You are just preaching to the choir, okay? You're just doing this for your own audience and for your own benefit and to say you're so smart and, you know, you have all the good ideas and they, over there, they have the bad ideas. And anybody who disagrees with my ideas are stupid and bad. But you're not really stupid and bad. But let me explain to you why you might be just a little teensy tiny, just a beansy weensy bit stupid and bad, right? But you're not. But I'm going to tell you why you are, right? I hate everything about this. It's just so gross.
Do you see how the bad position is kind of an easier sell, how that's a clearer value proposition, how the left is kind of fighting an uphill battle, and to suggest that it's simply a lack of effort on our part is kind of willfully, disastrously ignorant, how our methods are—
No, again, the message that's being sold to young men is that they are the victims. If you don't understand that, you're going to make no progress.
Are not so easily disentangled from our goals, and to suggest that we emulate the methods of our opponents could have the
Slime good, shoe bad. I don't see it that way. I think that Thoughtslime probably agrees with me on most political policies, okay? But their rhetoric is garbage. I think Shoe0nHead probably agrees with me on most economic policies. We may have some disagreements on social policies. I think that largely both of them are honest actors, and I think that Shoe is way better at delivering her message than Thoughtslime is. And because Shoe is not a completely left-leaning individual and doesn't always understand the politics behind what she's saying, it can lead to some messy situations. Whereas Thoughtslime is a large platform, to be sure, but most of his audience is just leftists that already agree with him. /S, got it.
Intended consequence of undermining those goals? Now, none of this should be controversial. I would call it feminism
stand by what
101,
I
but
said,
it's like,
though.
it's not even that, really. These are the starting positions that everyone should be able to agree on, that a feminist might use to construct a feminism 101 argument. Even the most ardent anti-feminist should be able to admit that if male privilege exists, whether or not they can see that it does, some men would want it. Far be it from me to suggest that she in any way read my video in bad faith, because I really don't think she watched it. She probably just watched the video she linked in her description of Vosh, who did read it.
This is entirely... This is an unjustifiable position to take. She only used, like, what, a clip of like, it wasn't a complete takedown of the video. It's just, like, a little clip of it, you know? And, frankly, I think it was a good example. So...
in bad faith, and she got mad at that. It was just, more helpful to both of their positions to pretend to believe that I'm saying that all men are...
We gotta... We'll pull one of these, right? We gotta invite them both to a group call and do it in secret and just say, oh, yeah, we're just... we'll set up a blind date, right? We'll set up a blind date, but then like it's not. But then like it turns out that it's just those two, and they got to hash it out now.
Bad and evil, and decide to do harm to not men on purpose because of their bad, evil nature. That men deserve to be lonely, and non-men should isolate themselves from men who are too dangerous to be trusted. Which is a weird thing.
Not to say, by the way, that it's impossible to clip people with very short clips, because that happens all the time. But it is worth pointing out that that was not a dishonest representation of the video.
Think that I would advocate for, because while I don't consider myself a man, strictly speaking, I am typically perceived as one. I piss amongst the menfolk, and nobody finds that unusual or strange. I have, within my possession, an entire penis and testicles.
Whoa.
Many people, superstitiously, would argue that that alone makes me intrinsically and irrevocably male. So do you see how that line of argumentation could kind of backfire on me? Do you see why it would be disastrously unwise for me to stand in front of 300,000 people and say, hey, everybody, you know that group that you think I'm part of, that I can never leave? They're evil and they want to kill you, and you should stay away from them. They cannot be reached or changed. Do not trust them. It is not worth our time or effort to try. That could kind of backfire on me, don't you think?
Yeah, so then don't do it. Stop being... I am so close to ending this early. I get those spine tingles whenever they like talk at me like that. I say talk at me because that's what it feels like, is they're just being so disgusting and condescending. I hate this. It's like, stops. Okay. There are valid criticisms that Shoe brought up, and you're just kind of brushing them off. You know, like, this isn't about your beliefs necessarily, even though I think part of it is. But the bigger problem here, again, is your messaging, your rhetoric. It's really bad. It's really ineffective.
This should be obvious if one applies even the most basic standard of critical thinking. Instead of trying to imagine, I said whatever makes your audience most mad. And I'm being very critical of Shoe here, but like, let's give the devil her due. I think
it's not just Shoe's audience. Think about this. Shoe is way more popular than Thoughtslime is, okay, and has a way larger male following. So people who watch Shoe are going to listen to her. Okay, and there's a reason that she has a bigger following of men, by the way. And that's because, first of all, it is because you're a leftist. I'm not going to deny that. But the other reason is because she knows how to communicate to them and what they want to hear. Okay? She's probably better at that than I am, frankly. You know, I'm not even going to deny that. So if you're sitting here, telling men things that are actively repelling them, that's her whole point. That's her point, is that you are dog shit at messaging to men. And you are. You're really bad at it. And the sooner you recognize that and clean up your rhetoric, the more effective of an advocate for your values you're going to be. You know, I know that we talk about optics as a meme all the time, but it's true. You need to have good optics. When I went on Jubilee, I feel like I had really bad optics. I'm just going to say it. I think that I had shit optics, okay? I was annoying. I was condescending. I said things out of pocket. And I didn't have a bad performance all the way around, but it was pretty shit. You know, I wish that I had done better. And I had a kind of crisis about it, okay? I don't want to look like that. When I went and talked to Matt Walsh, guess what? Optically, that was very good. I was the normal ass guy who's going up to the stand to ask him an honest question that he could not answer, okay? Without looking like a buffoon or an evil person. That was optically very good. I changed and learned from that, okay? Where are you at? Are you with us or not?
Likely does genuinely care about men's mental health issues. I think she has enough compassion to see people suffering and to be moved by it. Let us now observe Shoe's compassion for men.
Nobody told me how lonely being a man is. We knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. None of this invalidates how real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men.
I love how even when he's experiencing the issues of being a man, he's like, this
Shoe obviously comes from a place of care. I do agree with you that Shoe, at least optically, appears to be coming from a place of care, as opposed to Thoughtslime, who just seems to want to attack people, okay? That's how Thoughtslime's coming off right now. And that's really bad. Even if they were correct, which I don't think they are, but even if they were, like, you're not coming off the way that you mean to. And it's sloppy.
Doesn't invalidate people hating men. Come on, bro.
Did he say it's okay to hate men? Did he say that? Because it sounded like...
Wait. This might be a point against Shoe0nHead here.
Being a man is, we knew what depth felt like before we transitioned. We knew what it felt like to have people want to hug us and to have people want to talk to us and to have a community. And then you transition and you're just a guy walking down the street that people cross the street so that they're not near you. None of this invalidates how real and raw women and people who are in marginalized groups feel about cis white men.
I love how even when he's experiencing the issues of being a man, he's like, this doesn't invalidate people hating men.
I think that's a bit harsh. I understand what she's getting at, but I think that she's playing a little bit too hard defense for cis men. And she is being a tad harsh, but to be charitable, if I were to listen to this, I'll bet she's saying, like, he's right. I don't know. Let's let it keep going.
Come on, bro.
Did he say it's okay to hate men? Did he say that? Because it sounded like he said a different thing. And you just kind of vilified a man having a mental health breakdown. That's the type of thing one might not do if they cared about men's mental health.
I do kind of agree with Thoughtslime on that one specifically.
Listen up, chuckle. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird balding pattern, and have bad skin. You know what I didn't do? Choose to become a fascist. I may be hideously ugly and pathetic, but at least I'm not a fascist. Thank you for your input, buddy. You're, really helping the situation.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe this is just me, but I do feel like if someone is talking about all of the problems they have with their appearance, that is a sign that they are perhaps not emotionally healthy. And to laugh at them and call them hideous and pathetic could be perceived as one not caring about that person's mental health.
Well, wait. No, that person volunteered that information. I think that was a valid criticism. That person volunteered that information. If they didn't want that out there and for people to talk about it, then how do I put this? Like, they're self-denigrating, and Shoe is not incorrect that that's bad, like, visually. Like, how do I put, I'm so tired. I'm white, socially awkward, autistic, in my 40s, ugly, overweight, crippled, got a weird, what I didn't do but choose to become a fascist because I recognize most of the sort that look like me are the problem. That's still condescending, though. Because the reason that you're bringing all those things up, okay, so the reason that they're bringing all those things up about themselves isn't because they're insecure. I do this a lot too. I'll tell people, like, listen, I got a bad hairline. I'm literally bald, okay? And I still manage to land pussy. So it's not your hairline, okay? So if I do that, I'm basically minimizing that person's problems and telling them they don't matter, okay? And sometimes that's warranted, but in this case, it's not, because those are real problems that people have and you're just minimizing them. You may not have dysphoria about your hairline, about being fat, about whatever, but some people do. Some men do. A lot of men probably do. Okay? And you're just dismissing their feelings by saying that, oh, I didn't become a fascist. You're not addressing the root problem.
And it makes her mad when she thinks she sees people snidely dismissing that suffering. And it also makes her mad to see me at all, so she would like very much to pretend that is what I did.
Wait. Makes her mad when she thinks she sees people snidely dismissing that suffering.
Snidely dismissing that suffering. And it also makes her mad to see me at all, so she would like very much to pretend
because you're constantly being snide. So yeah, I imagine so.
Is what I did. But no, I was actually not snidely dismissing their suffering. I was snidely supporting their suffering. And I'm not like mad that she used a clip of me that made me look bad, because that would make me a huge hypocrite. I make myself look bad all the time. It's fun to do. I get that. I just think that her analysis of this subject is dangerously myopic, that she's really applying a bad faith lens to any and all feminist analysis, no matter how basic. She doesn't seem willing to consider the greater context that any of these issues exist within. And she seems to give a lot more weight and consideration to anti-feminist arguments than I think is helpful in this discussion. But that doesn't mean we have to behave in the same way. We don't need to miss her larger point either, because she is correct, of course, that there is a mental health crisis, and it does affect men, that men kill themselves at alarming rates, that men feel despondent and hopeless and lonely, and
this entire video has been you dismissing her larger point, though. Like, you can't deny that.
Us all to try and be as compassionate as we can in dealing with that. But, you know, let's be careful who we blame that problem on, because it's not that the left isn't trying, it's that the right is able to manipulate people, and we're trying not to do that.
Okay, see, but you're doing a liberal bullshit now, because you're saying they go low, we go high. No, you got to be a little slimy sometimes. You got to trick people. You got to, okay, you have to up your Riz game is what it is. If your Riz game is high enough, you can, you know, I don't want to say be dishonest, but you can phrase things in such a way that it jives with people better. Okay? Your Riz is rock bottom. I'm sorry. It's really bad. If your Riz were better, you'd understand what will make these people want to join you. It's persuasion. Okay, that's not dishonesty, it's persuasion. And conservatives, to be clear, are usually very dishonest, but they're also very good at persuading you. Okay? They don't have to necessarily be dishonest to persuade you of things. They can just throw stats out. Is it dishonest of me to say that black people commit 50% of the crime despite making 12% of the population, or make up 50% of the prison population, I should say? Is that dishonest? Well, yes and no. Yes, because, you know, I'm dropping that statistic without explaining why that is. But no, because it's a real statistic, right? I'm not lying by saying that. But if all I do is that, then and where am I going with this? The reason that I brought that up is you have to bring up things that will resonate with these people. And sometimes that entails taking a route that may seem a bit on the dishonest side. You know, like, it's not dishonest to say that you're more likely to get laid if you're a leftist. Yeah, it's about framing, exactly. It's not dishonest to say that, but I'm framing it in such a way that makes sense to them. You know, like, you have to frame things differently for people who are not leftists. You have to. Because leftists already know all this shit. They're just here because they want to hear somebody with a loud voice say things that they already believe. You know? If that's what you want for your audience, that's fine, but I think you can do that without doing what you're doing here, which is actively shutting out people who want to join, who would be apt to join us under certain circumstances, under different circumstances. You can't outright lie. Yeah, exactly. I've been a leftist for 20 years and still not been laid. Oh, I'm sorry.
And that puts us inherently at a disadvantage. And the worst thing we could do right now...
Well, guess what's not going to help you? Becoming a conservative.
...is try to adopt similar tactics, because that would be abandoning men. That would be not taking their concerns or well-being seriously.
That's not true at all. You can adopt certain right-wing tactics without being dishonest. Not all of their tactics are dishonesty.
Instead, I think the basic common sense solution to all of these problems is a sort of mandatory feminization of all cis men. We will sweep across the globe like a horde of estrogen locusts and destroy the entire concept of male on the New World Order. Emotional segment exclusively for boys. That's not to say that we exclusively feature...
Okay, this is just the eyeball thing. All right. Yeah, that whole thing was a shit show from start to finish. I used to like Thoughtslime a lot, like I said at the beginning, but it just seems like they don't really care about messaging to young men, which is fine. If you don't want to do that, it's not a big deal. You know, I take that mantle upon myself sometimes. I'm not trying to say that I'm like a champion of it or anything, but you know, I do try to keep myself appealing to those young men. because I think it's important that we win them over. You know, there's a lot of them. And I don't want a future with a bunch of little Ben Shapiro's and Matt Walsh's running around doing a fascism. You know, that'd suck. So instead, I'd like to appeal to these men in a way that benefits us as well as benefits them. You have to have a give and take there. And Thoughtslime just seems very bad at doing that. And even at the end, you know, they were saying like they didn't want to overlook Shoe0nHead's whole point, but they did that the entire time. And they are also wrong. The left is really bad at messaging to young men. They're bad at it. Conservatives are much better at it. You know, we're right, okay? We are correct that those young men's lives would be better if they were to join us and if our cause were to be achieved, if our goals were to be achieved. Their lives would improve substantially, okay? We're right, okay? We should have no problem convincing them of that. We really shouldn't. Like, really think about this. The conservatives have dumped so much money and time and manpower into convincing people that they're on the right side of this. They've spent years and even decades, you know, perfecting their rhetoric and figuring out what appeals to people. And they still stumble, by the way. But they're still doing well enough that a lot of young men just prefer to listen to them over us. So what are we doing wrong? You know, we have to be doing something wrong because we're correct. And if you're not willing to change your rhetoric and introspect yourself about your rhetoric and what you're doing right and wrong, like I did with my Jubilee video, you know, and really reconsider the way that you're packaging these things, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. You're not going to convert anybody. You're not going to help our cause. You like listening to the sound of your own voice is basically what it is, which I like doing too, but I try to do it in such a way that benefits all of us. Forgot to record my face cam. Damn it. Oh, well. I liked Thoughtslime initially, and then, of course, everything you said they did happened. Took me a long time to even start listening to people because of conservative propaganda, not trying to help the worst you can do. Yeah, exactly. All right, I have to dump you guys off. I'm so tired. I'm starting to get a headache. I don't know what it is today, but it's largely because of that exhausting debate. It was like two plus hours. So... Vosh is live. We'll go over to them. How do I do this again? Shit. YouTube makes it so complicated. I wish that I could just fucking type in a command, like on Twitch. Thanks all for being here. I appreciate all of you. I love you all very much. And, as soon as I get this going, we'll raid over there. Let's see, it's in live control. Okay, so live control room. Settings. Wait, what? I always forget how to do this. Son of a bitch. Please. Settings. Is it upload defaults? Okay. Gotta look it up again. How to raid on YouTube. /host new channel. Will that work? This is on Twitch. Thanks, Google. How to do it on YouTube.
Hey guys, what's a redirect instead of a raid? But there are a few things
in the chat. Shut up! I need to know how to do this.
You'll want to make sure.
Community. Okay, wait. Settings.
The community.
Community. Okay, hold on. Community. Okay, here we go. Defaults. You gotta be shitting me.
Make sure that you have the all channels can redirect to my content clicked if you want
Have a good
all
one,
channels to
Erica.
do that, or just channels that you're subscribed to can redirect to your content, or you can specify what channels you want to redirect to your content. So I like to, so I'm just going to create a quick one here down, and you'll see the redirect live or while this is just one I and then it redirect there, and so I create a quick tab. You'll want to scroll down.
Details, monetization, customization. So it's under customization. Why do they make this so fucking hard, man? Fuck it, I'm dropping the link. I can't do this anymore. I'll figure it out later. Get out of here. Go watch Vosh. It's been fun. I hope y'all have a great day, and I will see you guys this weekend. Goodbye.